time there was a water.
Very sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. When we would have a water main break, it was very important for us to put that out so the community knew which part of town was affected by that. And we would put it out on our Facebook page, we would put it out on our city website, and you would see people tagging people in that area so that they knew. And we weren't getting calls, hey, why do I not have any water? Or my water is very brown. We had a huge fire north of Leslie that we ended up having 26 different fire departments that came in to respond to. It was a huge barn structure fire that turned into a field fire that we were concerned was just going to get out of hand. And we were the closest fire or water distribution place to that fire. So we had tanker after tanker after tanker coming in to fill up in Leslie. And I thought, you know, people are going to start to wonder, why is my water getting, because when you are drawing water, it churns the water up. Why is my water brown? Why is this happening? So we posted that out immediately, you know, and helped everybody understand what was going on. There's a huge fire to the north of us. There are multiple fire departments responding. We're filling up here. They're coming to draw from us. If you notice, please, if you can, try not to use your water right now. It's still safe to drink. It's just churning it up because of them drawing from this. And, you know, thank you to our fire departments that are responding. Please keep them in your thoughts as they battle this blaze. And that took a moment that could have been people calling to grumble and complain what was going on to a real need in the community that, hey, what can I do? Can I take water out there? Can I take food to them? Can, you know, how can I help? What can I do? So it's a way to just help engage the community and inform them of what's happening. So you can turn the negative positive.
Right.
You can do that. So.
Okay, I do have a follow-up question. So, obviously, communication is very important to, you know, our residents and business owners. And so, in some organizations or in municipalities, in larger municipalities, they have a communications director. So, in smaller communities, that's not so much the case. So, the responsibility of that lies on, you know, different people within the organization. Do you take on that responsibility where you are now, or do you have a communications director or manager? And what's your experience with that, I guess?
Yeah, we do not in neither of the places that I have been in. In Owasso, our human resources director also oversaw the IT department, so she would post things out on the website. I primarily at Leslie am the one that posts things on our website, and I post to Facebook, but our clerk also posts things out on Facebook there, and there's a local Leslie News page that we share that too, so that information gets out there. So I've not had the luxury of having a communications director. I do know some people that are communication directors in their larger communities, and I reach out to them frequently for ideas on how to deal with things. When we had to advise everybody that we had exceeded the action level for lead in our water system, I reached out to a young gal, and that's the great thing of networking at the conferences that you go to. You get to meet different people with different skill sets that you can, hey, you know, I need help on this. So I reached out to her and asked her, what have you done with the community next door to you that just experienced this? Are there things that you can help me with? And she sent me information that was very easy to put out on Facebook to help share, or out on our website. So that's the great thing about our job, is being able to reach out for help. But yeah.
I think in the past, last three city managers we've had, they've kind of taken on responsibility. But there's made, if there's if the news media calls in and wants to talk something, usually, or
that is my role.
It's kind of unwritten. The city manager usually does that. But, any other follow-up? Brenda, question 15.
Finding solutions to impactful community or internal organizational issues can be difficult. There is often conflict around the desired outcome, the way to get to there, or even the definition of the problem. Tell us a time you faced such a dilemma during your municipal career, and walk us through the problem-solving steps you used or the strategies you employed to get beyond it.
You ask very good questions. I think problem solving, the key to that is being able to draw out what the real issue is. And sometimes somebody can come to you and say, I have, this is bugging me. I'm angry about this, or this has upset me. But that's not the real issue. It takes peeling that onion back a little bit. And that's kind of my role, to be able to look at, okay, this is what's upset you on the surface, but let's dig into this a little bit deeper and see where this is really coming from, what that issue is. That can be done with staff members, that can be done with council members, that can be done with the community. If a citizen comes in and they're upset about something, it's important to be able to identify what that issue is, and I work very hard to do that. In Owasso, I would listen to, I had a gentleman that would come in and talk. He just wanted to be heard. It wasn't so much that everybody said he was very difficult to deal with, and I don't want to deal with him, you're going to have to deal with him. So I'm like, sure, bring him to my office. And he came in and he sat down, and he was there probably a good hour. And, for probably the first 35 minutes of that hour, he ranted and raved at me, and I thought, all right, I'm listening, and I'm a note taker when I'm in a conversation, because I want to be able to reference that back if I have questions on things. So my question to him was, so if I really understand what you're saying, and I don't remember the exact details of it, but basically you're saying this. And he's like, that's the first person that's ever been able, I didn't even tell you that. How did you get that? And I'm like, well, listening is important. You need to be able to hear what the person is saying. And he left that meeting 25 minutes later happy and feeling understood. And he stopped coming to City Hall to complain because somebody heard him, So that doesn't work every time, obviously. There's another lady that I met my first day in Leslie, and the charter said that you have to move to Leslie within your first 180 days, and that you had to live in the city. Well, state law is different than that now, and council had allowed for me to drive from Owasso to Leslie. But she wanted me to know that I was violating the charter. And I always tell her every time she would come to the meetings, I appreciate what you bring to the meeting, to the council meetings, because if we don't hear from you, we don't know something's going on. Something is bothering you and affecting you. So again, it's part of that problem solving technique of just listening and trying to, I don't know that I'm answering your question the way that you want it, but it's sorting it out, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I appreciate that part of it. I think really it's how do you resolve a conflict between two others?
Oh, two others. Okay. I believe it's important to hear both sides, but I want them also to communicate to each other. And I want them to be able to sit in a room civilly and talk to each other and share what their grievances are. I used to do this with my two older girls, and I can't make employees do this, obviously, because they are my children. But, at one point, they would fight and bicker with each other so much, and I would get tired of hearing it. I would make them stand and hug each other for 5 straight minutes. I cannot do that with staff or other people. But to work that out, at the end of that, they're laughing, they're giggling. I mediate between the two of them. Let's say this in a safe manner. this is what bothers me when you do this. This is how I feel. And use I feel statements, not you did this and you upset me when you said and blah, 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 because that makes the other person defensive. So it's very important to be able to, I'm a peacemaker. I want everybody to get along. I want all of my kids to play nice in the sandbox. So let's see how we can discuss this. Sometimes it takes compromise on both sides, or just hearing the other person's point of view. And sometimes they're saying the same thing, just in a different way, you know, and having that extra set of ears helps to define that. So that resolution is able to come to that. I have been in situations where there wasn't any resolution that I could bring to it. And that was unfortunate. That's only happened once. And the person ended up leaving, you know, because they just felt that people would not listen to them or take them seriously. And it was unfortunate. So I've had all different kinds of gamuts, but I wish I could implement the you got to hug each other for 5 minutes, because it really does work.
I think I need to try that at home.
Can you follow up on that question? Don Bowers, question number 16.
I'm back.
Hi.
When you reviewed our budget, what did you see and what might you be talking to us about when it's time for this year's budget adjustments or next year's budget?
I noticed a lot of taking money from fund balances in just about every account that you have. And I went back through and I looked at that to see, is it tied to capital improvement projects that you're doing? Some of it is, a lot of it isn't. And I would have questions, I guess, to ask why that is necessary. You can take a look at it, and it concerned me off the bat, but obviously I don't know the story behind it. So I would want to talk to the finance director and get a good infill on that, and to Greg as well, so that I understand what the reasons are behind that. But I think it's prudent to also look for ways that you can maybe trim things. I saw some of the areas there that had doubled in the expense, and it makes me question why did that raise up so much or increase so much? But again, that's doing the homework behind that. So I'm somebody that once the budget is done for the year, I don't just put it on the shelf and leave it until I have to start looking at it again. I'm constantly looking at the budget and how do we, are we going to exceed this area? Do we need to amend this area? And do we need to rein in spending here? Okay, you're hitting your limit, but let's see what's going on so that we can work together. It's very much a team effort to be able to do that. But there were some things that did concern me on the budget that I would like to get more of an in-depth story on that.
Can you follow up on that question? Trees, 17.
What background do you have with zoning and planning concepts? And can you describe a project, process, or an ordinance change on which you worked or are familiar with that had a substantial impact on your community?
I oversaw zoning and planning in Owasso. I'm the zoning administrator. Well, I was the zoning administrator there too, but I'm the zoning administrator in Leslie. In Owasso, I would write a lot of ordinance changes that needed to be done. We don't like to recreate the wheel, you know, so you look at other communities and see what works there, and try to fit it to what your community needs are. But sometimes you have to just start from scratch on something because your needs are unique, or different than what you find examples for. In Leslie, I can start out with an ordinance that I would like to see implemented, and then it goes through the city attorney to make sure. In Owasso, it did too, the final draft, just to make sure. But here, it's a back and forth between the city attorney and I before I bring it to planning commission, and they look at it there, and then it goes to city council. So it's a little more involved. I think with the redevelopment ready communities program, they want your site plan processes to be very transparent, to be developer friendly, and to list those things out on your website. It's very important to make it easy to navigate. Your website is not easy to navigate, so that is one of the things in the first 90 days that I would like to take a look at and get into, so that it is easier to find documents on there. But I think that helps communities know what your zoning regulations are, and for planning with developers, I always sit down with them and talk with them with any developments that are coming in, so they understand what our regulations are. And we've done sign ordinances in both Owasso and Leslie do medical marijuana and recreational marijuana, so those ordinances had to be written. I'm in the process of redoing the site plan review for Leslie, just different components of that need to be written, and overall it helps the community. So I don't know if that is a answer enough, but yeah, I have a good amount of experience in there. I'm very, very comfortable with that.
Jim Carrey, question number 18.
Good prep job. Well, I think you might have answered this, but let's just walk through this. Walk us through a process improvement project you led or partnered and that achieved an improvement in service or a saving of time and resources. And what prompted the review? What did you hope to achieve? What steps did you employ, and what was the outcome?
When I started in Owasso, I started there as an intern, and I worked 10 months as an intern before I was hired as the assistant city manager there. During that time, one of the tasks that I had to do was to switch our, or put together the ability to receive your utility bills through email. And you would think that that's a very easy process, and it was fairly easy, but then putting the information out there so that people knew that if you want to receive your bills electronically, click here, or you can go to this website, not the website, but this link on our website and set this up, and then you'll receive your bills electronically. That does help save money because you don't have to mail as many out. Initially, our treasurer at that time that oversaw that department still chose to mail the bills out because she wanted to make sure everybody got them. And I'm like, okay, you're overkill on this. Let's, people have signed up for this, and they have taken responsibility for that. It's not the city's fault if they don't receive, or if they change their email address to not notify us. That's their responsibility to do. But that was a cost savings to the city as far as the mailings go, and setting up online bill payment at the city of Leslie was also something that our city treasurer actually worked very hard to do that, but to implement that, it's a cost savings, and listening to the different options that we had and helping research that initially, I was part of that. But that, you would think in today's age, everybody, I rarely carry cash with me anywhere. I always have plastic with me. So you want to be able to go in and pay your bills. You want to be able to do it online. And the easier ways that we can do that, it really does help your community. And COVID really forced that on a lot of us. If we weren't there yet, we are now. So
Did you butt heads with the treasurer about that you really got to do it this way, or you just kind of let it go?
We had many discussions on it, yes. Many discussions on it. Yes. That was in Owasso, not in Leslie. The gal's great there. So, yeah.
Do you follow up?
I just have, how long have you been with Leslie?
3 years.
3 years?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, John Rizgi, question number 19.
What intergovernmental regional corporation or partnership efforts have you championed in the past? And while you're telling us about those, highlight some of the ways you brought people together, how you measured the success of this agreement.
There's a couple in Owasso that I can think of. I was part of the I-69 corridor improvement authority that was there, and we would meet monthly at Bishop Airport. That's really a neat place to meet at. But there were people from all of the communities that stretched along I-69 from Owasso, Shiawassee County, all the way over to Sanilac County. And we would talk about projects and approve funding for different projects that would spur growth in those areas and encourage growth in those areas. Some of those were IFTs for businesses or industrial corporations that were coming in, but it was something that we oversaw as the larger authority, and I was a part of doing that. I also, as far as from the city of Owasso, I was part of an intergovernmental agreement between the city of Owasso, Caledonia Township, Owasso Township, and the city of Corunna. I want to say there's one more township that was involved in that. But we were working on getting funding or providing maintenance of a river trail that stretched from Corunna all the way through to Owasso and then would loop back around. And I am the one that put together the packet that broke out what each segment of that trail, whose responsibility it was to maintain and what their cost would be to contribute to this authority so that we had the money to be able to do that. And then the manager in Corunna was the one who was the boots on the ground and had the vehicles that would come in and put in the walkway or the pavement, whichever we were doing through those segments. We also worked with some of the local business owners that were there. One of them owned a headstone company, and he donated the first bench that went in there, and then we set up another way that people could purchase those benches in memory of or in support of or, you know, have their names put on them to be able to place benches along that path. So it was something that I take pride in that I was able to be a part of.
Al, yes, question number 20. Can you tell me a story about an employee you worked with whom you are most proud, and what happened to them to get there?
I have many employees that I'm proud of.
Your best one. Your best story.
My best story.
No pressure.
I know, I'm like, which one do I choose? There's a gal in Owasso that the day she started working for us, I knew she was a rock star. You give her a task, she did it. She, going from the position that she was hired into, the previous person, oh, there's so much work here, I can't get this all done, I need to delegate this to so and so and so. This gal, she was a whirlwind. She came in, she organized the office, she organized the guys that she worked with, got them into shipshape, top shipshape. And she took over all of the reports that had to go through that office, the permits that had to go through that office. And then I would think, okay, you know, what can I task you with next to help you grow more? And everything that I gave to her, she succeeded at. And now she went from being a secretary there to being the office administrator there. And it was just the potential to watch her grow. You know, I think that you see that when people really have that desire to learn what they can and continue learning, they thirst for it, you keep feeding that thirst. Our police chief in Leslie, I know you said one, but I have to say him too.
I gave you the option, you can go more.
Okay.
I'll let you go through.
Okay, thank you. He has been in the police department, he's been a police officer for years, and has a wealth of knowledge. And our previous police chief just retired, and I tapped him and said, I want you to be the next police chief. You have everything it takes to be a great police chief. You're engaged in the community. You talk to the kids that are out here. You really want to resolve issues and come up with ways that are beneficial for the community to help mitigate things that get out of control. You look at solving the problem here at ground zero or level 1 before it gets to level 10. And I appreciate that. And he has stepped into that role, and I'm encouraging him along the way, because I tell him all the time, I know what it's like to be treading water and, just feel like your nose is sticking out, but you're doing a phenomenal job. And, give him the space he needs to be able to grow, but encourage him in that network to be able to talk to others as well, and glean from people like Greg, but among his peers, shed some of your wisdom on me so that I know how to handle this and how to proceed. So thank you for letting me say too.
Any follow-up? Don Smith, question 41.
Got it. What is your experience with public unions, and how do you approach labor relations? Also, please tell us how you can ensure a solid relationship survives negotiation with a settled contract.
I have been in labor negotiations in Owasso. I was more of, just observing that role in Owasso, because we had an HR director there that would do the labor negotiations. I am the labor negotiator in Leslie. So my experience in Owasso, I wasn't happy with what I saw that happened there. It was, we're not budging on this from the city side. And the union would come and they would get upset and leave the meeting. And I saw that happen time after time. And at some point I thought, I can see the city side on some of this, but I can also see the union side on this and the people that they represent. And at some point you just got to realize, why are we fighting over that? Okay, this is what I truly want for the city. I'm going to negotiate all of that. And if that's what you need to be able to sign this contract, then we do that. In Leslie, I saw that our guys there were severely underpaid. We had guys working under the AFSCME contract for our DPW that had been there 23, 24 years that could go to the community up the road from us and make more as a new hire there than they were making currently. So it was very important for me to get their wages adjusted to where we're comparable to other cities. I would rather put time and energy into the staff that I currently have, because it is hard as all get out to find guys to come and work in DPW. It's impossible to find people to work in your wastewater treatment plant or your water filtration plant that have the licenses that you need to be able to do that. And I would rather invest in them, and through that union contract, you're able to put that language in there. You're able to do that. It benefits the city, actually. So that's how I handle those things.
Any follow-up questions on that?
I'll answer the next question.
Tell me what the next question is. Jackie, question 42.
How do you keep the right people in the right seat on the bus? Give us specific examples of how you recruited and retained talent, which, you have given us a lot of examples. So if there's anything you want to add.
Sometimes I think you have the right people on the bus, they're just in the wrong seat, and you can identify that. It's through having building that rapport with them, but then understanding what their strengths are and matching them up where they would be best suited. Sometimes people are open to that, and other times, what do you mean I'm not fit to do this? I'm not meant to do this. I've done this for 10 years. I'm like, but do you enjoy what you're doing? No, I don't even want to come to work most days. Well, then why are you here? Let's put you in this role, and then they flourish. It's important to be engaged with your staff and to invest in them. If somebody's not willing to grow, I have less tolerance for that. If they're stagnant and they just refuse, nope, I'm not going to do that, then all right, if you're a couple of years out from retirement, we're just going to tolerate that, and that's okay. But for those that are willing to grow, I invest heavily in that. And whether it's the cheerleading part of it, encouraging them, yes, you can do this. Sometimes it's challenging them. Okay, you've done this. Let's see how you handle that. Expand their comfort zone. You only grow when you step outside of what you're comfortable with. So that's what I do.
Great, thank you.
Any other follow-up? The only question I have, do you do a lot of cross-training in Leslie? So let's say a certain person gone, you have somebody else fill in right away, and you didn't say anything about recruiting. When you recruit, you go out of the area, you kind of stay in your, like we could recruit people, Middleville, we could recruit
Right.
people, So what's your philosophy for recruiting from your neighbors?
When we recruit, we post it on MML. We post it on the appropriate, if we need police, we post it on the MCOLs and other boards that they have. DPW, we post on our city website, we post on MML, we post. It's really hard in the location that we're at to recruit people.
You don't actively recruit. You put out the
We put out an information. I will say I have called a couple people that I have known that were really good at what they did. I don't like to poach from other communities because I think that unless that person says, I want to go elsewhere, I don't want people stealing my staff that I'm very happy with, and, so I don't want to do that to other people either. But if somebody says to me, hey, if you go somewhere, I'm looking, if you hear of a job somewhere, I let them know when that comes up. But I don't actively try to poach other people's good staff. Yeah.
Brenda, question 23.
What is the most important skill or talent a manager can have when it comes to council-manager relationships? Can you tell us about a time when you had to rely on that skill to build or improve relationships?
Humility, I think, is important, and the ability to listen. You have to be able to admit your mistakes, and sometimes when you text or you email something, the tone in which you send it may not be the tone in which the receiver reads it, and you don't want to get off on the wrong foot, so it's very important to work to improve those relationships. It's not just, okay, I meet you this once, we go out for coffee, or you come to my office and you tell me what your hopes and goals are for the community, and your role as a council member, and then I never talk to you again. It's an ongoing thing. I have citronella plants out on the deck, and I get those for bug control. They're really good if you rub your hands on them for mosquito control. But if I forget to water them, they start to droop. If you don't water the relationships, if you don't feed the relationships, they don't grow. So I may not always agree, or you may not always agree with me, but it's okay to agree to disagree or have differences of opinions. The dialogue is the important part of that. But being able to talk and be humble about things and seek out advice from counsel is important. So.
Any follow-up on that one? Don Bowers, question number 24.
What tools or techniques can we expect you to introduce to ensure that the council gets all the information they need to make the best possible decisions?
I think having the memos that go in front of your each of your agenda items that describe what that agenda item is about is a huge tool to be able to use. It gives that description, whether it comes from me or a department head. I would like department heads to bring things through me for my pass through. I'm not a micromanager. I don't like to micromanage. I don't like to be micromanaged. But I think that it gives that layer of protection to staff as well to make sure that what's coming through meets the criteria that council would need to be able to make a well-educated decision with the information that's coming to you. The communicating, weekly is important. Your council packets. One of the things that I noticed in here that you guys have is a rundown of each agenda item and an explanation, just a blurb about it. I think that's a great way to help explain what's going on. In Leslie, we have done where I do an extended agenda explanation, and I take the same agenda and I give the background and then what staff recommendation is on that. So it's kind of that same thing, but this is just very quick. It's all on one page basically and easy to refer to. In understanding what you would like brought to you as council, that's important too. What I think may be helpful to you may not meet your needs at all. So that's that communication back and forth to make sure that I understand what it is that you're looking for.
Last question, number 25 by Treese.
How will you handle it if it appears that a council or an individually elected official is moving down a path with unintended consequences or financial or legal liabilities? Better yet, if you have faced this situation before, tell me what happened.
I think it's important to have a conversation with that person alone immediately, to share my concerns. And if they are, if they hear me, if they listen, we can work together to step away from that. The next thing would be if that person or council member does not listen, to involve the city attorney and get legal opinion from the city attorney to go into that. If it's a union position, getting the union or the labor attorney involved in that, just to make sure that we have all of the bases covered. But having that conversation, first of all, about what my concerns are and finding out why are you going down this path. These are the implications that I see that will happen from that. And that would be my first course of action, but then following up with the attorney. And potentially, it is something that can involve the mayor as well, to bring the mayor into that, to be a part of that conversation if it's a council member before going to the attorney. So it would just depend on what the situation was.
My only comment on that is, we talked about earlier, you have a written code that will cover just about everybody. So that's kind of your guideline.
Yep.
Well, I want to thank you for coming, Susan. I like that. I like that. Now, do you have any questions for us?
What do you see as something important for me to do? What are goals that you would have for me in the first 90 days?
Answer.
Pension funds, streets.
All right.
I would like to see us really hammer out some kind of plan on our OPEB liability. That's, to me, that's my number one goal, but also, I really think we need to figure out some kind of funding for our streets. And I think one side of the other, because we've got to figure out how to get the OPEB under control, so we'll have more money to spend on streets.
Yeah.
Honeymoon could be short,
Baptism by fire, I'm used to that, so.
I have one I would really like to see us become, or have a plan of action or a timeline for becoming a redevelopment-ready community.
Yes.
So, have you been through that?
Yes, in both communities, we were engaged and currently working through the processes, so, yes.
So are either of those communities actually certified?
We are not, in Owasso, a huge portion of that was, obtained while I was there, and then I left, and I don't know if they are certified now, I don't believe they are. But in Leslie, we're so small, I wear a lot of hats there, and it's a lot to try to work through, and they've just restructured that program, so that you can, choose two different paths that you want to go down. So I don't know if that's something that's been addressed here that you guys would like to do, but yes, it is important to complete that so that you're allowed to get funding for projects.
Our biggest stumbling block on that was, biggest part of it was getting our master plan.
You've done that, though.
Well, it's not totally done.
Not total, oh, it's in process still?
It's close, though.
Real close, but once that happens, that's like a domino effect after that.
Yes,
But it's still
absolutely.
taking 2 or 3 years to get rebuilt and everything else through the process, but they keep changing everything.
Yeah, those moving targets really help them.
Oh, do you have any other questions on us?
When do I start?
Well, I've enjoyed the interview.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity to interview here with you, and if I'm chosen, I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Not trying to lay anything out, but I think it's a great interview.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Next candidate is here, so why don't you take 5 minutes? Jump up and down a couple of times. Get your blood pressure rolling.
Thank you.
I'll make a question. I would, for us, we had to move to say the same thing, without you to say the same thing, and, you know, any suggestions for us,
Yeah, just say,
we work
I
together.
got mine, that's fine.
you got to written and say, thanks for or, or I think you've already answered that. Or do that specific style if you've heard that. Or,
What's an appropriate way to? I feel like as everything is written in the flow, I feel everything's written in the flow, that makes sense. And then, I know how I think, that's all the answer for.
yeah.
So, like, be specific.
Yeah, I think it's, yeah. Well, I think one of the things that happened when somebody said, I think you've already answered that.
Yeah, how time.
Yeah, but they shouldn't be watching it.
Right.
Thank you. That's okay.
So.
I don't know.
There's it, yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
I just, no. Why?
Come in today and find all the police cars here.
Yeah.
chiefs meeting, I guess. Well, they were parked quickly. I'm at Baldwin Park there.
We always joke around because my husband works nights, and at night there's no people, no cars, no stoplights, and so we drive straight day, it's a whole world.
I'm trying to. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. I have enjoyed it. I hope so. That's the goal. The goal is for you to say, you know what, we're done with him. Let's hire this other person. That's the goal. That's the whole goal of it. I've been telling people, you don't want me for the long haul. You don't want me to. I haven't worn out my welcome yet. Yeah.
You know, it's,
Yeah, good, thank you. It means a lot. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna fight my way into the bathroom. These guys are just too big. We locked you in there. How do you get out? Through the ceiling.
Is this water for the next candidate?
I don't enough to do that. I hate to see you go through the field.
Time like that.
I'm sure there might have been a time when I could too.
Oh, I just didn't know, like, it was like, yeah.
Somebody call was saying.
You can't call her out.
I can tell because
Okay.
I can hardly see over the table.
Just a reminder, I need to hand this out. Is there any changes in this card?
No. I think it was just as a refresher. Okay.
Oh.
Remind you why you're here.
Should have no.
No, I'm wondering why somebody gave it to me again, because I.
Yeah, it always says out loud. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Don,
What do you want?
if you need anything, we got some cookies in the break room in there.
What'd you say?
You heard me.
No, I didn't.
Cookies, we got cookies in the other room. If you want a cookie to get you through the
Can you
day.
speak up? I know you talk louder than that at home.
There's improvement over what it was.
Oh, I know, I heard all about it, I saw the deal yesterday, and somebody said you see a sales speak hanging, makes me giggle.
Okay, I'm gonna go down and pick the next candidate.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Jackie,
this one's all gone.
Oh, I've got, I already did this.
so we get that, we're gonna ask the same question again, right?
Yep. Listen, don't be switching it up.
I might, well, it's good, but Randy advised me not to.
Don't do that. I already have mine circled. I don't have any white out, so.
Can you hear me down there, Trees?
Yep.
Talking loud enough?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Well, you keep your damn mustache out of your mouth.
This is all being recorded, folks. This is all going out loud. Be careful.
You figure out,
We did well, we did a good job the first round.
Still keep
putting a thumb over your name all the time, you have,
I did.
This one.
When I put that paper up, I had.
He always wants to call me Al McJarvis. There you go.
I have a hard time fighting. I never thought
He
about it.
does. That's a good name, Al. He listened to BTA.
You make sure you speak up, because I know, I know.
I'll try.
I don't know you talk, but it's, you know.
Just, I think I need a microphone around my head or something.
Well, we do have an issue with the microphone.
I can hear you, John.
There's no,
At least you can hear me. You can't hear them down there, but you can hear me. That's all that you need to hear.
Yeah,
it could be partly my hearing though, too, you know?
I wore my hearing aids. Where Georgia, is there something?
Trying to work again. I know. Yeah.
Same time.
Uh-huh.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to Richard Downey. Welcome.
Great. My wife Roberta. So, actually, she's the driver.
Am I here or somewhere else?
Right down there.
Okay, great. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Morning, I'm Dave Constant. I want to welcome you to Hastings.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. We brought you rain last night. We rained your concert out. My wife and I were walking around and it started to.
Curious if maybe we got a few candidates for that last night.
Yeah, we went there. We talked to a bunch of people. We spent a couple of dollars this morning.
They made you welcome.
They actually did very much so. So appreciate it.
So we're going to ask you several questions, a lot over the next 60 minutes, get to know you and get you to know us.
Okay, great.
And we'll each talk, ask you a series of questions. Any council member may have a follow-up question, and we're going to start with the mayor. My first question of you is, why do you want to be Hastings' next city manager? And what unique background, skills, or experience do you have that will make you successful here?
Okay, so it sounds like a two-part question. First is, we went downtown, and honestly, I will tell you, you probably already know this, you have lightning in the bottle when you have the concerts, the people like Jenny and Jenny that are willing to get involved, the one business owners that are down farther, that are willing to get involved in the downtown. Those type of things are really exciting for me professionally. And then when you go to things like the outdoor, the 5-year recreation plan, the budget as far as, I kind of looked through and saw what the budget is. I looked at your audit. So you've got money in the bank. I can tell you how much you have and everything like that. So for me, it's exciting to see you've planned for things. There's a lot of interesting things going on. There's things like, I think it's called the Blue Zone. Is that right? The Blue? Yeah. So I read up about that and kind of thought about that and kind of worked that through. So for me, professionally, it's very exciting for that. What I could bring to the mix, I will tell you that I'm very personable. I am willing to, I've worked in the profession for 20 years. I've worked on things such as downtown rehabilitation. I've worked in a community with a riverfront where we did brownfield rehabilitation, worked on housing, worked on economic development, and when I say I worked, I don't want to say that at all. It's we worked together, myself and the elected officials, myself and staff. Because I will tell you that one thing I heard when I talked to the school superintendent, when I talked to a whole bunch of other people in the community, they said is, if you want to be successful here, don't come in and think you're going to be number one. You're going to have to work with the rest of us. And honestly, I've done that when I was way back in Kansas, when I worked in Illinois, and where I am now in Wisconsin. So those are the things that I can bring to the table. You know, if selected, I would really be excited to come here, bring my family here, my wife, my 2 kids, so my 3 cats. So.
Do we have any follow-up questions? Okay, so our first question you'll have will be, or for me, but the second question will be John Resnick. He's our second ward council member.
Okay. And I've got some notes here that I've kind of prepared. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
From your resume, it appears that you have a career filled with accomplishments.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about 2 of them that you are most proud of.
I can tell you that one day I sat at work and I watched as an old woman hug a burly contractor. There's a story behind that. You'll have to kind of see. Sometimes I give you stories. Okay? What it was is when I was in Rock Falls, we did housing rehabilitation. If you were a certain age, we could put $40,000 of repairs into your home, roofing, doors, windows, HVAC. And if you lived there for 10 years, you never had to pay it back. And so instead of having that old woman go to an assisted living or have to live with family, she was able to stay in her home. And that was something that I did that honestly was a partnership between myself, my elected officials, my staff, a nonprofit, the state of Illinois, which is pretty easy to work with. So a lot of different things, but the icing on the cake, the pinnacle there was that day. And the cool thing is after we got done, she needed a doggy door for her poodle. He put it in for free. But it was that was kind of a big things that we did there. And we did, by the time I was done with all the grants and everything else in Rock Falls, which there was a lot of opportunities there for grants, we were up above probably almost $2 million. But realize that's brownfield and it's a couple other things. Okay, so that's one. Okay, pretty big one. I'm very proud of that. Next thing I'll tell you about, a little bit smaller story. So because I know I'm time limited, is last year, COVID came around. We lost our public works director. We lost our finance director. So I was two key positions down. And since then, I've kind of had to step into those positions, do those, but we found an excellent CPA that is now an excellent finance director. And just recently in this last month, because DPW was very hard to find, we found an excellent young man who's probably, I think he's half my age, but he is excellent. He's got a lot of energy. And I will tell you, I tell people now, we are playoff ready. And that is, it's a couple of things, because it's me having to take on those jobs and share responsibilities, the forestry program, the outdoor programs, the planning, the coordinating with water and sewer, but also trying to find good candidates and trying to find good culture. So, and that I'm very proud of, that we're not playoff, like I said, we're playoff ready. We may lose Aaron. I don't know if you know who he is. He works for a little team called Green Bay. But we locally, I think staff-wise, are good. So.
Thank you. I like stories.
Yeah, well, there you go. I got 1,000 of them, so. Aaron Rodgers is his name. I'm sorry. I didn't. Okay.
Okay, the next question will come from Al Jarvis. He's our first ward council. Al Jarvis, been on the council 9 years about.
Nice to meet you.
And I'm a storyteller too. So.
Okay, well, we can go back and forth.
We get together, tell stories.
Okay.
I've been around longer, I got more stories. What are you willing to do to become an integral part of our city?
It's a multifaceted thing for myself, because I've done this. I've moved actually. I've worked in Michigan a very long time ago, because I was an intern from Mount Pleasant, way long when I was getting my graduate degree. But I've moved from state to state, so I kind of have this thing that I kind of figured out how to do it. So first, I try to meet elected officials individually, so we can tell stories. Why did you get elected? You know, what are you doing? What's your interest? What those types of things. Meet with the staff, make sure I understand where they are, what they would like to do, because at the end of the day, if I'm going to keep a DPW director or I'm going to keep a community development director, I can't say, here's your list, go and do it. I have to say, what do you want to add to this list? I have to try to make them sticky. Okay, so that's kind of internally. But then externally, it's me also getting to meet Matt Goebel, who's I believe his name was Matt. He's the superintendent of schools. And I will tell you that he is very complimentary of this group, because he says, when I'm at events, he sees you guys, which is great. The one thing he said was, I never met the previous city manager. And I'm not trying to run anybody down. It's just, what I'm saying is, it's my job to kind of reach out and to make sure that I meet people I work for, people I work with, and the people I work for larger. Meet Jenny and Jenny at the local business. Meet Matt Goebel, so we can keep those lines of communication open, because again, it was hammered to me a number of times. When I talked to Mr. Goebel, when I talked to the chamber, when I talked to all these different people, no one gets anything done here alone. We work together, and you really need to know that. So as far as what I would do to get things done here, how to prepare myself, or what, if hired, would be to kind of put in the time, meet with people, make sure I meet, with you folks, so you understand, okay, why is Richard not Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock? Why isn't he in the office? Well, he's walking downtown to meet with the Downtown Development Association, or things of that nature. So, because I think that's the most important, I'll tell you a little story, since you said stories. I was a member of the South Area Business Association. It's basically our chamber where I am now. And I will tell you that the best way that you can communicate with local businesses is to just be involved, not in the office, but be involved in activities. Go to the concert, go to Movie Under the Stars, go to all kinds of different things. So, answer your question? Yep.
Well, I do have one question.
Go ahead.
And maybe you guys can answer this one. When you talk about Jenny and Jenny,
That's Be Eclectic. They own one of the businesses downtown, and she's the treasurer for the downtown.
Yes, okay.
Okay, and she said her name is, sometimes she calls Jenny or Jennifer, and she kind of said it a couple times. So I honestly, I've done a little bit of research. I try to talk to people and find out.
I didn't know Jenny.
Okay, I'm sorry. I should have clarified, because she's the treasurer, and she's got some kind of links to downtown businesses, and she's trying to work downtown business. Yeah, exactly. And she said she's very excited about it. Actually, she was very complimentary of Hastings. She said she's been here for 9 years, and I asked her very point blank, what could the city do? And she said, nothing. And I said, okay. And she said, and she basically said she rattled off probably 5, 6 things she's doing. So, but it's that type of things that you want to make sure that, not maybe, okay, I'm the city manager, you now have to follow my lead. No, you just have to make sure you stay in touch with those people. So as they have ideas and stuff, you can kind of, so.
Follow up. Don Smith. All right. Don is our third ward counselor.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Appreciate it.
If offered the position, what do you think the first 3 months would look like? Now, you already talked about establishing rapport.
Mm-hmm.
You already told us some stories of how you did that. So I guess in detail, like for staff, for assessing changes, projects, first 3 months.
Sure.
What do you think that would look like?
Sure. I kind of glossed over a little bit when I said talking about staff.
Yeah.
But I think it's a matter of me going to them, and I know I use the analogy of the list. We're finding out what is their list, what are they doing. I kind of know some things that are going on already, but also what are in the back of their mind? Because, what are they thinking they'd like to do? What are they struggling with? What are they doing now why are we doing this type of thing? So kind of taking their temperature, or to use a football analogy, see what they can run, see what kind of plays they can run, see what they're involved with. I talked to Rusty downstairs, and she said, honestly, during COVID, they all backed each other up. And that's honestly something that where I am now, what we do is, okay, you're out of the office, but somebody comes in and wants to know about why wasn't their garbage picked up? So they all help each other out. So my thought is the first 3 months is me trying to meet individually with them. And I think I want to step back I want to make sure I stress is also, I want to meet with you folks first. Because honestly, the staff may have ideas, but at the end of the day, you're elected. And I'm not trying to tear the staff down at all. It's just, I kind of have to follow what you want to do. So if you say, let's getting involved in Boo Fest, or let's getting involved in, what's the September event? Brew Fest, I think is what you called it. You know, okay, then how can we do that? Or let's talk about how we're going to reuse the public safety building. You know, what are your goals first? So get those and talk to staff also. Is that, I know I kind of repeated myself from what he said. Does that get you?
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think the first 90 days is very important.
Yeah, sure is.
Any organization.
Yep.
Coming in and being in charge of an organization. So I think that, yeah, assess role, the evaluate, decide which way you want to go, then implement and supervise whatever the plan is very important, because I don't want to be in the same position that we were before. I always want to be improving.
Yep.
You can't do it in such a way that, you know, hinders the environment.
Now, the other thing is, I'd probably want to, when I talk to, and I know it's going to get a little bit far, but when I talk to you folks, is I'm going to have some ideas. But for me to come in and go, okay, these are all the things we're going to do. If you're already doing something, say evaluations or reports to the staff, I know these are kind of minor things, but hey, we've been doing it like this is how we want it. I need to kind of learn what your culture is, okay? And I need to kind of say, okay, because for me to come in and just say, okay, everything you're doing is wrong, that's not respectful to you. You got elected, you've been here, you know, and you're able to, you're obviously, you like what's going on, and I've seen a couple of the council meetings, you know, get reports and things of that nature. I'd want to kind of set the standard and kind of communicate, make sure we understand each other. I'm not trying to have a secret meeting or anything. I'm just, how do you like things? So, does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other follow-ups? Jackie, you're next. Question 5.
Hi, welcome.
Howdy.
Tell us about a core professional decision you made or about a time you may have failed as a leader. And this could include a time when you were fired or asked to resign. And what did you learn from that experience, and how did it shape you into the manager that you are?
So when we hired, not the most current public works director, previous one, we hired a public works director from a previous place. I talked to him, we walked through, I could see he has a lot of skills and things of that nature. And I gave him a lot of rein, let him do things. And when he was hired, honestly, I didn't check in with him as much as I could have. We didn't have weekly meetings, we didn't have anything of that nature. And he kind of got off track and kind of started getting into things, doing things, and his performance honestly wasn't very good. And honestly, at the end of the day, that's not kind of, it's probably 50, 60% his fault, but also it's mine. So he eventually, we talked about it, and he basically realized the job was not for him. So we separated ways. Okay, so that's kind of the poor thing I did. Okay, so what did I do to improve? I'm not going into the new public works director's office to micromanage, or, you know, okay, what are you doing today? What are you doing tomorrow type of thing. But he and I have a pretty regular meeting, and I've kind of set myself up, because kind of like we were talking over here of setting the culture, you have to let people know what the expectations are. Okay, do you come in at 8 and leave at 4:30? Do you leave at 5? How do you present things to the council? How do you present things to the committee? If someone needs a question answered up front, do you get up? Do you answer? You know, honestly, setting the culture and the goals and kind of setting the expectations. So I've definitely worked myself into that. And honestly, I've hired over my career probably 10 different department heads. And I've now realized you really have to kind of figure out how they fit. They're all puzzle pieces. They're not just squares that you're going to put in the organization. So, and I will tell you, do I have it perfected? I don't think I'm ever going to have it perfected. It's going to be a constant learning thing. And honestly, that's kind of the interesting thing about the profession is you get to work with people, you get to have people learn, they get to learn you. He's ex-military, so 15 minutes before a meeting is where he shows up every time. And he has tried to instill that in me. Him and I have had that conversation a couple times already. So that kind of, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any follow-ups? I only have one. So
Sure.
You're one of them guys that's there an hour early, right?
I wouldn't say an hour, well, because, okay, now, I will say COVID has changed my entire perspective on things. My son was remote, and we did all that kind of stuff. I will say that if you're thinking, okay, 4:31, when my office closes, you're going to sit there and watch me walk out the door, that's not going to be the case. Because honestly, I can get some of my best work done at night when the phone's not ringing and stuff like that. And I also like to, at the end of the day, I like to make sure that when I'm done, emails are kind of done, everything's kind of, so I wouldn't say I'm going to be there early, but I'll probably be there later, enough that knowing full well that I have other people at home that I have to attend to and give them my full. The other thing I have made it professionally is I never do work at home. If I'm at work, I'm at work. If I'm at home, I'm at home. Because, well, now with a 13 and a 16-year-old, it's a little bit different, but when there were 2 and 5, it was, you had to be there, so.
The other fellow, so I short with Jackie here, I can introduce her as the 4th ward councilman.
It's okay.
Okay,
You're up next.
okay,
As our 2nd ward council member.
okay, thank you. I won't be quizzed on the council, on the wards, will I?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, because I actually have a cheat sheet here already. No, I'm kidding. So, go ahead.
When we call on the people who've worked with you over the years, what will they tell us about you? Tell us one word or phrase that an employee or close peer might use that your bosses or elected officials may not.
Okay, so on my, if you look at my reference list, you will find my current village president, 2 of my trustees. Trustees are very similar to council members, except they don't have wards because it's a village. They will probably tell you, I've been there for 9 years, dedicated, knowledgeable, use one word. Now, if you talk to my employees, they're going to say jerk. They're going to say bad news, don't hire. Why? Because honestly, we have a good rapport. But very seriously, they would probably say, again, dedicated. If a packet has to go out, if things have to get done, there's research to be done. You know, I do it, or if they need help, they'll do it. And sometimes, I mean, I will, like my community development director, he's a high, I check in with him, yes, but you don't put a blanket over the fire when he's going. You know, you let him work. You let him do the stuff that he wants to do. You let him run I don't know why I'm using football analogies on, but you let him do the things that makes him a superstar. So he's not available for hire, just so you know also. So but generally dedicated. And the other thing I will say for my elected officials is they will say not perfect. Because I will tell you that sometimes if they ask a question, and I tell them this constantly in meetings, if you ask me a question I don't know, I'm going to tell you I don't know. And let's table something during the meeting. Let's delay action until the next meeting. Let's get that researched. Because at the end of the day, you're going to be thinking of something. You're going to have different experience than I am. We're never going to be simpatico, ever. And some days you're going to go, okay, could we talk about instead of buying or renting a truck, could we buy a truck? You know, a mower. We're doing that right now. Could we do those types of things? And those are, okay, maybe I didn't think about that. So does that answer your question? The jerk thing is probably going to come up a lot, though. They're very mean to me. No, I'm kidding. It's a good team.
You got a pretty friendly relationship.
Yes, we do. We do indeed. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, when things have to get done, when, you know, there's issues in town, I will tell you my team can execute. They, you know, if there were issues a couple of years ago, we had a police officer that was in legal trouble. My police chief and my president, we met and we kind of dealt with it. We didn't cover anything up. We just said, okay, here's our message. Here's how we're going to handle it. So, and I mean, at the end of the day, we acted professionally. You know, he eventually left our service because, but at the same time is when we have to do small things like put up a movie screen, that's an inflatable movie screen that's, you know, 10 by 12, my community development director and I, we're the ones that pull it over and pull it up. That's what we do. And next week it's going to be probably the planning technician and myself doing it. So it's a small town. I mean, it's a small town. I honestly, to say I stay in my office 100% of the time or I'm never going to get my hands dirty, it's probably not fair.
Well, I just had a statement, you know,
Go ahead.
being called a jerk is not necessarily a bad thing. In my life, there was a stronger language in that.
Well, I wanted to be,
When I met him in the beer tent a couple of years later, they didn't realize how nice of a guy and how great it was to work with.
well, and I mean, generally, I will say to my employees very seriously, silence is acceptance. If you don't like something, you got to let me know. with the full knowledge of is, guess what? Sometimes the board, the council, is going to say, we are going this direction. I like that direction, okay? But you're not elected. So we execute on what they say. And I will say at the end of the day, we do that. Sometimes my community development director, we just did a big report on a sale of property, and he was like, oh, it's 25 pages. I was like, okay. He did a great report. He moaned about it, but at the end of the day, he did it, and it's great.
Yeah.
So.
Anything else? Don Bauer. Don is our third ward council member. He's going to do question number 7.
How you want?
I'm the oldest serving person on the council. Nobody else has been here longer than I have.
Okay. Well, appreciate you, sir. Appreciate you.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
When hiring a new department head, what strengths and attributes are you looking for?
I think these basic ones first. Do they have the skills, or can they grow into the skills of what we need? Perfect example, I'm going to use my public works director because we just got him in. We needed someone that could really project manage. We really needed someone that could take on a lot of responsibility and had a lot of fire, a lot of energy. And the other thing is I need to make sure, and this is going to be kind of sound odd, but I need to make sure that they fit with my team. I'm not saying we're being exclusive or we don't like, this person or that person or anything else. But when we hired him, it wasn't just myself and a couple of the department heads that hired him plus the board. It was also the crew leads. They also got to meet the entire public works crew, the water and sewer crew. So that, because at the end of the day, those guys are going to be reporting because I wanted their opinions. And I know it sounds kind of, oh gosh, the guys at the shop are going to be running the place. No. But at the end of the day, when it's 2 a.m. and we got a snow plow, or there's a water main break, or there's something that needs to go on, I need to know that those guys can work with each other. And maybe it's not going to be, okay, we definitely want this guy. It's going to be complete, yeah, but I want their opinions. So, and I also want to make sure that, they'll be dedicated, that they understand that, like I said before, if the board says, we're going to do this, or we're not going to do this, that they understand that at the end of the day, they're not elected. I'm not the prince. I don't lord over everybody. They need to execute. And if they're not, we need to discuss it. So,
thank you.
Yep.
Follow up on the question. Okay, our next question from Trace. She's our first ward council member. Question number 8.
Welcome.
Morning.
What do your team meetings look like?
My team meetings, we do a bi-weekly team meeting. What I usually do is, it's my department heads and it's also my staff. What I mean by that is we have a front office representative and a couple other people. And the reason why I do that is because sometimes there's going to be a question on water main issue, and somebody might call, why is this street closed? And it's better for my staff to just hear it. There's no secret meetings, or sometimes you have to have personnel meetings, things of that nature. That's different. This is everybody finds out. And I go around the room. Fire chief, what do you got? Police chief, what do you got? And they just report on what the stuff they're doing. Now let me back up though. Before we do that, and I know what's this about? We play a game. What? It's a team building game, and all it is a single trivia question. Can you name all the 7 dwarves and 3 of the states that border Wisconsin? And what it is, it builds a little, it settles everybody down. Instead of everybody like this, all of a sudden they're like this. And Karen McHugh, my police chief, and Randy Pfeiffer, my community, they can get together. They can have a little bit of friendly competition because they're not allowed to Google anything or anything else. Although I occasionally catch them, they're like, oh, but it's a matter of keeping everybody informed. And honestly, there's going to be phone calls, there's going to be other things that are just going to be out of the blue. We're not going to know, but that way we know. Again, it kind of gets back to, I think I've said it before, we can depend on each other. And not that we don't think the elected officials are important or anything else, but 2 o'clock in the afternoon when there's 2 phone calls and a third one comes in and the ladies up front are tied up, someone's got to take that call or we've got to respond. And I need to make sure that we're all on the same page. So.
Thank you.
Follow up. Next question comes from Jim Carey. He's our fourth ward councilman.
Yes, sir. Nice to meet you.
Is it Rich or Richard?
I usually go by Richard.
Richard?
Yes,
3 cats?
3 cats. Well, and yeah, that's the question. Yes, I can give you all their names if you'd like to see some pictures.
Rich, are you more of a leader or manager? And tell us how the descriptor informs the kind of administrator you are.
I would say, okay, so leader and manager, I'm going to put those on a spectrum. Maybe leader being, I'm going to let sometimes they're going to be able to shine, sometimes I'm going to shine.
Yeah.
Manager is more as, I'm going to always shine. I'm just trying to define the terms first. Manager is, I'm going to shine, and the rest of you are going to pay attention to my light. So I think I'm more of the person over here, the leader, because my community development director, great guy, does professional work for us. I want to keep him. How do I keep him? I don't go in and tell him, you will do these 6 things. I have to talk to him about, I need you to do these things, and then I have to talk about what he's interested in doing.
Okay.
Wait a minute, why is he getting to do that? Because it makes us as an employer more sticky. It makes us, we can keep his quality work going for us. So, and sometimes a leader has to do that. I can't remember who said it is. Sometimes a leader leads, is out front. Sometimes that person is behind, and sometimes that person cleans up the elements.
A little bit of both.
I would say yes. I mean, yeah. If that gives you, I don't know if I obscured it a little bit. So, okay. Thank you.
You follow up that question?
How do you get a high level of performance from your group?
What I do is I make sure it goes back to that staff meeting. It goes back to where we talk about things. It goes back to the board meetings also. I make sure that the things that the board is wanting comes down to the staff, so I communicate down. We talk about how things are going, so make sure that they have enough support and capacity, and then I make sure I kind of follow up with them individually. Perfect example is we've got a stormwater project. So the board has said that's a really big project for us. When the new public works director was hired, I made sure that he knew it, and then I check in with him on a regular basis. And then I give him, you don't go in every day and say, okay, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You give them enough space. Because honestly, like I said, all right, fine, he's half my age. I can admit it. I don't want to, but he's got a lot of energy. And he just tore into that. I mean, he's honestly got a solution for, it's 5 different points that we're going to fix. He's got a solution for probably 4 already. And I didn't have to get in there with the whip. I gave him enough space to just tear into it. He is definitely not available. I can't even give you his name. So, but I honestly, and that's the way. And sometimes you have to flex to see what people are going through. You know, you kind of have to meet them halfway to find out what they're interested in and who they are. And sometimes, honestly, they can give you work, but they can't give you 110% all the time. Sometimes they got to back down because their wife's sick, or they've lost a loved one, or they're dealing with COVID at home or something like that. And you got to make sure that they understand is they're not going to get whipped for that. So, and that's kind of how I do things. Does that answer the question?
I think so.
Okay. And there's a lot of yelling too. There's definitely a lot of yelling. No, I'm kidding.
Dan Resegay, question number 10.
Can you tell us about your personal code of values or ethical standards? It's a 2-part question.
Okay.
Tell us about the time you're confronted with an ethical challenge and how you relied on those standards of values as an executive. How did you handle the situation differently, and how you would handle it now?
Okay. So in my professional career, I'm a member of what's called the International City Manager Association. We have a code of ethics. I won't go through all 10 of the points, but there's some things like I don't get involved in elections. The public chooses you. I will vote, but I'm not going to put a sign I'm not going to put a sign in my yard, things of that nature. That's not fair to you or anybody else. I'm not going to, also at the end of the day, I don't get to vote up there. If you guys say we give money or sales tax to the local grocery store to support them, even though I've already told you we are going to lose money on this, then we do that, okay? So that's going to be one of my examples is when I was in Rock Falls, our local grocery store, our major pillar of the community, went out. New grocery store comes in. The board said we'd like to give them sales tax rebate. Okay, I don't want to get too far into the weeds because it's really complicated. And I said to them, okay, now realize we have Walmart in town. Everybody's going to be shopping there. If you start giving the sales tax back, what's going to happen is you're not going to get new shoppers. It's going to be some of those Walmarts, so we're going to lose money. And the board said, no, we're going to do that. And at the end of the day, we did, because the board said we shall, and so we did. A year from them, I did not come in and spike the ball. I just basically said, okay, now I want you to see, very gently, I said, this is why I said, and we did lose money, okay? So as far as my code of ethics, I've done Cub Scouts, I've done Scouts BSA now, and I won't say that, we've done them as best we could with COVID and, what we had and things of that nature. But I always instilled on the boys and now girls that we do things a certain way and we win or we lose with sportsmanship, and we do things honorably and with, honesty and stuff like that. My son and I built a Pinewood Derby car. Somehow the Lord blessed us with the fastest car in the district. And you want to watch as the 10-year-old jumps around and is excited about it, but you also want to tell him, hey, look, you're winning, but you win, you lose, you treat everybody. And so so I would say I have a pretty high ethical standard. Now, as far as other things, I will tell you that I'm going to change topics real quick. Is ethical standard also means rules we get, I do not get to change them. If I think something's wrong, I get to come in to you and say, Mayor, we want to put this on the agenda. I think we should change this because this is not working. But until it gets changed, that's how we enforce it. I used to, Rock Falls, we had an electric agency. Thursdays was cut day. If you want to have a hard day, stand and as citizens say, you're going to cut my electricity when I got kids in the house. That's the rule. And a lot of times, if my ladies who collected the bills, they had to do cuts, and they would call me over, and I would stand there. And I've had a couple of times people call me everything more than a jerk, but call me everything else. And at the end of the day, that's what it is. Because if I don't enforce the rules on that person, then why does she get to enforce the rules? And it's a hard balance. And sometimes I will say it takes a toll. Thursdays were always the hardest day, but I think I got it all. Okay. Okay.
Can you follow up on that? Al.
Yeah.
Question number 1.
Yeah, my dad one was, I'm with Derby too. I got to touch the car to put it on the track, that was it.
Actually,
most parents built those cars. Yeah, by the way.
What? What is this? Oh, yeah.
They didn't know that?
I can attest to that.
I had 2 boys.
Where? Max, where are you going? Max, come in here. Yeah.
I got to touch it, so. Hastings has been working diligently on putting together a new master plan, getting consensus around implementation strategies and timelines would be next logical step.
Sure.
Walk us through a time when you needed to build consensus around complex community goals or issues. What strategies or processes do you use to get the best possible solution?
Okay. So in Rock Falls, still in Illinois, so it's a little bit different rules. You're allowed to levy a 0.5-cent sales tax. It's an extra tax that you can get. When you say I'm going to levy a tax, and it's not property taxes, people had a real concern about that. And because sales tax was already, it was already a cent there, so what are we doing? And I could honestly tell you the year before, I had to sit across the table from one of our firefighters, one of our police officers, and 2 of our clericals and lay them off. So it wasn't a matter of we want cotton candy and all this other stuff. I needed to get money to pay for things. I needed to shift money around. Well, the citizens needed to be talked to about that. So what I did is I talked to the board before I did it, but I said, let me go on basically a speaking tour. Let me have open houses where I can go and do that and talk about our sales tax problem. And what it was is I had a PowerPoint, and I showed a picture of a police officer, because what we were going to use the money for was we were going to use it for roads and only roads, but that would free up money for other programs. So again, I don't want to get too complicated, but it was a matter of giving the presentation and then stopping and doing that and listening to what the concerns were, and then writing them down, and then either communicating them back if the board members weren't, because only some of them could come just because of their time schedules, communicating that information back and forth. And then if someone said, well, what are you going to do, or what's this question, making sure that you connect that feedback loop. So that was a little bit farther back. I can tell you we did another one more recently on water quality. So, and that was the same thing. I did an open house, answered questions, took questions from the audience, and tried to always make sure you got that feedback back. Just take my picture.
Sales tax voted on?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It passed. It was 55 to 45%. So we did pass it, and it's still in place. And just kind of as a off note, those people that we had to lay off, I was able to bring back all of those positions. It wasn't immediate, and I will tell you, if you never have to go through a day where you sit across from somebody and say, you no longer work here just because I've had a good, because that was I will always remember that day.
So you didn't talk a lot about implementing the master plan.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. So we have done we did a comprehensive plan where I am. And if you think of it as kind of a funnel, the comp plan's up here. We've jumped down to a strategic plan. So we took we had 130 things in the comp plan, went down to 11. And then I do a work plan from how to respond to those 11 things. And so I basically came up with a draft work plan and came back to the board. And actually I have a copy of it. I know this sounds, but came back to the board, communicated that. And then we try to communicate that out on a really pretty regular basis in our newsletter and things of that nature, make sure it's always in the packet, make sure people know what's going on. So we've had I'm trying to think of other ways that we've kind of implemented our comp plan. I mean, those would be the ways to kind of communicate it.
So do you do that, I kind of get the gist that you do a lot of the stuff on your own. Do you have a
No.
Your master plan?
No, okay, so, and I guess I didn't want to get down to too many details, but the village, what we have committees that are in charge of different things, and then the committees make recommendations to the board, and the board eventually takes final action. So where I am is, I'm going to take kind of a smaller thing because the comp plan's a little bit bigger, because it would have went through plan commission, a whole bunch of other. So when we want to do something as far as doing the new water quality project, it went through the utility committee, then to the board. We present the information to the utility committee, that's an open meeting, very similar to this, and then to the board, open meeting, very similar. And then when we did those open houses I talked about already, we basically presented the same or similar information. So I guess I want to stress is I'm not out there freelancing or.
That's kind of what I wanted to.
Yeah, that's okay.
We do have groups of people that help you make that decision.
Yeah, and
EPA planning commission and all that,
and
it depends on how you go out.
that's okay. And the one thing I will tell you that I have heard unequivocally from people not in this room was, if you want to do well here, you need to make sure you can work with us. And I don't want to say those people are greedy or trying to override you folks. Is they understand their place and they've got a lot of energy. So, and that's something I understand, and I'm excited. Actually, it's one of the things that excites me about this job.
Okay.
So, I think okay.
Any follow up on that? So, Don Smith, class number 12.
So, Richard, from what you've learned about us in your research, what do you think our priorities should be in the next 3 years? What should we be tackling? Also, how would you bring those priorities to the council for decision? And then after a decision's made, what processes would you implement to move those priorities forward?
So the blue, is it the blue plan, the blue?
No, blue zone.
Blue zone. I mean, that is, and what I'm trying to find is kind of the uniqueness. And that is something that I think if you could try to reach out and make sure that that is finished? Because I know, from what I understand, you contracted for that service, but it's not, the plan's not all the way done, is that right?
Blue Zone is kind of an independent organization.
Okay, but I think that gives you a lot of like outreach to the community and back again. I think that is something that if there are suggestions for the city to take on, that is maybe something that I would suggest to get onto. The other thing is, I believe you're going to look at converting a public safety building, public safety building to a farmer's market, kind of all, I'm seeing a note here.
DPW building.
Okay.
Been an idea in the past.
Okay, and
It's a thought.
it's a thought. Okay, so I've got some negative feedback already on it. Well, and what I'm saying is there are some things that are moving already, and try to hook onto those, or at least find out where we are on those. And again, at the end of the day, if it's not something that this body doesn't want me doing, that's where I have to come forward. And that's where, when I get to my questions, that's kind of some of the things that I want to ask you folks is, how do you, because in your budget there's, let me set that aside. Okay, so the question is things that
Our priorities in the next 3 years.
our priorities in the next 3 years. I think it's a matter of, there are plans that are out there. The the 5-year recreational plan, there is a couple of different things. There are a couple of contracts that are coming up. There's a downtown development plan that I believe that I read through. So I think there's some small things that can be done there to be as improvements that I think, because I don't think saying, okay, let's come in and do another plan. You've already got plans in process. Try to utilize those. Okay. Glasses are falling down, so so I think those are some good pieces. I think also in talking to Matt Goebel again, maybe a little bit of outreach to the school, and I've heard that, not that the school was very complimentary of you folks and the staff. I think it's just a matter of maybe the manager position, just make sure that there's open lines of communications there. And then making sure that I'm available and accessible and not walking into meetings and going, okay, this is my meeting, for downtown development, things of that nature. Try to get back to what the mayor said. There's groups to help you to make sure I get involved in that. So, go ahead.
The other part of that was, after identifying priorities, was how do you bring those priorities to the council for a decision?
Okay, and that's one of the questions I have to you folks is, but let me set that aside. Okay, so my thought is, and I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna hand out, because this is what I do. But again, I have to go back to kind of what you folks feel comfortable with. And
yeah, you can just explain it.
Okay, it's what it is. It's basically my work plan. It kind of breaks down, here's the key things that the board has said you want to do, and this is how I'm going to respond to them. Okay? And I'm going to bring it as this is the final product, pass this please. This is the draft. So let's have a conversation about, okay? And you have to do it in an open meeting, because I don't want to do it with just,
Absolutely.
Mr. Don King. I want to do it as everybody, so that way if somebody doesn't like the idea of public safety buildings, that way I can get everybody's kind of thoughts. Okay, now once I've got that plan, then I come back quarterly and say, okay, this is where we are on it. So that way it's not, okay, I made a plan, it's away. This is how we kind of address it. And I don't know if you've done that. I did not find like a manager plan or anything like that in the past. This might be something new to you folks. Again, I don't know if you feel comfortable with that, but I'm thinking that's how honestly, that's how I've done it. That's how I'm communicating it. And, with quarterly reports and things of that nature, that's how I can make sure that, I'm not doing one of these things and deviating off where the board, okay, we should be going this way, Richard. Why are you going over here? That way we can kind of, if I start doing this, you can kind of prune and come back. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely. There's many answers.
Okay. Well, if there's any other,
Looking for some information.
Sure, I understand. Yeah, and that's my thought is come up with kind of a work plan and kind of come through. And some of it's going to feed out of when I individually meet. There's going to be some things that you're going to say, I work here, I work there. I'd like to see this. You're going to have individual things, and I'm going to have to kind of pull those together. And so that's kind of what I'm gonna have to deal with a lot of different pieces. So,
Follow-up question. Geez, Mayor's next. Mayor just asked questions.
there you go.
What tools and techniques do you use to keep all sectors of the working organization, that's staff, boards, commission, council, informed on important community issues on a timely basis? I think you kind of hit on that a little bit, but.
Yeah, and again, I got another sample of this, but I'm not gonna worry about pulling out right now. What I do is I do a weekly report. And the weekly report, no offense, doesn't just go to you folks. It goes to everybody on staff, and that's Shua, my police officer, that's LT, my police lieutenant, that's everybody at that level goes to all the committee members. And so that way, and it's gonna be some things like, okay, the water filter project, where we are on this, and it's not 82 pages, it's a page or two, just to kind of give you an update. So that way, if there's a question of, we're looking at buying that property, or we're thinking about doing a repainting of the, sometimes it's a repainting of the water tower, things of that nature, because what's going to happen is, I'm not going to be at the grocery store, maybe you're going to be at the grocery store, and someone's going to say is, what's going on? And they're just going to ask you a simple question. And, at the end of the day, you folks don't get elected to be surprised. You want to know what's going on, right? And that's the easiest way I do it. It's sometimes, it's 3 pages, it's 4 pages, okay? The American Rescue Plan Act has been a lot of information I've sent out lately. That's a lot of information. But I've tried to keep everybody informed of where we are on that. We're taking that process very slow, because it's honestly a lot of money for us. It's about $800,000 for RAM. So we have to figure out what we want to do, how we want to do that. So that's how I do it. It's kind of one-sided almost in communication. I always tell my elected officials also, if you ever have a question, my cell phone, give me an email, whatever you want, so that way, even if it's a matter of why did we buy the Ford versus the Chevy? Well, the Ford was $32,000, the Chevy was $34,000. If you remember, I sent this to the board 2 weeks ago. Oh, yeah, I remember this now. And sometimes it's just a matter of a simple question. And again, you don't want to be surprised, how come we didn't buy this? Why didn't we do that? Why are we waiting on this? How come we don't have the truck yet? Well, we ordered a truck in March, and now I'm going to get it in August. That's a true story. So.
Follow up on that. Jackie, question number 14.
Okay. Of all our audiences, our residents and business owners are undoubtedly the most critical.
Sure.
How do you ensure they are receiving the real message from City Hall and staying involved as participating partners in our local government? And once you have told us what is working for you in other places, what would you recommend for me?
Okay, so first it's how to be involved, or how to keep the citizen involved.
Yeah.
And then what would I suggest?
Right.
And again, okay, so how we've done it in the past, or how I'm doing it now and how I've done it in the past, is we do a monthly e-newsletter. We send that out to the citizens. It's very similar to my newsletter in that it kind of talks about all of the things that are going on, the water tower, the main breaks, the trucks, sometimes a little bit kind of boring, but at the same time, that's what's going on. And then the other thing is my card I always hand out. I always make sure I handwrite on the back. If you have any other questions, here's my cell phone. So ask those questions. And then as far as, those type of things, we also, where I am, and this is a cultural thing there, is all of our committees also have citizen members. So it's 2 elected officials, 3 citizen members. And that brings us, honestly, a strength that I think is really something, because you get not only the people that were elected, but also the people that are interested in parks, interested in finance, interested in the Plan Commission, Plan Commission is a little bit different beast because it's statutorily defined. But so those are the things that I think we've done well. If I were to come here, again, I don't want to step on culturally what you have here. It sounds like you've got a lot of different DDA, the downtown business, the group that's already activated, those type of things. I wouldn't say come in and, okay, delete all those and let's start over. I think I would say is allow me to go to them and at least bring my business card and talk to them and, ask them for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And, or, show up to their meeting a little bit early, so that way I can say, oh, well, did you know we were buying a truck for the DPW? And so that way they can kind of be informed. I'm not trying to give people secret information or anything like that, but sometimes it's easier, instead of, can I ask a question? Hey, we're here, we're waiting for the meeting to start. Can I ask a question? And that's worked for me. Like I said, we've done an e-newsletter. We do a printed newsletter to all the residents. We send out things in our utility bills. And I know this is just kind of basic stuff. Social media, if there's any questions on social media, I'm on Facebook. I'm on what's called Nextdoor, which is community-based Facebook. It's a little bit different. So answer those. I always make sure that our articles that we're posting in the e-newsletter posts. So it's a cross-contamination, if that's, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that in a COVID year or not, but you understand what I'm saying? So.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay.
Anyone else? Follow up? Brenda, question number 15.
Finding solutions to impactful community or internal organizational issues can be difficult. There's often conflict around the desired outcome, the way to get there, or even the definition of the problem. Tell us a time you faced such a dilemma during your municipal career, and walk us through the problem-solving steps you used or the strategies you employed to go beyond it.
Okay, so we have a water quality issue where I am. It's a high manganese, high in iron. I don't want to get too far into it. There's also capacity, which means we need another water tower. If you don't know, water tower and filter system, a lot of money. Some people, my water's great. Other people, they don't like it because it's a huge system. Sometimes it's really, the system kind of pushes quality water all around. It's not a set quality of water. Okay, so some people are really, don't do anything. Some people are on the, let's do everything. Let's pay for a filter, things of that nature. Okay, so that's, I'm trying to define the problem first. Okay, so that's our problem. Okay, so then how do you basically address that? What we've done is we've tried to take citizen comments, we've reached out with surveys, and then we've taken all of that information and brought it back to our elected officials and then said, here's what we have for solutions. Because remember, at the end of the day, I don't get a vote. So I have to be able to give you the best solution that we have. And for that, say if you had a problem here is, we could do nothing, because we had 6 solutions. We could do nothing, we could buy water, we could buy a filter, and basically walk the board through all of those. Here's what the costs are. So make sure you now have all this information as the elected officials. So my job at the end of the day is to help define the problem, to get information to kind of support the solutions, and then if someone has a solution that maybe we didn't think of, because I think you and I talked before, I'm not perfect, I don't know everything. Make sure we get those solutions and then come back and show out of these 6, now 7 solutions, what's going to be the best. And then try to go and present that. And that was, I believe I talked over here, is present that to the community before the decision is made. So that way you can kind of get that final, I don't want to say buy-in, but at least communication. Okay. So that's, we just did that August of last year through January, and we're now on the implementation phase of we're actually purchasing water from another community, and then we're going to be longer term, we're going to be building a filter system. But that was, and I think the key there is don't do anything fast. And I know that, oh gosh, what are you talking about? Citizens don't want to just, my rates are going to go up by double. They have to be at least engaged in the fact. I mean, there's going to be honestly emergencies, things of that nature that are going to happen, but this is the solution. These are the options. This is why we're doing this. And at the end of the day, when I walked out of the open house, all the citizens said, option number 4 was the one. Well, that was what the board was also leaning towards too, but that way the board felt more comfortable with it as well. So that's generally what I've done. And I can tell you, income, water quality, a brownfield redevelopment on those are the things, I've done that a number of times across my career. Housing, how can we improve housing, things of that nature. So it's define the problem, give options, get more options if you need more options, and then implement as best you can. with the understanding is at the end of the day, I hate to say it is, you're not going to please everyone all the time. It's impossible. So, unless you're giving out money. And even then, I wanted a 20. I didn't want 2 10s. So, excuse me.
Any follow-up? Answer your question.
Yeah, okay.
Don Bowers, question number 16.
When you reviewed our budget,
Yes, sir.
what did you see and what might you be speaking to us about when it's time for next year's budget?
Okay. One of the things I saw was in the budget themselves, it talks about the goals that the board has that have been developed. And that was one of my big questions because I was trying to kind of back it, figure out how you develop that. And that's one of the core things I want to make sure that I implement the best way possible and understand how you folks are implementing. Because in your budget, you talk about, you have, it's six or eight, there's goals in the budget document. And I guess I want to find out is how you do that, how you folks and my position and the finance clerk and everything else, how that gets done and how it shuffles out. And, because that's going to be kind of the core thing. So that was one of the big questions I had. I could also tell you have a lot of money in reserve and your policy is set to 500. I think it's 15% you've got. I'm trying to remember the calculation, but it's a lot more than that. So I guess from my experience, do you want to change that policy to basically make it a little bit more? Or are you holding money for a reason? That's what I was trying to figure out when I saw that. So not to say that having money is bad, it's just what are you doing with that money? So does that answer your question? If you want to give me the question. Okay, I was going to say, if you want to give me the question again, or
Any other follow-up? Trees, question 17.
Okay, what background do you have in zoning and planning concepts, and can you describe a project or process or an ordinance change on which you worked or are familiar with that had a substantial impact on your community?
So actually, it started when I was in graduate school. I started in community development, zoning, planning. And then every community I've ever worked, I've worked alongside community development and zoning and planning. My current position, I am not the community development director. That's one of my subordinates. He takes care of rezoning, things of that nature. As far as like major projects that have involved zoning, can I rephrase your question if you don't mind? Okay. So in Rock Falls, we had a large riverfront, was along the Rock River, which is a tributary to the Mississippi. We had 2 major brownfield situations there, 2 industrial sites that need to be rezoned and basically redone to basically put them into reuse. If you went and looked at maps from 1996, old industrial building, 2011, now you see a hotel being built there and everything else. I mean, so it was a major piece. And I mean, working with the Plan Commission, basically presenting good information to the Plan Commission, showing here's what the rules are, here's the 7 things that you have to meet to rezone this. I mean, my community development director does it great as well, but again, he's not available, unfortunately. Is defining, basically making the reference back to the ordinance that these are the 7 things. Because at the end of the day, at 2 a.m., when someone clicks on your website and says, the Plan Commission is looking at this, why are they thinking of doing this? Okay, there's the 7 things that are right out of our ordinance that says yes, this says yes, this says no, this says yes, yes, yes. Okay, so then the recommendation from staff would be, no, you can't do this. So as far as rewriting ordinances, I've done a pretty good amount. We're doing what's called a roadway access ordinance. I actually went to committee last night without me, which was kind of, my public works director's taking care of it. It's going to be great. But it's a minor change that we're making to roadway access to basically allow people to have driveways with gravel. It's a minor change. But I've done ordinance changes when we redid our entire zoning code in, gosh, that's 2016. I worked alongside my community development director to do that. and a consultant. I mean, we had to bring in additional help for that, so.
That's all I got.
That's all you got?
That's all I got.
No follow-up?
You sure?
I'm sure.
Jim Carrey, question number 18.
Rich, I like the picture of the old lady in the contractor.
I will go to my grave and I will always remember that, and the Browns had a wraparound porch, and the Browns were able to stay in their house. I don't want even to get off the subject, but.
Let me go. Walk us through a process improvement project you led or participated in that achieved an improvement in service or a saving of time and resources. What process did you, what did you hope to achieve? What steps did you employ, and what was the outcome?
Okay, so it's a process improvement, not really a property improvement, but a process that the community, the municipality is doing right now.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to do a small one. I'm going to do a big one. That's okay?
Good deal.
Okay. Small one is, right now we have farmers market. We used to send a staff person out every Sunday because our farmers market starts. We used to send a staff person out. Instead, what we did is we talked to one of the vendors, regular vendors, and we actually asked them if they could be our manager. What it did is it allowed my staff person to be in the office more.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have to spend his Sunday mornings being at the farmer's market, and it kind of improved morale. And actually, he's able to, our local vendor is able to do a little bit more recruitment because he knows what the experience is with the other vendors, okay? Smaller process improvement there. So now instead of staffer, now we've kind of, I don't want to say contracted it out, but leased it out.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a smaller one. Trying to think of a bigger one that's not going to get too complicated. A bigger one, I guess, would be I do a project report sheet, and it kind of shows you, I list the project and I tell you what the budget is and then where it is, and I try to do that. Initially, we didn't have anything when we were doing our basically reports to committees. So the committees a lot of times would have to sit there and go, where are we on this? Where are we on that? And so we would spend a lot of our first part of our committee I don't want to say burning through time because that's stuff that the committee should know, but spending time on things that honestly we should have been doing. Work in progress. Yeah, work in progress. So instead now we've got just a project list that says, okay, we're doing the project on Sunset Park electrical improvements. It's a park in my community. Sunset Park electrical improvements. It's going to be $12,000, and now I can kind of show where it is, and then kind of give notes, and that goes right in the packet. So before you walk into the committee meeting, you already seen an update to the projects.
Yeah.
So and so that process really, I mean, it kind of goes back to I think something I said earlier. It's a matter of time, being prepared enough to and being honestly respectful enough, because if people are on a committee, they're on the board, they're not there for the money. They're there to make their improvement. Sorry about that. Mayor, he just, you probably didn't tell him that he doesn't get paid as much as, but what I'm saying is people don't get on there to, what's going on. They want to know what's going on. No surprises at the end of the day. And that was a process improvement that honestly, I, as a staffer, never thought about, because you're in the trenches, you're digging the ditches, you're everything else, and then someone finally it dawned on me, why aren't we sending that information out early? So it was a process improvement. It's something that I do that kind of keeps everybody on the elected body, on the committees informed, and actually my staff informed as well. For me to create it, I have to go down the hall and talk to my department heads, which is always, I hate doing that. No, I'm kidding. But it's a matter of just keeping, so that's a process improvement. Mm-hmm. Again, I was trying to keep it kind of simple. Okay. It's okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, John Resige, question number 19.
What intergovernmental regional corporation or partnership efforts have you championed in the past? While you're telling about those endeavors, can you highlight how you brought people together and how you measured the success of the agreement?
Okay. So where I am in Cronenwetter, we are a suburb of Wausau. which is a community. But I will tell you, we are the largest by landmass village in the state of Wisconsin. I'm 52 square miles, so I'm really big. And so sometimes I call the mayor of Wausau and say, how's Northern Cronenweider doing? But what we do is we get regionally together, and this last year with COVID, we've done it via Zoom, but we get everybody together to kind of communicate how people are working together. And we do that for economic development, for regional recruitment, because if I can't get it, maybe you got a land map, or maybe she has something in her community, or maybe he does. Because, no offense, if it goes away from the Wausau area, maybe it comes to Hastings instead. We wanted to keep it in Marathon County. So we meet, again, we've been doing it via Zoom. It's kind of, it is what it is. But we try to meet with a regular basis. So there's that. There's a regional that's actually done by our county economic development. They lead it. It's called McDevco. So we get involved in that. And again, we have a pretty good working relationship with all of our members. And then myself, I know all the other administrators, managers in the region, and I call upon them on a pretty, not a daily basis, but enough that I know them. You know, Gary, hey, I need to borrow your Vector because one of my lift stations is back. Again, I don't want to get too, one of my lift stations is backing up. Keith Donner, can I talk to you about, hey, we're going to do this project on East Nick? You know, so that way, so you kind of keep those lines of communication open. I'm trying to, do you mind if I have you read, or you read it? Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm catching it all.
Well, basically, you've got the majority of it.
Okay, that's good.
It's just intergovernmental work.
Yeah, and
with other parts of government or corporations or any of that type of thing that.
Well, and I found that reaching out to your local major businesses, not, every day or every week or something like that, but at least, like Jim Frings is one of my major businesses. He runs G3. That's a machine shop and welding shop that's in our community. They employ now about 160 people. I know Jim. If I picked up the phone today and called Jim, what's going on? He could tell me. He'd still offer me a job as a machinist because that's what I did during high school. But I mean, at least get to know his problems, his temperature, what's going on. Is he going to be closing another plant and moving all his employees there? That's what he did to our community. Is, so being involved enough and being friendly enough, and honestly, at the end of the day, being humble enough to go, okay, I'm going to go over and talk to these people. I want to know what's going on in their life. And at the end of the day, being honest with them, saying, well, I don't really like my property taxes. Can I no longer pay property taxes? No, you cannot. You will still have to pay.
That was my next question.
I was going to say, do we waive property taxes or do we waive rules? No, we do not. I'm sorry. I think that was your question before about ethics, so I guess I'm rerunning that back again.
Yeah.
So. Okay?
That pretty much answers.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, question number 20, Al.
Okay, tell me a story. That comes on.
Tell you a story. Okay.
About an employee you worked with, for whom you're most proud of. What happened to get them there? You had an employee you worked with, and then later in life, because of you, they turned out that you became proud of, at least in your mind, that you helped them along.
I honestly am very proud of my team overall. Last year, we hired a new finance director. It was during COVID, so it was all this screen time. And I think she was still trying to find her way and her culture and things of that nature. And her and I kind of walked through, because some of the board members were kind of put off that she was never in the room, but it was just kind of an oddball thing. Well, more recently, I've talked to her about, I want you to be the expert on American Rescue Plan Act. And I want you to be able to anticipate. And most recently, she was at a meeting, somebody said something, well, what are we going to do? And she's right there. And it was not a matter of me telling her, you shall do, you shall do, you shall do, you shall do. It was a matter of saying, you can do. Because sometimes that is the best thing you can do for an employee, is allow them to fail, allow them to make a choice, decision, and letting them know that I got their back. You know, and at the end of the day, if she did something wrong, she got up, you know, if she did, you know, got upset with the board or something like that, okay, then we're going to sit down and talk. But if she does something right, also acknowledging it and letting them know, and also letting her hear board members now that say she's doing a great job, because she is. So, and again, I want to stress that she is not available for hire. So.
Okay, the next question is Don Smith. We have a schedule, so we got it.
Okay, I will try to encapsulate. I'll just yes, no.
Don Smith, number 21.
Can you quickly speak to your experience in labor union negotiations?
Sure can. I have negotiated with the Fraternal Order Police, IAFF, which is the firefighters union, the IBEW, which is the electrical workers, Wisconsin Police Protection Association, the Teamsters Union, and I've done in Illinois probably 12 contracts, in Wisconsin probably another, let me see, it would be 9, probably 15 contracts. I used to be, I'm no longer, but I'm going to probably pick it back up if I was offered the position, a Certified Labor Relations Professional Association negotiator. It's classes that you take through what's called the National Public Employer Labor Relations Association. So it is pretty intense. It's a pretty intense test, and to pass it. I will tell you that Wisconsin is very different from Michigan as far as contracts. Your employee contract is, I think, 40 pages. My employee contract for my Teamsters is 2. And they can only negotiate on wages. So it's really different. But I have been in Illinois, and that's full court press, everything. I wouldn't say full court, and it's a matter of, so I've been lead negotiator for numerous contracts. So I was trying to encapsulate that real quick.
Okay. Question 22, Jackie.
How do you keep the right people, the right seat on the bus? Give a specific example of how you recruited and retained talent.
So when you lose somebody, you know what you need, and you kind of do their job a little bit. You can kind of see what would do the best job here. So Public Works, perfect example. I needed someone self-starter, knowledgeable, high energy. And so you start putting those things in your mind. And then when you write the position description, get it approved. When you write the advertisement, get it approved, send it through. You kind of, it's already leaning that way. And then when you hire, you do the same thing. And my Public Works director, like I said, he is something that I think we were able to find because, and we spent our time, I will say that we went through 4 different interview processes, 4 different rounds, and we could not find, in this last round, we finally found what we needed. But I now understand Public Works directors, I now have unlocked that key. They're ones that you have to go out and find. You can't just, here's an ad. And then also making sure that you're communicating with them so they understand kind of, should I be going on this track or that track? Where should I be? So make sure the communication lines are open and allow them to ask questions. I want to be doing this. I want to be doing that. Okay, I'm going to be doing this. And allow them to, okay, you want to try that? Let's go. Let's try it. And with the understanding is if they fail or do something else, you're not, that's not fair. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Brenda, question number 23.
What is the most important skill or talent a manager can have when it comes to council-manager relationships? Can you tell us about a time when you had to rely on that skill to build or improve relationships?
It's a matter of being humble and understanding that I don't get one of those chairs. I don't get to vote. And so I guess I've already talked about the sales tax thing and the grocery store thing. I was very adamant. I knew we were going to lose money. I knew it. Actually, we did. But at the same time I had to get them the best information. They made the decision. So it's being humble enough to go, okay, they want to go this way, that's the way we go. And don't be petty about it. If that's the decision they make, that's the decision we make. but at the same time, making sure that we're not, oh, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. You know, okay, you made a decision, okay? We've got more decisions. Guess what? You've got another 6,000 decisions to make next year. Let's make sure we keep that line of communications open. So don't get insulted that, you know, the recommendations I make to my board, because everything I do, every report, my board has told me I have a recommendation to them. I'm probably 60%, maybe 65% of the things I recommend. Sometimes they want to go a different direction. Do I get upset about that? No, you can't. Because sometimes they're going to want to go a different direction, they're going to want to, and that's just the way of things.
Don Bowers, question number 24.
They got me on lightning around here, so I'm gonna try to zoom through. It's okay.
What tools or techniques can we expect you to introduce to ensure the council is well prepared to make the best possible decision?
Okay. I talked about it a little bit, but it's making sure the important stuff gets introduced far enough out that way, and you get good information. But let's say stop sign at First Avenue. You know, let's say something small. Let's say, you know, make sure that you have the space also to say, did we think about this? Did we do this? Again, kind of going back to the humble thing is, maybe you've got ideas that I didn't even think about. Let's not make it okay, I need a decision on this tonight. No, give you enough space that, okay, if you need more stuff researched, we can get that. And, you know, trying to, I won't say slowly bubble things up. Because the other thing is, when the packet gets posted online, you're going to look at it, of course, but also the citizens are going to look at it. So that way it gives them the opportunity to see, what are we doing? What's their thoughts? What's their, you know, what's going on? So that's usually how I try to do things. So a little bit, I don't want to say I spend a lot of time, I'm a procrastinator, but I try to give you enough time that I'm going to go here, I'm going to introduce this. You feel comfortable with this, I'm going to move forward with, that makes sense. My glasses are falling down, so I can't tell you. Okay.
Okay, last question, Trace, number 25.
Okay. How will you handle it if it appears the council and/or an individually elected official is moving down a path with unintended consequences or financial or legal liabilities? Better yet, if you faced this situation before, tell me what happened.
So, unintended consequences are going to occasionally arise. We're going to do things, we're going to make decisions with the best information we have. Sometimes there's going to be things that are going to crop up we don't know. If there are legal ramifications, or say if I believe someone is breaking the law or doing something of that nature, usually what I've done in the past, I've had this occur in a couple of times, usually what it is a matter of me communicating with the chief elected official and saying, sir, I want you to be aware that, you know, this is going on, or that this person has said that the DPW should plow my private business parking lot, or we should hire his son, or we should be doing something. And, you know, I would probably also make sure that the elected official understands, because sometimes, honestly, I have learned it is not malicious. It is maybe just, I didn't know. And I think trying not to be secretive about it, but to go out to, you know, kind of pull that person aside. And at the end of the day, you know, making sure that everybody has the information from that. At the end of the day, no offense, Mayor, but I don't work for just the mayor, and I don't work for just you. I work for you all. So if there's an issue that comes up and I try to do this, if there's questions asked, I try to respond to everybody on the board. Because that way, I mean, maybe you had that question, but maybe she had the question as well. And maybe she thought, well, I don't really see a problem with I'm picking up with snow plowing my driveway. So that way everybody understands, and we kind of set a general tone. So I've dealt with a couple of those. It's not malicious. It's just, how come I can't take a trip? How come they can't pay for my hotel and my this and that? It's right in the code. You can't take more than $25. We have to bid this on this level. You have to do these type of things. And at the end of the day, it's a matter of reporting it and being honest. And, you know, if the board then disagrees with me or something like that, then maybe that's what I say is, okay, I need you to understand that that's illegal, and I'm sorry, I just won't do that. So.
Okay, that's my question. Well, thanks for coming, Richard.
Appreciate it.
If you have any questions of us, we want to make sure that you think you're a good fit for us.
I guess, I already asked the goals and the budget. Do you mind if I return to that real quick? I mean, how do you, and I know it's a huge question, so it'll probably take more time than I have, but how does the board work to get on the same page for the goals? Or how do you do that? Is that too big of a question?
Well, we have goals and objectives we talk about when we're doing the budget process.
Okay.
And we've had a lot of the same goals. We have goals that, we really think need to be done. We have goals that are routine, daily.
Sure.
The routine daily stuff, we just, that's just included in the budget,
Yep.
No extra effort put into that routine, but we kind of prioritize the items that our goals, objectives, and we direct the city manager, which one do we think is real important? That's what we need to work on. I don't know if Brenda can explain her idea on the goals and objectives, probably.
What we do is like the first meeting for the budget.
Okay.
Is us in a workshop saying, here's what we want. But most recently they were broken out by this is what the city does all the time.
Mm-hmm.
We do the water, we do the streets, we do all that. And then we set out the goals that were more specific for that year.
Okay.
For the coming year, the ones that need to have more attention to.
Okay.
And what we really need is, like you talked about, having your sheet on projects. This is how we're doing on them. That kind of thing being done for those annual goals and objectives.
That's exactly what we do.
Running down and saying, here's how we're doing on those, whether it's monthly or quarterly or whatever. And, this is how it fits into the budget, and this is how we're doing on that budget, so basically doing that kind of
Also, goals and objectives are long range.
Yeah.
Done this year, we project.
Sure. Let's buy a new police car. It's in the budget. What I'm just trying to figure out is if I'm selected, I just want to make sure that I want to make sure that I'm going along, or at least I just want to see how my feedback loop is. Is that fair? Because we're not going to be an effective organization if you guys are saying it should be blue and, okay, I'm getting a purple one, or I'm,
Well, and
see what.
That's why we're looking, one of the reasons that we're give us this idea of what you think we ought to be doing. Just because we're setting goals and objectives, if you come in here, you see other things, you see other ways we can reach that objective.
Sure.
And tell us about it. It's our goals and objectives are one thing, but we're going to listen to the city manager when he makes, recommendations for different things.
Okay, that was one of my other questions. I'm glad it's a follow-up then.
We're going to listen to you.
Okay, well, and that's the thing is, when a report comes, do you want a recommendation, or do you want to just, here's all the information?
Personally, I would like your recommendation. If if we're working on something and you give us all this information and you recommend, now Greg is doing that right now. He's recommending at the beginning of our council meeting, there's different action items, and he recommends what we should do on it. I look for the manager to give me that recommendation. Does that necessarily mean that's what I'm going to do?
Yeah, 60%. Well,
60%, right.
Well, and what I'm saying is, because from my perspective, what I'm doing now is everything I write, here's your information, here's a big sheet, here's what I recommend, and I just want to make sure that you understand is I'm not trying to push you out of your seat and make, no.
You're the professional here. We look to you for guidance.
Okay. Because that's where I am.
We're, there's a few of us spent a lot of time at this, but in the end, I'm going to look to you for what you think we should do.
Okay. Is everybody, is that, okay.
You're the city manager, and it's your job to manage the city.
Okay.
Us. I don't want to know how to run the sewer plant. I want to run the water plant.
We can show you. It's not
I don't offer.
Stuff goes downhill. It's not water. No, because I understand I'm probably at my end of my time, so.
We're charging for this.
That's fine, that's fine. You can send it to 1582 Cronenwater Drive, that's the village, no.
I appreciate some of that.
Yeah, I hopefully was clear on some things. You've got my contact information. I will tell you that I didn't get to talk about, I've got 20 years in, I've done a lot of tax increment district stuff. I've done a lot of finance stuff, bonding, refinancing, things of that nature. I'm looking forward to, and I honestly am very excited about the opportunity. I know you're like, well, this guy was here, he's got, but I think it's an excellent opportunity, and my family's all on board. If you know where Grand Ledge is, that's where my wife's family's from. So there's a little bit of a coming home.
Cheesehead.
I am not. I am actually, I grew up in Youngstown, Ohio originally, so I am actually a Cleveland Browns fan. So we are building.
Which Cleveland Browns? The ones that are there now or the ones that are?
I do not accept that Baltimore has a team, although they do have the best thing that left Cleveland was Art Modell. So that is, I'm glad that we could get Baltimore that off our, but, and as far as the Bucks, I hope they win the whole thing, but that's a different thing, basketball.
Oh, we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your time, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we're gonna recess. We need a motion. I don't think so. Anything you want to say before they recess?
Just eat, jump up and down, get some air, get some water, don't talk
Turn that up, because I can't hear David.
They opened the lobby yesterday.
Did they?
Yeah.
Well, I hope your mom remembered that I wasn't gonna be there this morning.
Everybody ready?
Well, me too. I haven't heard from her, so
Busy lady for being retired.
she'll never retire. She says she's retired, but she's not.
That's right. She says it.
Nope, but she's not.
I don't think she means it.
She lies.
She just likes to keep moving.
Right?
She's like that.
Are we back on?
She's,
Well, I don't know. I haven't been let back in yet.
she's afraid your dad will have her
We got audio on.
down in the,
I don't have audio on mine.
Yeah, but we've got it on,
Oh, yeah.
where you start naming names.
Oh, I'm just naming my mom's name.
Oh, all right. Don, is that chair better? I gave you a new chair.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I just noticed it when you said that.
Anybody need water or anything?
I'm good, appreciate it.
Sleeping bag,
So does the thing.
sweater, no coat, no suit.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sarah Moyer Kale.
Hi there.
Hey, Sarah.
Welcome. I don't know if we're shaking hands. Kind of wave. Yeah. You know, I'm Sarah. Pleasure to be here.
Sarah,
Thank you for the extra.
Sarah,
Yeah.
Kale, is that your last name?
Yes, like the vegetable.
Hey, I'm the Mayor Dave Tosworth. Want to welcome you to Hastings.
Thank you very much.
And here, we're going to ask you a series of questions. We'll have about 60 minutes. Each one of us will ask you questions. And at the end, we'll have you ask us questions. So
All right, sounds good.
if you're ready to go, we'll get started. The first question is by the mayor. Why do you want to be Hastings' next city manager? And what unique background skills or experience do you have that will make you essential here or successful here?
Well, I've done quite a bit of research about Hastings and getting prepared for both this interview and also determining if this was the kind of city that I'd like to be a part of. So I've, looked at your website, reviewed your documents, budget, plans, that kind of thing. I also had the opportunity to talk to a few of the department heads and get some of their insight. Subscribe to the Hastings banner, things like that, just to get as much information as I could about the people in the city of Hastings prior to applying and prior to kind of throwing my hat in the ring here. So from that, I've learned that Hastings is a very progressive and optimistic community. You have a lot of good things going for you here, and that's the kind of thing that I feel that I could really be a part of. I feel like it's such a unique community and that it's really the only city in the county, and it's not reliant on any other community. It's not like a suburb, or it's not near some large town that kind of takes all the shopping and things away. It really is a standalone community on its own. So as far as, my background and things that would make me successful here, I'm a very forward-focused person. I'm committed. I take ownership of what I do, and I think that that's what you're looking for in your next city manager.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
All right, I'll do my best.
I don't have that problem, but I know other people do.
Yeah, I just want to make sure your mic's. Oh, sure.
Okay, like I say, we're going to ask you a series of 25 questions. So the next person is going to ask a question, John Resnick. He's our second ward council member.
Welcome to Hastings.
Thank you.
From your resume, it appears you have a career filled with accomplishments. Tell us a little bit about the two you're most proud of.
Well, one of the larger undertakings when I first started in Pawpaw was that they hadn't updated their human resources strategies in quite some time. So a lot of the application forms and job descriptions and things were quite dated. And there was kind of a older feel about it, something that wasn't really something that made people excited about working for the city. So one of the things that I did was worked on a sort of framework for the hiring process to help whatever department head or myself was hiring people to ensure that we were creating a process that was fair and straightforward and also was very inclusive. So what we called it is the culture ad hiring strategy. And that's sort of in contrast to what we think of a lot of times when we're hiring somebody, which is culture fit, who fits in with us, who fits into our culture. So instead of looking for somebody to just fit in, to look for somebody who really has tangible things that they're adding to our overall organization. So it's kind of a newer thing. We've been able to use it in the hiring of a few new people, but I think it's really transformed the way that managers are looking at hiring and their hiring process. Another thing is our streetscape project that we're currently working on. It took about 2.5 years from the first planning stage to getting a shovel in the ground, so that's ongoing now. The focus of this project was very much about a poor design for our downtown. So the road, I'm sure many of you haven't been to Paw Paw, but the main road that goes through our downtown is below the level that all of our businesses are on. So there's steps kind of in the middle of the sidewalk. So it's very difficult to encourage outdoor dining opportunities and sidewalk sales and things of that nature when there's giant steps in the middle of your sidewalk, and they're not even either. So some areas have 3 steps, some areas have 2 steps, some areas have been overlaid so many times there isn't even a curb and water starts rushing out. So there's some very substantial design and engineering concerns with the road. Added on top of that, it's a main thoroughfare. It's 5 lanes, so there's a lot of traffic. It's difficult for pedestrians to cross. And so throughout all of this planning, I know we're on a time crunch, so I don't want to talk too much about these things. We were able to create a strategy using a lot of good public input where it wasn't necessarily the resulting plan that I would have come up with or an engineer would have come up with. I feel like it's really something that the community worked together and put into place. We were able to get grants from USDA, MDOT, and MEDC to cover about almost 2/3 of the entire project, which was really what enabled us to be able to go forward with it. Because the whole project cost us a little over $4 million, and that's not something that we had just sitting around for one project. So it's something that we were able to partner with these other agencies to be able to move forward on. So we're working on that now, should be done into August, and we'll have a nice new downtown.
Any follow-up?
Al Jarvis, he's our first ward council member.
Hi, Al Jarvis. I've been on the council for 9 years. So my question is, what are you willing to be a part of our community?
I think it's really important for the city manager to be connected to the community in a variety of ways, either by living in the community or nearby, by meeting as many community members and community leaders as possible. So I would hope to meet whatever business leaders or school superintendents or whomever, just to start building those relationships and build trust in those connections. I'm a Rotarian, so I would hope to continue to be a part of that.
Seems like they all are.
A large number are, yes.
And they let you go.
We're in other communities I've been in, I've enjoyed volunteering for local community events, Christmas events, other festivals, and just helping out that way as well.
The next one is Don Smith, he's our third ward council member.
Hey, Chair, welcome. Thank you for coming and giving this opportunity to interview with us. So my question is, if you were offered this position, what do you think the first 90 days would look like at the city of Hastings?
Really just learning as much as possible and absorbing as much of the culture and learning your traditions and the things that make Hastings unique. So it would be a lot of becoming as familiar as possible with the planning documents, the budget documents, things that I've only had a chance to review on a cursory nature at this point, but really being as familiar with those things as possible, because that helps me learn the history of what you've already talked about, what you've already planned in your existing goals, as well as meeting just as many people as possible, going to Chamber of Commerce meetings or downtown business team meetings or anything where people are already meeting that I can kind of fit in and just become a source to whomever, and just let them know that I'm here and available to listen and learn as much as I can.
Okay, thank you.
Follow-up? So fast, I had to turn the page. Jackie McLean is our board council member. You got
Hi,
questions
welcome.
about-
Hi, thank you.
Tell us about poor professional decisions made, or about a time you may have failed as a leader. This can include a time when you were fired or asked to resign. And what did you learn from the experience, and how does it shape you to be the manager that you are today or the leader that you are today? That's a long question.
Yes. It's a good question, though. Yeah, I've certainly made my share of mistakes, and, you know, we all learn from our mistakes, and that's what makes us successful in the long run. So it's definitely important to take stock of that. So I appreciate the question. As an example, I would say kind of earlier on in my management role, it became apparent that we needed to do a little bit of reorganization in the village hall as far as who took on what kinds of responsibilities. And one of the positions had been vacated voluntarily, and it just created a good opportunity to change the structure of how many full-time, part-time people we had in the office. And there were a couple of positions that the way that I saw them and the way that I saw these positions being structured were very much equal in position. But I failed to maybe recognize how much some of my existing staff had the thought that one of them was maybe more prestigious or more of a leadership position than the other, even though that wasn't the intention. That was how they perceived it based on how people with that title had been viewed in the past. And so I really wish that I had been more mindful of that before moving forward with the changes that I implemented, just to keep people feeling more involved and more understanding of what those roles were. So through that, I learned maybe to pump the brakes a little bit before making some changes and be very mindful of other people's perceptions. Thanks.
Follow-up, anyone? Brenda Navstain is our other second board council member.
Welcome.
Thank you.
When we call on people who have worked with you over the years, what will they tell us about you? Tell us one word or phrase that an employee or close peer might use that your bosses or elected officials may not.
Oh, goodness. Well, I hope it'd be pretty close to the same. But you know, people have said that I'm very approachable, that I'm diplomatic, that I'm forward focused and very easy to get along with. I don't know, to describe me. I'm very passionate about what I do, particularly about aspects of community planning and community development.
So passion is the word that you're looking for.
I guess.
Any follow-up questions? Don Mowers, our third board.
Am I here?
Number 7.
When hiring a new department head or director to join your staff to strengthen, what personal characteristics or attributes are you looking
The number one thing is dedication to public service. Working for city government is not like working for the private sector. You have to be devoted to public service and feel that as a personal calling in order to be successful. And that's for everybody, for a department head to a janitor or anyone. If you're going to work for the city, you have to hold the public in high esteem. Other than that, leadership skills and conflict management skills are very important. Conflict happens more than we want it to, and you have to be able to manage that in order to be a good department head. I think that unfortunately sometimes people get pushed into a department head role because they're the one with the water license or they're really good at their job. Those are good things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be good in a supervisory role. It's a completely different set of skills. So you really have to evaluate all of the skills, especially interpersonal skills, that a person has and ensure that they're dedicated to public service in order to know that they're going to be successful on the job in that position.
Thank you.
Any other question? Trees, Mop and More. Trees is our fourth ward. First ward councilman.
Used to be fourth ward, didn't it? Somewhere down in that area. What do your team meetings look like? So we have team meetings with the department heads, myself, and also the village president once a week. We did meet twice a week, but that was a little bit too much, so we moved down to once a week. So in those meetings, everybody talks about what it is that they've been working on, if there's a particular challenge that's come up, even if it's something that doesn't seem like the other departments might be directly involved in it. It's just really good for context to understand what everybody is working on. So we just have a discussion where everybody's updated on that. If there are connections to be made or one department can help somebody else out, we decide that at that point. Then usually they move on to, their day and what they're working on. And then I have a brief meeting with the village president to go over agenda items or other things that have come up, citizen complaints or whatnot.
Do you have those meetings?
Once a week.
Are they for council meeting?
They're not. I wish that they were a little bit more in tune with happening when the agenda is being put together or just after a council meeting, so we could talk about what happened at that meeting and what we need to do moving forward. It ends up being a couple days after the council meeting, which is fine, but that's just how it works best for people's schedules and some of their standing appointments.
Jim Carey is our last fourth ward council member. He's going to ask you to question number 9.
Sarah, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Are you more of a leader or a manager? And tell us how that descriptor informs the kind of administrator you are.
I would say you really have to be both. So when I think of a leader, I think of someone who's forward focused, who can get a common vision and get everybody on board with that vision and move people forward. So things like master planning or, the streetscape project that I discussed earlier, those are examples of leadership. It's kind of getting people on board with a vision. I think management is maybe a little bit less fun, but it's either present or past oriented. Something has happened and it needs to be managed, or something is happening and it needs to be managed. It's not really planned. So for example, when I was manager in Papa for about a month, one of our dams was breached. We had a significant infrastructure failure. I didn't know anything about dams. I didn't know which state agencies, would get involved. Certainly didn't have any plans to pay for it at the time. But we got the right team together, asked the right questions, and moved forward and got it fixed. That's management. It's something that just sort of gets stuck on you, and you got to find a way to power through and move forward.
Thank you.
Any follow-up? John Rezegi, question number 10, yes.
Can you describe your personal code of values or your ethics standards and tell us about the time you were confronted with an ethic challenge and had to rely on the standards as an executive? How did you handle it, and what would be different now?
So as an MME member, we're all held to the ICMA 12 tenets, but that's sort of a more formal structure. You know, for me personally, I really value honesty. I think it's probably the most important character trait that a manager can have. People can sense dishonesty. And by that, I don't just mean not lying, but you have to tell people the whole truth. They have to know that you're genuine. If not, then that just breaks trust and dissolves relationships, and that significantly restricts your ability to be effective. Equality is also very important to me. I try to treat everyone the same way, regardless of who they are or who they know or what their background is, and just be consistent with how we're approaching whatever issue is on the table. Thirdly, I think it's very important, at least for me personally, in my experience, to be non-political. I don't post political things on Facebook. I don't have signs in my yard. I don't discuss political things. Unfortunately, it's something that seems to be very divisive. No matter what side you're on, it's very important to me as a manager that people feel that they can approach me, that there aren't preconceived notions of what I think or believe or will think about them for whatever reason. So I'm very much not, I just don't discuss politics as a rule. You know, as far as an example goes, I would say just being able to admit when you're wrong is really important. If you try to cover it up or try to act like it wasn't really a mistake, or, you know, that kind of goes back to honesty. You know, people can see through that. By approaching a mistake head on, acknowledging it, and moving forward, that's really how you get past that and how you grow.
Thank you.
Oh, I just gotta say that one of my biggest problems sometimes is political type organizations. You don't get the whole story.
Sure.
If you get the whole story, it changes the way you're going to make that decision. And I think you pretty well covered that way, so thank you.
Okay, Don Smith. Whoa.
Are we skipping over that?
Yeah, he's skipping me again. His thumb.
Oh, sorry. Well, you were.
Well, what's that got to do with your thumb over my name?
I can ask both questions.
Embarrassing.
See what you might have to deal with.
Al Jarvis is gonna do question number 11. No respect. I'm sure respect you. You're older than me.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh, Hastings has been working diligently on putting together a new master plan. Getting consensus around implementation strategies and timelines would be the next logical step. Walk us through a time when you needed to build consensus around complex community goals and issues. What strategies or processes did you use to get the best possible solution?
Sure. So I'll use the Streetscape project as an example. You know, prior to us approaching this project this time around, several years prior to my coming to Pawpaw, they had attempted a road diet and narrowed the lanes, changed the parking, and added some bike lanes. And, you know, whether it was too much change at once or who didn't do what with a traffic study, I don't know, but for whatever reason, it didn't work out. And it was considered throughout the community as a colossal failure. People still talk about it to this day as being this horrible event that happened when we tried this road diet. So there was already a lot of preconceived ideas and fears, some rightfully founded, that if we were to do anything with the street project, that it would be as big of a disaster and upset as many people as it had before. So being very mindful that that was the history and the approach that some people had, we did a lot of focused public input sessions. So we did both the traditional town hall style, engineers up at the front giving a presentation, letting people ask questions. We did that, and then we also did more of an informal open house where we had large size plans that people could look at. They could come talk to us about the project, what their concerns were with different things that we were suggesting to be done. So we started out with a couple of alternative plans, got the public feedback, did the whole thing again with a more synthesized plan, taking into account the comments that people had made. We also created a document that contained all of the comments that people had given, both through email or at those sessions, and then created a table and replied with what we had done to address their comment. And some of them were changes in the plan. Some of them maybe weren't directly related, but we addressed them some other way. And I think that's really important because you're giving feedback to people. Public input is incredibly important, but sometimes it doesn't get treated with respect. People are giving you their time, they're giving you their opinion, they're maybe hiring a babysitter for their kids so they can come to a public meeting or getting off work early. And so their time and their input really needs to be respected in that way. So I think that we were very successful in obtaining public input and putting that together in a way that really addressed everyone's concerns. We also then did a lot of publicizing of the plan, putting it, in the newspaper, putting it on our website, Facebook, just getting it out there so that people knew what we were doing as much as possible before a shovel went in the ground.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So based on what you learned about us in your research, what do you think the top priorities would be for the city in the next 3 years? And also, how would you bring those priorities to the councils for a decision for a course of action? And then upon implementing them, how would you, what processes would you use to move the projects forward?
So I don't know if all of these priorities are going to fit exactly into the project box.
Right.
But from watching some of your previous council meetings and hearing from some of the department heads and some of the things that I've read, it seems like communication is really important to you, improving communication both internally within the organization, with council, as well as with the public. And so creating, I think there was a goal to work on a public relations strategy or something of that nature that I saw. I think that's enormously important. So that would be a priority that I would identify, that public relations plan and just improving communication in general. I think you have a lot of really exciting things going on in terms of placemaking. Some of the housing projects, especially in the downtown area, are really exciting and I think will be pivotal for this community. The streetscape that the DDA and you guys are working on, again, building that sense of place that you already have, but just maintaining that and emphasizing that is what will make people want to come to Hastings and stay in Hastings and will make the community strong. And then just having very clearly defined goals. Having council have very clear goals is what's going to help the staff and enable us to be able to give you guys what you want and create the future of Hastings the way that you see it happening. Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Right.
The other part, a little follow-up on that.
Sure.
There's 9 of us, so when you bring information to us for a decision for different courses of action, how do you see that playing out to have the best decision so that we can all be on the same page to understand which direction we should go on those priorities?
Sure. So I think it's important that you all receive the same information at the same time as much as possible. Yeah, it can be a little bit discombobulating for some people to know some things, or you have it at a different time or whatnot. I always try to be mindful of that so that everybody has, the same information to consider. I want you all to feel like you're being treated fairly, and that I'm being respectful of your time as well. I don't want to give you something at the last minute if I don't have to. Sometimes that's just how things go. But the earlier that information can get to you so that you can consider it and prepare in advance of a council meeting or some other kind of meeting where the issue is being discussed, is really helpful to everyone.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, now, anybody else? Mayor, what tools and techniques do you what tools and techniques do you use to keep all sectors of the working organization, that could be staff, boards, commissions, and the council, informed on important community issues on a timely basis?
So for council, I always make sure that I've send out the memos prior to the council meeting at the same time so that you guys know when to expect it and have enough time to digest that information prior to the meeting. If there's some event that's taken place in the town, I usually send out an email to everyone at the same time. I prefer email if possible, just because there being so many of you. I want to make sure, again, that everyone has the same information at the same time. If it's something that's more sensitive in nature, maybe a phone call would be better, but whatever method of communication is deemed most appropriate. I try to put myself in your shoes. I always imagine a council member being cornered at the grocery store by a neighbor. What might that neighbor say, and make sure that the council has enough information to be able to answer a question that somebody might approach them with. As far as internally, with my department heads, if something's happened, I usually contact them by phone. We talk about it. We talk on a very regular basis with both my department heads. So it's never a problem to stay in touch that way.
So, in the past, we've been used to having immediate communication. Our council meeting 2 weeks apart, second, fourth week. So, previous city managers and our interim now give us communication at the end of the week, and let us know what's going on, what they're working on. And that helps a lot because it keeps us in tune with what's coming up down the road. And is that something that you plan on doing? Yeah. I did that in a previous community I worked in. I don't do it quite every week with the community I'm in now, just because it's not, that's just not what they've come to expect. But yeah, it can be a very good way of keeping everybody updated. Okay, another question I've asked previous people, do you have normal, regular department head meetings, like once a week, or maybe before a council meeting and maybe after? How do you do that? Yeah, that's kind of that meeting that I described earlier on Wednesdays, where we all get together and meet to discuss that. And then if something comes up where we need to meet again for a particular purpose, we make that happen as well. Any other follow-up? Jackie, question 14.
Okay. Of all of our audiences, our residents and business owners are undoubtedly the most critical. So how do you ensure they are receiving a real message from City Hall and staying involved as participating partners in our local government? And once you've told us what has worked for you in other places, keeping them involved and obviously them being the most critical, what would you do, or what would you recommend for us to do in Hastings?
Could you just repeat the first part of that question again? Sure.
Our residents and business owners are most critical. How do you ensure they are receiving the real message from City Hall and staying involved as participating partners in our local government? Sure. So the key, if there is one, communication is always very difficult. And with social media, it's even harder.
But the key is to get out there in front of whatever it is that's happening, or to get your message out there first. If you don't put a message out there, that just leaves a vacuum of information, and something will get put in there, whether it's the right information or not. Social media can be a huge challenge because someone can get their message out really quickly, whether it's right or wrong. Doesn't seem to matter all of the time. So it's very important that the city be able to put its message out there. So some of the things that have worked in the past are, we, in Paha, we made it a priority to update our website. Our website was so old and dated and difficult to use, we couldn't update it on a routine basis and keep our up-to-date information on there. If you don't have the information available for somebody to find relatively easily who's looking for it, then you're failing in that communication. So we did make that a priority. We also started using a government notification system called Nixle, where if something happens like a power outage or a water main break or detour or missing senior, anything like that, people could sign up and they'd get a text message directly to their phone so they know what's going on. And that's been really great too. I've seen on Facebook that, they'll post that message. So then they're posting the right information for their friends and people to see. So it's kind of a way of getting people on board too, to share the information. We can't just rely on ourselves. It's coming from the government, or it's coming from, a faceless organization. But if you can recruit people to, if there's an important message that we're trying to get out there, such as, hey, we're really interested in your input in the master plan survey or park plan update. The city can put something on Facebook and say, hey, we're really interested in your input in the survey, fill this out, here's a link. But if someone's friend tells them, hey, this is important, you should do this, they're much more likely to do it than if it just comes from the city. So if you can kind of recruit people who are already involved, your friends or planning commission members or DDA board member or whoever, it doesn't have to be someone directly related to what's going on. But if you can recruit them to kind of get on board with you to share the right message, that can be really helpful.
Okay, good, thank you.
Brenda, question 15.
Finding solutions to impactful community or internal organizational issues can be difficult. There's often conflict around the desired outcome, the way you get there, or even the definition of the problem. Tell us a time when you faced such a dilemma during your municipal career, and walk us through the problem-solving steps you used or the strategies you employed to get beyond it.
So, I'm sorry, so this is an issue about
where there really wasn't agreement on either the process to do something or where you wanted to go or how you wanted to get there.
Sure, okay. Thank you for that clarification, I appreciate it. So one example that I would give is with our Department of Public Services. There were some transitions within the department. It was a very flat organization. There's sort of one leader and then everybody else. We didn't have somebody focused on utilities or parks or anything like that. So it was very much dependent on one person. So various changes and transitions took place in which it became apparent that the organizational structure needed to change and there could be some efficiencies had. But everybody had a different opinion about what it was. There wasn't really clear consensus. So we ended up hiring an outside consultant to come in and do this evaluation and just give his opinion about what he felt would be a better organizational structure, where he thought different efficiencies could be had and benchmarks could be added. So we really didn't give him a whole lot of guidance, but he did a good job anyway. I didn't want to give him a conclusion up front. I really wanted it to be truly an open, third-party, tell us how you really feel kind of an evaluation, and he did that. And as a result of that study, the department head and I were able to sit down, after the presentation to council about what they found, and pick out of that study what things we just weren't going to do. They just didn't work for us, or they didn't resonate with the council as being a priority, and what things we really did want to work on. And so we took those things and created an action plan of, what we were going to work on, who was responsible for those outcomes, and then a timeline for when those things would be met. And so that's still ongoing. We're still working through that process, but I think it's been a way where everyone's on board now, and everyone involved in making those changes is very much aware of what's expected of them, and we're pretty well keeping track of that. Thanks.
Any follow-up question on that?
What is your personal go-to strategy when dealing with conflict?
I think with conflict, it helps to really keep emotions down, to make sure that people aren't getting overly emotional or personalizing some of what's happening. Letting everybody in the situation know that, it's okay to have disagreements. They're normal. It's common. It's just something to be worked through to decide what the best outcome is for everybody. I also try to make sure that the problem is as well defined as possible. It's very easy to make assumptions about what the real conflict is or what somebody else is thinking. And so asking the right questions to narrow down what the actual issue is, and then focusing on that, I think is really important for moving through conflicts.
Okay, next question, number 16, Don Bauer.
When you reviewed our budget, what did you see? And what might you be talking to us about when it's time for this year's budget adjustment and next year's budget?
Sure. So in the budget, I noticed that, you're pretty stable financially, saw good things overall. I could definitely see why it is that it's a concern for long-term road funding. You're pretty limited in that way, but do well with the road funding that you have. One concern is probably your pension and OPEB liability. I don't think that that's news to you. I think you're aware that that's certainly of concern. Something to kind of tighten up, I think, is probably the relationship between the goals that are included in the budget narrative and tying that more closely to specific instances within the budget. Some of the goals are a little bit vague, or things that maybe could be implemented prior to putting the budget together. They're maybe more applicable to the CIP. And I think that by having more clearly defined goals and being able to tie that in specific actions and decisions that you're making in the budget might help clarify that a little bit for the reader.
Okay. All questions? Trees, question 17.
Back to me.
What background do you have with zoning and planning concepts, and can you describe a project or process or ordinance change which you worked or are familiar with that had a substantial impact on your community? So you kind of talked about your streetscape, but is there any other projects?
Yeah, so my master's degree is actually in planning. So my background's in planning. I serve as the zoning administrator currently, as well as in the previous community that I was in. Our planning consultant does a little bit more in the community I'm in now. We had more of a hands-off consultant in my previous community, so I provided a lot more staff support in that regard. I would say for the community that I'm currently in, one of the biggest sort of zoning issues is our planned unit development district. There was an area that had been historically industrial, but it was kind of a waste of space to continue that as an industrial use. It was had really great location, walkable to downtown, near a residential area. The Paw Paw River kind of goes through there, so it would be much better used as an area for mixed-use development or residential. Certainly not the industrial site that it had been previously. So prior to my coming to the town, actually, they did a lot of community visioning and worked through a strategy to create that district. But while I've been there, it's been interesting because there's only been a few projects that have gone in there. So we have had a brewery open in that area, partly funded through brownfield funding, because there's, as you can imagine, it being previously an industrial area, there's, some contamination. So being able to work with the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority as well as the Planning Commission in making some of these projects happen in that area and see some of the ideas people have had start coming to light has been really kind of exciting for me. Thank you.
Okay, Jim Carey, question number 18.
Sarah, walk us through a process improvement project you led or partnered in that achieved an improvement in service or a savings of time and resources. What prompted the review? What did you hope to achieve, and what steps did you employ, and what was the outcome?
So I guess the most obvious one is kind of what I've already discussed with the department review. So I don't know. I don't want to say the same thing over again. I'm trying to think of what that is. Geez, a process review. I'm sure there's been others, but unfortunately nothing else is coming to mind right now. So I guess I would just reiterate how we took that information and then used that to create a plan. I think that creating a plan and actual strategy with knowing who's responsible and having a time limit on that and due dates is incredibly important to implementing any kind of a strategy. And that's just one example.
Super.
Sorry.
John, question 19.
What intergovernmental, regional corporation, or partnership efforts have you championed in the past? While think about this, tell us for your endeavors, can you highlight on how you brought the people together and then measured your success with the agreements that you made?
Sure. So one of those would be negotiating an updated fire contract. Pawpaw Village, Pawpaw Township, and then a portion of 3 other townships are all in the same fire district. And it's called the Pawpaw Fire Department, but it's really all of those areas. They had come up with an agreement many years ago that hadn't been updated. Everyone was still contributing the same dollar amounts that they were contributing 10, 15 years ago. Obviously, that doesn't work out. Costs of things have increased, equipment needs to be replaced, and so it was probably longer than any of us wanted it to be, of negotiation with those other townships and entities to determine what our new contract should include and how much everybody was going to contribute in that. Despite the length of time it took to get some consensus on some of those issues, we were able to power through and come up with an agreement that everybody could live with. We also started a agreement with Pawpaw Township to take over operation and maintenance of their sewer system. So their sewer system's relatively small because it only serves some of the homes that are around the lakes. Most of the township residents have septic, but all of their sewage ends up in our wastewater lagoon anyway, and we treat it. So they had been hiring a firm to, do maintenance on their lift stations and sewer line cleaning and things of that nature, and just weren't getting quite the level of service that they were hoping for. And since we're right there and we do all those things with our own lift stations and whatnot anyway, it just made sense to start helping them out with that. And I think that they're getting better service, and it's really built our relationship between the township and the village as well as a result.
Good answer, thank you.
Thanks.
Be nice for me. Tell me a story about an employee you worked with or whom you're most proud of, and what happened to get them there. Somebody you went.
Sure. So through that sort of department transition that I was, talking about earlier, one person in particular took on some additional roles. And she's really kind of embraced that new role, is very, thoughtful about what she needs to learn, is looking for new training opportunities, and has really embraced that. And I'm really proud of her for that. I really appreciate any time an employee takes initiative to pursue their own training or to ask for other opportunities or networks or anything like that. I think it's incredibly important that employees feel empowered to do so. So that's one really good example. I'm also really proud of my public services director. That organizational review would be difficult for any director. Anytime someone's coming in and evaluating your department, it can be a little bit scary. And there were some difficult conversations, but he was really open to making those changes and to discussing things and doing what's best for the department. And he's been really pivotal in making some of these changes happen. So I'm really proud of him for that as well.
All right. Don Smith, question number 21.
Can you speak to your experience in labor unions and what's your approach to negotiations for contracts?
Sure.
Or what would you like your approach to be in the future?
So every labor negotiation is different, and I've been through a lot of different ones. I've sat in negotiations at the table where it was very contentious. And someone was crying within the first 10 minutes. Not really something I ever want to repeat. But I've also been in negotiations where it was almost an enjoyable experience, where I got to really know the employees better, and we got to have a good discussion about, what each other wanted and what was important to us. So all that being said, I think it's really important that before you sit down at the table, you know who you're negotiating with. You shouldn't just be meeting the employees for the first time then. You should already have an idea of who they are, have met them, know a little bit about their background and their perspective, and have built some trust and some level of a relationship prior to entering the room. I think what happens before you even get there is as important, if not more, than what happens in that room. I also think it's really important to start with the big picture issues. Start in generalities. Start by talking about what your priorities are and why. Asking them what their motivation is, what their top priorities are, what really matters to you. Because when you know that, then it's easier to put together a plan of action and, offer them something. And if there's something that you're negotiating that you just can't budge on, or there's just a disagreement that you don't seem to be able to move forward, ensuring that I've explained why it is that I'm taking the position that I am is important. They might not agree, but at least they know that there's a reason. It's not just that I'm being a big meanie pants. There's some kind of council goal or larger objective that is critical that we need.
Right. I have a follow-up to that. So in your experience with the labor negotiations, did you have some that were, you had very little information to start with, you had to start negotiations because maybe the planning wasn't as good in the past, and then maybe you had some where department heads or the union reps, you were communicating with them ahead of time of where you might go before you sat down on the table? And how do you see that playing out that works best, and is it better in different environments?
Yeah, I would agree that it's better in different environments. It really depends on, kind of the history and what people are used to. Sometimes union business agents don't really want you to have a whole lot of discussion prior to coming to the table. Right. It kind of depends on their attitude towards that as well. I think it's always a good thing, just so that you're upfront and have given some sort of message about what it is that they can expect from you.
Right, there might not be negotiations with the union agents, but with council or the staff on directions you want to go.
More broad, big, gotcha, yeah, sure. Obviously,
the final decision, the ratification of whatever the document is something that would, most often come to council. So it's important that the council is on board with whatever those changes are. Be they difficult changes, in favor or maybe more difficult for the employees. Because at the end of the day, you guys have to back up whatever the decision is.
Right, yeah, thank you. And I think what you said earlier about getting information out and everybody knows the same thing.
Sure.
Right away, I think is key almost for anything, especially for that.
Absolutely, because that's the kind of thing rumors can kind of float around, and yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
All okay. My only question is, how many different labor unions does that involve?
2.
What's your feeling on binding arbitration?
My feeling on it?
You been involved in binding arbitration?
I've never had to go that far, no.
That's part we can go with that. So figure out where I'm at on that. You're like- 22.
Okay. How do you keep the right people in the right seat on the bus? Give us a specific example of how you have recruited and retained talent.
So I think that by restructuring some of our hiring strategies, that's been helpful. Specifically with ensuring that our job ads are very inclusive, that we haven't inadvertently included language that might be a turnoff to some people, particularly words that might include some gender bias. We've eliminated some of the things in our job applications that are information that maybe just isn't really that relevant in the real world to making a decision. Things like asking for salary history that can precipitate low wages among, women and minorities who have historically made lower wages. We want to pay people for the job they're doing. It doesn't matter what they did in the past, so why ask people for information like that? So clarifying what it is that we're asking for from the applicant and being as inclusive as possible, I think has been really helpful. In addition, these days it's incredibly difficult to hire people for any job, right? You trip on jobs walking down the street. So it's become more important, I think, to put job ads out there in a way that people who maybe aren't looking for a job are still going to find them. So we've tried using Facebook with very limited success, but it's something maybe more creative, I guess, that we tried, something kind of non-traditional to get a message in front of people, whether they're looking at a job board or looking for something new or not. And then I think just by having a good organizational culture, being a place where people want to work because they feel valued and they feel empowered is really, really critical. Because these days people aren't going to work in a place that's not treating them well. They don't have to. They can go anywhere. So it's really important that you internally create those kinds of opportunities and an organizational environment that people want to be a part of.
I have a follow-up. What's your feelings about succession plan? We just went through a city manager that was here a long time, another person a relatively short time. Having Greg here, we've learned a lot of different things, a lot of good things. I can see change being helpful, but it's also when all of a sudden you don't have somebody doing the thing. What's your feelings on
I think
developing somebody to take your place?
Sure, yeah. I think it's really important that there isn't ever just one person who knows all of the things. And so that could be maybe more traditional succession planning where you know that you're leaving and you're training somebody up to take your position, or also just making sure that, a manager, for instance, let's use myself as an example, I do a lot of different things. So maybe it's not one person who needs to know how to do all of those things. Maybe it's a number of people. Maybe the clerk can take on some additional roles or just some additional knowledge that, she can fill in some of those things if I'm ever missing. I also try to keep documentation of policies and procedures and where things are. I think of it as, you know, what if I got hit by a bus today? What's going to happen? You know, I got hit by a bus plan? Who's going to take over? Who's going to know? How are they going to find this information? So I always kind of try to approach what I do from that way. So whether it makes more sense to have a succession plan where it's one person that you're training up to take that position eventually, or to take whatever the issues or workload is and help divide that amongst multiple people, I think just depends on the organization and what's going on.
Okay. Anyone else? Brenda, question 23.
What is the most important skill or talent a manager can have when it comes to council-manager relationships? Can you tell us about a time when you had to rely on that skill to build or improve relationships?
I think being approachable is really important. I want all of my council members to know that they can call me or email me anytime, and that I'll respond to them within a reasonable amount of time and take their concerns seriously. You know, if people don't think, I don't want anyone to worry that they're bothering me or you know, that's really something that can create walls. You know, it's important to have that open communication as much as possible. I don't know if that answers your question fully.
What should we expect from a city manager?
Yeah.
What should a city manager expect from council?
Sure. You know, for me, you can expect timely, complete information. That I'll always do my best to get you the answers that you need to be able to make the right decisions that are best for your community. What I need from the council is that you'll do your best too to learn the information that's being presented in council meetings, and that when you have an opinion, that you'll voice that opinion. You know, without your input, council and other staff members are really unable to move forward in a positive way, and in a way that's reflective of what it is that the council wants.
Follow? So you appreciate our support though, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, John Bowers, question number 24.
I'm here again. What tools or techniques can we expect you to introduce to ensure the council is well prepared to make the best possible decision?
Tools or techniques. All right. Well, you can't make the best possible decision without the information that's relevant to whatever the issue is. So getting you that information is obviously really important. I tend to be pretty concise in my reports. I want to give the information that is necessary and that I think you're interested in. I'm not going to give you 50 pages of whatever. That's too much for anybody to sift through. So if I do ever give you a report that's that long for whatever reason, you know, there's at least a summary page or a summary memorandum so you can get through that a little bit easier. I think that charts are important. Any kind of picture that can help summarize information effectively. Making sure that everybody has the opportunity to ask questions that they might have about the content, or any other input that might be necessary based on whatever type of decision it is.
Okay, Treese has the last question.
I can go last question. How will you handle it if it appears that a council or individual elected official is moving down a path with unintended consequences or financial or legal liabilities? Better yet, have you been faced with a situation? Have you been faced with a situation before? And if so, what did you do?
So this would have legal or financial implications for the city?
Yes.
Okay. I think that the first thing I would do would, if you know, as a council member, would be to run it by the mayor or another council member who is available and discuss what my concern is, what I see happening, and how best maybe to address it from that way. And then, you know, obviously, after that, approach the council member directly and have a discussion about it, because for the most part, people want to do the right thing, right? Like, no one's doing something to intentionally put the city in jeopardy. They want to do the right thing. So sometimes just by pointing that out, you know, they might not realize the possible implications of that. So that can be helpful in that way. Okay.
Okay. Well, that brings us to the end of your interview. I want to thank you for your time, and if you have any questions of us, make sure it's a good fit for you as the city agent, as city manager.
Sure. So one of the questions I have is, you know, obviously this has been a time of change with transitioning managers and COVID and all the things that, you know, we've all been through in the past year or so. So with all this change that's occurring here in Hastings, what is something that you hope will never change? What about Hastings or the city organization do you think is really valuable that you want to hold on to and ensure continues into the future?
Best to be that. Well, I like the way we are in the city of Hastings. You know, we're a great friendly community. You know, we look after each other. You know, what I would look forward to in the next city manager is somebody that really buys into the city of Hastings, takes ownership of Hastings. You know, and we've changed a little bit the last few years, but we still, and I think that was one of our questions that Kathy asked us when we started this, you know, what do we want to see in the future for the city of Hastings? And I'll let Therese tell you what her. You said something about everybody in town knew who you were, who your father was, and but if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Growing up, I was never Therese. I was Larry's daughter, and so you couldn't get away with much because everybody knows everybody around. Still can't get away with much, even as an adult. But I think that feeling of everybody kind of got your back. They know who you are. That small town family feeling is something that I hope that never goes away. You know, I don't know. I mean, I've known these guys for a long time, and I feel like they're family, and that's the feeling, you know, for the staff that, you know, a feeling that we want to keep around here. So, for sure. Although we do sometimes argue like family too. Agree like family. That's okay.
I would like to see the city manager come in with some fresh ideas. Mm-hmm. You know, there's a lot of things we can do to enhance what we have. So we need to get better at finding funding for projects and stuff like that.
Sure.
Get some grant applications, stuff like that. I like Hastings the way it is. You know, we can improve the downtown. If you have ideas about that, I think we're open to a lot of suggestions. Anybody else?
Yeah, you mentioned downtown. I think that we need to figure out what we can do with downtown. But I came from Saginaw, which you can read about the paper. Saginaw's really changed. When I was a kid, the sidewalks were full of people shopping in the stores downtown. Now you could throw a bowling ball down any sidewalk and not hit anybody. The other thing is in Hastings, you know, downtown, ours is not going that strong either because you see all these Amazon trucks making deliveries to everybody. And, you know, I joke with my wife if we're out of town and there's an Amazon truck that they wave at you, you know, Pam. So we even have them come to our house, but, you know, it's an instant society, Brendan. Sure. I don't know what we can do to make a downtown flourish again. I mean, the sidewalk sales here, the sidewalks, when I came to town, were packed with people at sidewalk sales. I don't know what's going to happen with this one. You know, we got a lot of offices and restaurants downtown, so, you know, I'd like to see that kind of come back. I don't know what it is, some kind of shops or whatever.
Any other questions?
I have one. Go ahead if you're ready.
Oh, I thought Mr. Mayor was asking.
My question is, if you are selected, when can we expect that you can be here to get started?
As soon as we can work it out. So I, you know, my commute, I mean, obviously I would hope to eventually relocate to the Hastings area, but my commute's only a little bit more than an hour, so it's not something that's unreasonable that I could thrive here in that in-between time. So housing and relocating wouldn't be an issue.
Thank you.
I have a question on her, Sarah's question. But, can I go? I bet you still.
I want to know if she has any more.
That's right.
I don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay. You mentioned about like learning from your mistakes, and you told a story about when you came into an organization, you had somebody leave, and it gave you a great opportunity to restructure, put everything together. Maybe also there was another story about a gentleman coming in to help do that. Maybe it was all the same thing, right? To reorganize and then implement a plan. But you also said that when you implemented a plan for restructure with the current staff, that there were some things that kind of didn't go as well. And my question is,
Sure.
Right, my question that I'm getting at is, and kind of what everybody's saying is, we've gone through a lot of change during COVID, everybody has.
Absolutely.
And then implementing new changes is really hard on people in the environment.
Absolutely.
And it always will be. So my question is what did you learn from that you could do differently, whatever direction we decide to go, or whatever plan's the best plan, how you would implement that in a way that somehow that it won't have as kind of the things that were the downfall.
Sure. Yeah, some of the issues with what happened before were from not being as sensitive or understanding of people's perceptions who were involved.
Yeah.
You know, obviously when you're making changes, especially that affects people's jobs, because people care about their jobs, right? You know, it's a part of their identity. You go to a party and people ask, well, what do you do? So it's very important to people. You know, they have feelings about that. That means something about them personally. It's hard not to take those changes personally. So being more mindful of that in the method of implementation, even if the strategy itself is sound, is really critical. And then being flexible. Sometimes your plan doesn't always go according to plan, right? It's more of a guideline, right? So once you start implementing something, if it's not really working out the way you thought it would, or it needs to be tweaked, you have to be flexible and kind of go with the flow and make those changes and work with others to make the changes that are necessary. Your plan's never really concrete. It's really just a starting point.
Thank you. That was just in my head for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I got it out. Good.
John?
I've got a response to your question you had asked about our town changes. First, I want to tell you that I'm probably speaking for many of us. This is my town. This is her town. This is her town. Even though Brenda is a transplant from all over the nation. And we take a lot of pride in this town. We don't really want to see a lot of changes, but we do know that we have to do some changes to stay ahead of the ball game, get our downtown working, and that kind of thing. So we are aware we have to make changes, but every one of us, this is Hastings, Mop and More.
Right.
And we treat it that way.
Thank you.
So that's the response to what we want to see about our town.
Okay, I want to thank you for coming.
Yes, and thank you all for having me and staying awake after lunch. Very nice of you. Yes, thank you all very much. It was a pleasure to meet you. Have a wonderful day. Lost my cap to this. Don't want to leave any bits of myself.
5-7 minutes, stretch and breathe.
Thanks, Mom.
I told her, I said she was related to you. Thank you.
73%.
I scratched you. Yeah. What? Yeah, well, I wasn't.
Oh, yeah, no, I plugged it back in, so you should be good.
Oh,
Yeah.
where are you?
Who did that?
Here? Oh,
58. That's a while, if you. off, if I'm off, then no one sees me. You're doing really well.
I think she's Al.
You've been
My wife. Is that what she put?
You've been watching.
Don Rosie? I am here.
We were up to our campsite over the weekend. They had a cookout Saturday, dollar hot. Like an idiot, I had 3 of them. And I told Sue the first one I had, done. Well, I almost feel like I got that again. I have Navy, dirty.
Yeah.
But I overindulge on cherries this week.
That don't help.
love
But I know how you feel.
I love those.
Yes, we do.
I eat a lot of fruit, so I don't.
But I love I love that first batch of dark cherry. And we've been, I mean, a lot of the grandbabies were all here for 4th of July, and half of everything in my laundry now has cherry stamps.
Wow. Well, see, I got a cousin that used to work in, she lives in Beulah.
Oh, I know.
So she used to work in the cherry industry.
Yeah.
She always used to send my mother and the rest of us all kinds of stuff cherry related. Dried cherries, they look like a raisin.
Your schedule is great. It happens. It rolls.
Great, I believe.
No, he's down checking in. He does the first contact with the new people or the candidates, and then I do the pickup.
In the farm, you think it was doing his job.
Really? Mm-hmm. Doing good.
Selected some great candidates here. That's all I can say.
This is a guy from
Just before I get on the airplane. Getting on the song if I can.
I could get like, can I fill up my water, my.
Oh, yeah, just like that. Rose. It is.
Oh, it's starting, I gotta get hot water. Thank you. Thank you.
How much food for you? There you go, just like in my office.
Do a couple more of those for me, will you?
I can't anymore.
I go on, look out.
You don't mind, I'm not to go through.
Oh, sorry, I'm doing jumping jacks.
You're flying away. You run out of rest, watching her jumping around.
Hey, Greg.
Anything exciting?
Oh, yeah.
Now, the schedule has worked out great.
I like that. I like you to have 5 minutes, because otherwise they just run together and you can't.
Yep. Well, yeah, but it also keeps me, so that the next person I can focus on
Yes.
I think it's important to take notes.
by having it,
It's hard to take notes and try to get it all in at the same time.
Well, that's the thing, just say, I like this, I hate that. Perfect.
I just started, I was writing down on the first candidate, writing down some things that they said. And after that, I started putting plus and minuses.
Yeah, you could do that too.
And then
I did the same thing.
Yes.
Don't quite project this.
Yeah, I did the same thing. The first one, it was like, this is what she answered. And then the next one was like, okay, I like, or this, or you did this way, or it's like, oh.
Yeah. Okay. Sometimes people will use a word or a phrase that really sticks in your head, and we'll do that one. All right. Okay, a couple of minutes, dude.
don't normally do that.
Yeah.
Whole day.
And I wasn't from Hastings, I'm from Dalton. Well,
Just like I said.
I know.
Each one of us that live here, treat these things like our.
Oh, I know.
Don't want to see it grow up.
Oh, no.
We know what's going
Oh,
Are you waiting again?
that's how you keep the furless here.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Hold on. You want me to get you a cookie?
No, thank you.
Dude, I'm in dinner.
I don't think they're gonna call on you anymore, but you know.
He'll get it right.
Yes.
It's my vanilla cappuccino. It's my high protein stuff. It's so I don't keel over. It's actually so I don't absorb protein very well, so I have to have this.
I like it. I'm sorry.
Before I read this three-sentence question, let me read you a book. And I will ask you this question.
All right. Please, Mr. Mayor?
My question.
Oh, you too.
Yeah.
You're the naughty boys in front of the classroom.
Well, I feel like it's a little,
Like your son gonna do. I'll show you where I'm from. That's all the truth.
Are we?
Yeah,
Yeah, I thought so.
I drank that Coke and it didn't work.
Did it make you colder?
No, I wanted to make me awake. I was freezing, but then I got. Yeah, yeah. I should have drank coffee.
You know what I love? I love Life 360.
I really need to drink coffee at 2 o'clock at night so that I can make that drive.
No.
Where you drive?
Rochester, which is like a 4.5 hour drive. Yeah, Brian and I are.
Driving up on the fire.
Yeah, day weekend.
There you go. You drive all the way up the Indian River, no?
Yeah, right, right. But he said if we were driving at night, he wasn't gonna drive.
3 hours to Indian River.
Huh?
It's 3 hours to Indian River.
Yeah.
We were trying to just have like a date sit out by the fire last night, and we got poured on. I was like, seriously?
And then on Friday night, when the kids were out, I would make that up.
There was nobody home.
Right.
Oh, they're all gone. I'm like, I looked up and go, fire with no kids. He's like, yeah, and then it pours. I'm like, so I sat downstairs and looked out my back door. The fire. All right. This is the time from Chris.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Brad Harmon.
Welcome.
Right down there in the hot.
All right.
That's
okay.
Congress. This is the president of the United States.
I had the pleasure of meeting Brett yesterday. He was in City Hall yesterday.
Yeah, that was a welcome sight to come in and have someone say, well, you're a long way from home. And yes, I am. Nice to be here.
So that's my favorite line. You're a long way from home.
Well, welcome, Brett.
Thank you.
We're gonna have several questions allowing over 60 minutes to get to know you and for you to get to know us.
All right.
We will each ask you a series of questions, and council members may have a follow-up question, so I'm gonna start out. I am the mayor, my name's Dave Tosca. Why do you want to be Hastings' next city manager, And what unique background, skills, or experience do you have that will make you successful here?
Well, that could almost be an hour answer, but I won't take that long for this one because everybody needs a turn, right? So why? The first thing that really attracted me to the city was the location. And I think I shared this in my letter, is that my wife has a twin sister who lives in Mason. And so we've been watching for years in a way to get the cousins and sisters close together. And watching jurisdictions around that have popped up with city manager roles. This one showed up first. And having been in a career where I've dealt with a lot of cities from very small to ones that cover 2.5 million people, I've found that I like the smaller jurisdictions for one reason, and that is you have a chance to know all of the staff on a personal level. I've not enjoyed so much being part of organizations that you could pass them in the hall and have no idea if they're an employee or not. I want to know my staff, those that are out on the streets working, or those that are in the library or city hall in the clerk's office, wherever it may be. So that got Hastings on the list. I flew in on Tuesday, wanted to make sure I get acclimated a little bit, and I needed it. Had very short time sleeping the night before flying out. Had to leave the house at 2:30 in the morning to catch the plane, and got here, needed that time to acclimate, but also when I had a chance to meet with some people. So there's been quite a few either phone calls beforehand or in person. The ones I met in person this week, one that I really enjoyed was Barbara next door at the library. We talked for about an hour about 4-H and all the other things that are going on in the community. That was great. I ran into Tim, who's a business officer for the middle school, because I'm going to have a middle schooler here. I went on a tour of the high school with Principal Heidi this morning for about an hour. And every person I met gives me this sense of inevitability for the success of Hastings. And so the family connection, the opportunity for city manager position, this community really driving itself towards success, all of those are reasons that have come together to help with that background. So in finishing my Master's of Public Administration degree, the plan was to go right into city management. Well, that was 2003, and this .com thing had happened, and so very few cities were hiring at the time. And so I made connections earlier with a company called Muni Services that provides revenue enhancement and consultant services to cities. The connection in Michigan with that is that when Detroit was going through its bankruptcy, we were one of the groups they brought in to help manage the property tax and business tax there for the community. I wasn't on that project, but the company name would have been in the press around here if anybody heard of that. That's where it is. So at Muni Services, worked my way up to be the Vice President of Local Government Innovation, which basically means I was the liaison between the city executive teams and our staff. We acted as extensions to the city staff, and at times even outsourcing departments. And so it kept me close to the cities, and to have that exposure to all of these communities. One of my smallest clients was about the size of Hastings. Again, the largest was 2.5 million people. Some of the big projects there was outsourcing the business license department for the city of Santa Rosa, that's roughly the size of Grand Rapids. And so being in there, getting the departments, the community development and business department, or finance departments there that typically weren't friends, to be friends enough to get this outsourcing to happen. And on top of that, being in those city council meetings, presenting on finances or economic development strategies, and then in the city offices, working with city managers, finance directors, economic development directors, to put those strategies together, really gave me a robust experience that I would not have had I gone directly into the city government. So it was kind of a shotgun approach. Did that hit all the things you'd asked me, Mayor? Okay. All right.
Anybody have a follow-up question? Okay, now your first question. Second question would be John Gillespie. He's our second board council member.
Okay. Welcome to Hastings.
Thank you.
On the resume, it appears you have a career built full account. Tell us two of what you are most proud of.
So I think the one that gave me at least half my gray hair was the city of Lindsay. So after leaving Muni Service, I went to Lindsay as a finance director, and found in the first month that their finances were not what they appeared to be on the books. They had a situation where they had some assets on their balance sheet and general fund that weren't really representative of the actual assets that were there. And the general fund had a negative fund balance of about 2.5 years worth of general fund revenues. That's a really big hole to try and dig yourselves out of. And so the process began at month one, going to council and saying, you kind of have a problem here and you need to do something about it. Let me lay it out for you. And then we went on to asking council to approve an emergency declaration, which opened the way for them to do a election for a special tax outside of a general. I was very concerned that we actually run out of money if they didn't, if they waited for the next general election. That was a really difficult situation for the city for a couple of reasons. One, half the council had been on the council for 10 or more years during the time where all of this financial mishap went on, but they weren't ever told about it by prior city managers or staff. So they were kind of in the dark. Now they're facing a situation where the city is essentially bankrupt. They can make payments day to day, kind of, but they can't sustain and they can't cover the costs that occurred. And so we actually had a night where I had a session with them to go through the 7 stages of grief, because I fully expected all of those emotions to come out in the process. And if they tore each other apart when they got to that angry stage, we were going to be in real trouble. So taking them through that process to recognize the situation and then begin the negotiations with federal government, with the state government, with these different entities to try and alleviate some of the strain that was there. At the same time, having to restructure the city operations. We had to close down a department. We had to combine other services, find some solutions that ended up working. But getting that city back to where they could be financially set again, and to get the strain and fear off of the staff's back. When I first arrived, the staff was kind of shell-shocked. They'd been through so much. I mean, every acronym you can think of had audited them. And they were so just exhausted from that and scared that it finally gave them some hope, rebuilt trust with the community through a couple of different things, really set them up for progress. So that's one. Kind of entails a lot of different things. The second one, it's not a big accomplishment, but it taught me a really important lesson. When I first became a manager at Muni Services, I was put over a department that no one wanted to touch. They kind of had, they didn't even appreciate themselves. They would refer to themselves in derogatory terms often. And it wasn't a happy group. And I made just about every mistake you can make as an early manager. Write up an email, we're going to do this now, and then leave for lunch, because I was scared about what was going to come back after that email went out, right? Did everything wrong. And was at home one night talking with my wife, and it finally hit me that a big part of the issue in that department was me. And so I called them all into the conference room the next day and apologized. I've done this wrong. I've done this wrong. I've done this wrong. I'm really sorry. This is how I'm going to make that situation better for you. And later that afternoon, the director of operations caught me in the hall and he's like, I've never seen so-and-so smile before, ever. And they'd been there for like 20 years. What did you do? I apologize. It was the first time they'd really been seen as a person by the leadership team and really treated as one. And so that experience, bringing that light back into their life, and giving them a chance to really be their best, I would take that as a second accomplishment.
Next question is going to come from Al Jarvis. Question number 3.
Hi,
Hi, Al.
Al Jarvis, I'm on the council for 9 years.
Congratulations. Thank you.
What are you willing to do to become an integral part of our community?
That is a well-worded question.
Thank you.
An integral part. So I am hoping to find housing in the city. That obviously is one of the challenges here. Obviously. So that's where my focus is first. So my family, we are always involved on that side of things. Directly as city manager, one of the first things I want to do is the same thing that I did in Lindsay, city manager there, is to create 3 different roundtables to meet with. One is the business leaders roundtable, one is the community leaders roundtable, and one is the faith-based organizations roundtables. And the community one isn't necessarily those that have a prominent position in the community. It's those that are opinion leaders for different groups within the community. And those would look something like this. Once a month in the morning, bring in some bagels and orange juice or whatever is of appetite for those. Bring them and give a short presentation, maybe 20 minutes, on the state of the city to them. And then simply ask some questions. How are things going for you? What's an impediment to what you're trying to accomplish? What would you like to see here? Similar to the same type of questions I've asked all the people I've met with, whether it be Michael Brown over at the county, or Bonnie Geddes, or Jennifer Heinzman. All of those ask the same question. What could I do as a city manager to make things better for you or to help you achieve what you're trying to achieve? Same question would go to these groups. And doing that in Lindsay at first was an effort to try and rebuild trust between the community and the city. And it was a huge success immediately. There were groups that had been putting effort in for years and never been recognized for it. Those that helped others get citizenship, those that were helping people find housing, all those really essential services that weren't part of the city's role necessarily, but were never invited to talk to council or present any of those things. It was a treasure trove of information and a great way to build that connection with the community, because they immediately saw the city cares about what I'm doing, and I now have a seat at the table to at least get my message across. So I would start there with that, and then from there, being involved in events. We have 4 kiddos. One's going off to college, so she won't spend much time here, but the others certainly will. One in elementary, one in junior high, one in high school, and we're going to be involved. I may not coach as often as I've coached in the past, but
Next question will be from Don Smith, our 3rd Ward council member. Welcome.
thank you.
Good opportunity to interview with us.
Absolutely.
If you were offered this position, what do you think your first 3 months would look like?
Well, first 3 months, learning a lot, getting to know a lot of people. My expectation for staff, really, because it kind of starts there, is that I don't want to get in their way. Right? They all of us have things we need to learn, for sure, but they have objectives for the departments. They have goals they're working towards. So I'm going to want to sit down with each of them, understand what those are, understand what drives them personally, and get kind of a sense of where their strengths are. And so that's going to be early on in that process. Then I would hope that each of you would take an opportunity to do a drive of the community with me. I've found that while we could sit in City Hall and talk about things, it may not really give you an opportunity to convey to me what you really see and why you love the community the way that you do. Because obviously, You love the community. You're taking time all day long to talk to people today and all the other time that you put into it. And so I'd want to do ride-alongs essentially with each of you through your wards and anywhere else in the city to find out what it is you see with that. And then just being involved in the different activities that come up, studying books, the financial books in the city. There are things there that concern me that I want to get some ideas of kind of fleshed out on how to approach those. But that's where I would start, that connection. And those roundtables will be part of those first 3 months.
Right, yeah. Thank you. So,
well, either I'm doing a really bad job and not giving you reason to follow up. We're doing okay so far. So I'm going to hope for the latter.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Tell us about, okay. Tell us about one professional decision you made or about a time you may have failed as a leader.
Sure.
This could include a time when you were fired or asked to resign, and what did you learn from the experience, and then how did it shape you to be the manager or leader that you are today?
Oh, boy. This is another one that can be an hour conversation, right?
Right. So,
No, I think I've got it. When did you mess up and how do you fix it? All right.
Where did that go?
All right. So I'm going to dial back a little bit to Muni Services when I was there, because this was a pretty impactful moment for me. I shared earlier about failing in a lot of ways with that manager role. This was later on. I developed a really close relationship with Administrative Services Director for the City of Folsom, California. That is the headquarters for Intel in California. It is a beautiful community. And this particular manager had become kind of a mentor of mine. And we had expanded our services there to include the outsourcing of the business license department. In the process, I went through the RFP process with them. They selected us. We went through the build that we're going to do. And it came over to him. He saw it. It's like, this is not the system you showed me. I'd showed him one, and then the staff that had put it together had used a more generic version of the platform for the city. And he wasn't happy because council kind of came down on him. They were nervous about the prospect to begin with, and having a community where there are a lot of highly educated people, highly involved people, they're going to say something if something's not up to snuff for them. That's about 2 hours away from where I live. I immediately got in the car and drove up there and went in to see him face to face. I wasn't expecting that to be the emotional response. Went in to see him and just told him to go, completely my fault with it. Staff, whether they had instructions for me to do the one that I intended to do or not, didn't really matter at that point. I was the face of that. He went on this because he trusted me, and it wasn't what he was expecting. I told him we would fix it and made good on that promise. But it was one that it really shook me. I was very disappointed both in myself and just that whole experience because it wasn't what he expected, and I cared a lot about what this individual thought. And so having that experience to go in and admit fault with it, I think showed integrity, but it also gave the experience that when staff make mistakes, I don't jump on them for it. We're going to fix it. It may cost a lot. It may cost a lot in relationship capital. It may cost a lot in time or effort, but we're going to fix whatever it was. And I don't want them to get knocked off their focus because they're getting so down on themselves over an experience for this mistake. And so having that experience and feeling that so deeply is giving me the empathy to really help staff know that, we're just going to fix it. It's okay. It happens. We make mistakes. And we just keep going. Keep your head up. we're all right. And then if somebody needs to get poked with a sword over it, I'll be the person to get poked with a sword. But it's not going to come back on them. I'll take responsibility.
Okay, any follow-up? Brenda, question number 6. Brenda is our Center Board Council.
Hello.
Abstain. I get it now.
My husband appreciates that. And welcome.
Thank you.
And appreciating the flying in from California. When we call on people who have worked with you over the years, what will they tell us about you? Tell us one word or phrase that an employee or close peer might use that your bosses or elected officials may not.
The elected officials would not. Well, the area that staff see me where elected officials don't so much is in those one-on-one interactions. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
Sorry. So the staff see me in different situations than council would. It's those one-on-one meetings in departments. They're going to say that I care. That's the thing that I've tried to show them all the way through, whether it be staff potentially going through divorces, staff unsure about choices their kids are making, staff that have concerns over what's going on in the departments or other departments where they have friends that are working and going through hard times. They're going to say that I'm a champion for them, and that I care for them. I want all of the staff to come to work happy to show up. They invest a lot of time being here, and it's really important for them to feel like they're progressing and really able to make a difference. When they go home, they feel good about what they've done. It changes their whole home dynamic. No fun to have a parent that comes home that's feeling like they got beat up all day at work. It has consequences at home with that. And so I want everybody that's coming here to know that they make a difference every day.
Don Bowers. Don Bowers is our next third ward alderman. He's the oldest person here.
Tenured people.
All right. So you are the
Young
wisest
people came here before, after me.
You're the wisest one in the room.
Welcome to.
I'm sure glad we got them.
See, they pick on me all the time. When hiring a new department director to join and strengthen your team, what personal characteristics or attributes are you looking for and why?
Honesty and integrity have to be at the top of the list. I talked about earlier about we can fix everything. There are some things that are really, really hard to fix. And the loss of respect due to moral turpitude or other indiscretions or a lack of honesty or integrity, those are really hard ones to fix. So that absolutely is top of the list. After that, there's got to be an eagerness. They have to care about what they're doing and a willingness to learn and an ability to adapt their style to what the organization may need. To a point, they're coming from various backgrounds. I appreciate my background is really diverse. I work with a wide range of diverse individuals. It gives a lot of flavor to what I can bring to something. I don't want to shut that off. I don't want department heads to shut that off in their time with the city. They need to be creative. They need to be thoughtful and to bring and draw on those experiences. So I wouldn't want to cut that off. So the question referenced attributes. Was there's a second half to the question that I'm missing? No? Okay. Yeah, so honesty, integrity, excitement, the background for it. They need to care about their staff. And somebody's going to speak up. They need to give ideas. I don't want a staff meeting where everybody is just, yeah, that's great, let's do that. No, how about push back a little bit? Let's have some discussion about it. And I want them to be comfortable coming into a staff meeting where everyone leaves their titles at the door. Public service does what they do, community development does what they do, police does what they do, but they all are in the community. They all see things. I don't want them talking just from their particular expertise. Set all aside when you walk in. We're having a discussion about really skilled, expert individuals that know the community. Let's hear from everybody what their ideas are. So if they have those kind of attributes, that's what I'm looking for.
Thank you. Teresa Moffett Moore.
You got a really cool name.
Yeah, cool name. And I did it to myself. What do your team meetings look like?
What my team meetings look like? Well, during COVID, they were all over Zoom. Team meetings, I start off getting to know new staff with a couple of different things that may not be typical ones. One, I ask all of them to present their favorite quote. I want them to think about it for a while. But what is a quote that really gets them in essence, right? And then they're all going to go up on the board. I keep it in my office. Not so much that they're all seeing it, but I'm seeing it all the time because it reminds me what it is that makes them who they are. And then I have all of them go through a really simple SWOT analysis of themselves. I want to know what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are, where they see their opportunities for growth in the organization and in their own personal lives, and threats, things that stand in their way from being successful in those. Once we've established that, then we tailor a development plan for each of them. And so the first several staff meetings may be the process of going through that. Once we have a pretty good feel for each other, and it goes back to what was mentioned before, is that you're leaving titles at the door. You come in and you're counseling together. It's not a time where there's a dictate coming. I have only given one dictate in my whole career, and that was if you have someone being verbally abusive to you on the phone, you will hang up on that, because I didn't want my frontline staff to go through that. So otherwise, I don't do dictates. We're going to talk it out. We're figure it out. But that one, I'm telling you, you will hang up if that starts to happen. And so it's an opportunity for all of them to bring up things that are on their mind, talk through ideas, and then we will talk about kind of more global issues. And if they have ideas for solving those more global issues throughout the community, because again, they're driving home, they're seeing things as they go. They are going to have ideas. They don't need to be lumped in this little area. I do utility billing. I'm pretty sure you've got more brains in your head than just that one skill set. Let's use it. So that's kind of what those are like.
Jim Carey. Jim Carey is our fourth ward council member.
I don't see good hair, like you said.
I put gel on it to kind of hide the color, but it's there. And I keep it short. So.
Okay. Are you more of a leader or a manager? And tell us how that descriptor informs the kind of administrator you are.
Okay. So I hope I'm more of a leader. A manager is one that is, I think, can lend itself to being more controlling and dictating, which is what I've tried to convey, is not my approach to things. Leaders really get out of the way. I want to empower my staff. They are going to know that they have my full support. And as I said before, if things go wrong, I'm the person that you get to come and complain to about it. They are not to be in the line of fire for that. That's my role, is to stand in the way for that. It's also my role to get out of the way when it's time for praise. Because when things go really well in a community, it's not really necessarily because the city manager did something outstanding. It's because all of the staff did something outstanding, and they need to be recognized for it. And so in that way, they know that I will be to their side when it's time for praise, and I will be in front of them when it's time to take a reprimand. And I try to live that way with them and make sure that they know that.
Steve's been kind of holding off on the follow-ups, but for a follow-up, how do you get the high-level performance from the team?
I mentioned earlier about having a conversation with council about the different degrees or stages of grief, because I think there's a lot of psychological impacts or stresses that can go on in someone's life that really are the key things that keep them from finding that. And so if someone is struggling with that, I want to find out first, what are those pressures that you may not see from day to day? And is there anything we can do to alleviate those? They're a whole person when they come to work. And regardless of how well you may be able to divide thoughts in your mind, or this is my home life, this is my work life, no matter how well you think you may do at that, there's still some things that roll over that are pressures, whether work or not, that make it really difficult for you to perform that top level.
Kids.
All kinds of things that we go through. During that time of trying to help Lindsay turn around, I had a daughter that was in a health crisis. In a different state for a while. That was weighing on me. At the same time, I'm trying to help a council through the hardest thing they're going to have to do.
Yeah.
I needed people in my life to help me get through that process. So helping them identify the things in their life that may be things that I can help with. Some I can't, but that's what we have health benefits for. That's what we might have the employee or the EAP, employee assistance programs. All of those are there to help employees with those types of things, direct in that way. If it's work related, then we're going to find out, is it the type of job? Is it you're given the wrong kind of task? Would you really be better doing a different role? And once we're able to identify those and open those up, everyone that comes to work for a city, I believe, particularly in the higher ranks, are doing it because they care. This is not something where you're going to do as well as you maybe could financially out in the private sector. They're here because they care about the community they're serving. They will perform at those top levels if we can move out all the other garbage that may be holding them back. That's my thought. So.
Question, leader of manager. I was always called up in my business was a manager. The definition of a manager is who gets work done for other people. And we're hiring a city manager, which would be getting work for other people. You made it sound like it's not good to be a manager. It's better not to be totally a leader. That's where
that's fair for me to come back to that. The way that I see it is that both by titles, you have department heads, you may have managers below those. That management level that's in between staff and the executive team, I see that role there as more of the manager getting things to happen through the staff. As a city manager, I see that role much more as a leader type role, where it's taking the policy and the vision that council has, converting that into methods or approaches that staff can take to accomplish that, and helping to be that communication flow. I would be the connection between you and your vision and your hopes for the community and the staff are actually implementing those. And it's the ability to take those concepts, those directives, and disseminate them in a way that everybody else can implement to their best abilities with it. And that's going to involve managers at those levels. But I think that the leadership is what's demanded more in the city manager spot than like a frontline manager maybe. Does that help?
Well, that's your philosophy.
Okay.
No follow-up on that. I can tell, I agree with you. I think when you have employees that are having issues, you have to help with those issues. But, another follow-up question is like, how do you still get high level performance out of them? And how long does it go when their job, their job is being, they're not accomplishing their job as well as they should? For how long until you have to make a hard decision? Right?
Yeah.
And I think society is a little bit different. And I have employees too. We have to do this. We have to help them grow. You're always doing that. Mm-hmm. But how long does it go before they're like, well, maybe that person's better off not being in this organization for their own well-being?
That's a good question. So I think there's a change in an employee's demeanor, I think, when there's a self-recognition that this is not the right spot for me to be in. And you can kind of see that change happen. And so until that change happens, they're still having that mindset of, I can get better at this. I can improve on this. And so you're coaching, you're helping all of that. You're watching that process with them. When you start to see that change, where all of a sudden they're making the decision, yeah, I'm just not happy in this role. Then the coaching changes over to, I'm seeing from you that you are not really comfortable with the spot you're in right now. You're stressed when you get here because either the work is above you or just contrary to something you're comfortable with. Let's find a better spot for you. And I will go all out for that. I will make phone calls if they need to jump to another organization. I will write letters. I will do introductions. I'll do everything I can to help them land on their feet. That's one type of employee. Others that just simply don't care. I'm here and I've been here doing the same thing forever. I'm not going to learn. I'm not going to get anything better. Those are complicated cases because they take a lot longer to work through, particularly if there is not a track record, but a record of negative evaluations. If you have a bunch of evaluations, these are great, but the employee is obviously not super great. It's one of the hardest things when people won't be accurate or honest in those evaluations. At that point, you're coming down to a choice of, hey, they're just not, it's just the wrong spot for them. And you have to let them go.
Okay. John Risky, question number 7. Can you describe your personal code of values or ethical standards? Tell us about an ethical challenge and you really rely on those standards as an executive, and how you handle that situation differently now than you would back then.
Can you read the last half of that one more time?
It's basically, I want to know how you would handle a situation now as maybe different or the same as you would have back then.
Okay. So here's the personal code, and this I've told other city councils this in the past, and directors, managers. I really love my wife. I'm not going to do anything that embarrasses her. And so I am not going to behave in any way at work that would hide things from council or do anything that could possibly bring any type of shame or embarrassment back her direction. I'm just not going to. And so that kind of solid line for me is a solid line. I mentioned in my letter that I'd earned my Eagle Scout 30 years ago. My son just got his. So it's kind of cool. So we got grandpa, dad, son. It was a fun experience awarding that to him. But it has a law there about being trustworthy and loyal and helpful and friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, quick, brave, clean, and reverent. All of those things are things I still try to emulate every day with it. Where there have been ethical challenges have often come where I'm worried about how the other people in the room are going to respond to something. With the experience in Lindsay, needing to go to council to explain to them, you are beyond broke. We looked at dissolving the city. I mean, it was that bad. The problem is you have to pay all your debts in order to dissolve the city because the county doesn't want the debt. We looked at bankruptcy. You can't do bankruptcy because it was all self-inflicted with things like that. There was no outside creditor that we could have used. This was all poor choices of management in the past. The practice in the past had been to hide it. I wasn't going to, and I knew that it could really damage the opinion of some of the community about certain council members that I looked up to, that I felt had been in the dark, but others in the community claimed that they had not been in the dark about it. And so the ethical dilemma there of, do you sugarcoat this, or do you just come right out and say what it is? And through that whole process, we brought in new auditors as well, brought them in. I said, you ask me anything, I will answer you fully. To council, I told them the whole story, laid it out beginning to end in ways that were really easy to follow, because they related it back to things that they would have knowledge about in their own life. City finances can be difficult, but I think all of them have some connection to a similar type of thing you deal with in home finances. And so we're able to connect all of that together so they clearly understood for the first time what had gone on. It was politically risky to do that, but that's what the situation demanded. I was not going to back down from that. I would handle it the same way today that I handled it then. With more hindsight, I would have maybe helped prep some of the council members a little more. I had one that after I explained, here's a problem, this is how we're going to fix it. You know, the plan's 40 years to fix it. My first plan was 90 years, but I figured that was a little long. So 40 years to fix it. It was a problem. After that whole meeting, did you make so we're good now? No, not good. We've got a long way to go before we're good, but we're on the right track. So I would do the same, except maybe coach them a little more so they weren't surprised.
Next question would be from our buddy Al down here.
Thank you. We've been working diligently on putting together a new master, getting consensus around implementation strategies and timelines would be the next step. Walk us through a time when you needed to build consensus around a complex community goals or issues. What strategies or processes did you use to get the best possible result?
So consensus, but my mind's going a lot of different directions here. I've told some Lindsay stories, so I'll tell a Sanger story now. And this is consensus more from an attitude maybe than a particular topic or project. And what was going on there is, as I came into Sanger, we were just about at election time. We have an opportunity for councils to change a little bit. We're going to have a new mayor potentially. Things are going to change there, and there didn't seem to be as much confidence in staff as I would have hoped there. There was a feeling that staff in some ways had not been telling the whole story to council. I did not see that being in there and hearing it. So there was this divide between what council was seeing and what staff was seeing. And what I've seen through both community services work with different cities and in cities themselves is that whenever there's that difference in perspective, fear can creep into it. And when fear starts to creep in, and you're not getting the whole story, there can start to be a feeling that there's something untoward going on. From a staff perspective, that is a really hard condition to work under, because you're doing your best to present really what you see is going on, but somehow it's just not coming across very well. And so I went to work with listening to what council was saying and listening to what the public comment was like during public comment time. These different accusations or kind of underlying comments that were coming in, it didn't really get addressed that often, but you could tell was this feeling throughout the community that something's not quite right. And so I went to the manager and said, hey, I want to try something. Do I have permission to just do a pet project? Yeah, go ahead. So I put together a community information and transparency project that started with some new reports for council and started with some new videos. I've always kind of enjoyed the videos that have like the chalkboard, the hands up there drawing things and it clears it off and takes you through the process. I did some of those on public finance for them. Put those together, put them out on the city's YouTube channel, put these reports out, and then had a presentation to council about ways that we're going to be more transparent. That changed the tone almost immediately when they started to see that staff really is reaching out to bridge this gap between us. And the community saw it too, and the comments started to change from, hey, they're doing this or hiding that or not doing this to, we appreciate what they're doing now. Hey, that was good. We want to see more of that. Why didn't you do that 5 years ago? Why didn't you do that 10 years ago? Because we just started it. We're trying. But it started to change that narrative. And so in that way, it brought consensus back around. I think those same type of skills relate to any time you build consensus. People need to be heard. In order to be heard, they need to have a platform from which to speak. And you need to have ears that are willing to hear what they have to say, even if it's a distraction from what you're wanting to focus on. And so giving that opportunity, come in, again, just like employees drive home, they see things when they drive home. Everyone in the community might have that gem of an idea that sparks the other idea, that sparks that third idea, that finally brings the whole thing together. That's the solution we've been looking for. So that's how I would approach it.
Don Smith, question number 12.
Given what you've learned about us with research you've done, what do you think our top 3 or 4 priorities would be in the next 3 years? And how would you bring those ideas to us for course of action? And how would you implement the whatever plan?
Can housing be all 3, or do I actually have 3? Yeah. So I think housing is the first one for sure. When I talked with, I came in yesterday, met with Dan for about an hour, and we talked through some things. So my dad was a builder, so I spent some time on house job sites growing up. And one of the things that he would do when he was building is he would most often pre-sell subdivision. And as I was talking to Dan, he said part of the problem is that because of the Great Recession, builders have really gotten hesitant in wanting to extend that initial infrastructure capital required to start that subdivision. And so I would want to start exploring, are there some ways that maybe we can start changing that mindset a little bit? Are there other ways to approach subdivisions to help give some confidence to the builders to want to move forward with those projects? There's certainly a huge demand all over the country for housing right now. Where they have the most confidence is where they're going to go. And so if there's ways to incentivize or encourage or alleviate concerns for those builders, it would be advantageous to the city to do that. Now, my housing experience has been primarily working with organizations that are putting in low to moderate income housing, where there's already revenue streams that back them for that. And so it would be an area I would need to learn more about in the process, but something I think using those approaches to bring consensus and team building, all of that would help move us forward on that track. Second and third ones. Not real excited about all the snow. We can't change that. So the other things coming in. My expectation when I showed up yesterday is that economic development was going to need a lot of attention, just because everywhere it does right now. But I drove down Main Street, State Street, whichever name you want to use for it, and I only saw one business front that was closed. And I was shocked. I was expecting to see something very different in a small town after COVID hit. So obviously there's already things going on. I think that needs to continue. And so I would definitely be working with the Chamber and the Community Foundation in helping to find ways to help support the business community there. You bring the businesses, you bring the people, of course you have a place for them to live, but you get that together and the community continues to grow. The third one is preparing the next generation. There's differences in millennial generations and Gen Z, Y, X, all the different ones in between, baby boomers. All of those different generations have different views on how things work, what government's like, being there or not. There's going to be a huge need for government leaders in the future. There's a lot getting close to retirement, and that is often a topic at the different conferences that I may attend or present at, is this need for that next generation preparation. And so I'd want to tie in with the high schools, internship programs through the city, which are also great for helping build that community story or marketing, because there's a lot of skills that they can bring that way. I've loved using interns in the past for that. But bring that in, get them accustomed to it, and really help them understand what can happen when you get involved in your local government. As they do that, kids push for change, and they will help influence the parents for change as well, and that's going to help carry that whole process forward. The term that it's come to my mind the most being here the last 2 or 3 days is that there's an inevitability of success in the community. I felt that word over and over and over again, because everyone I talk to, this place is moving forward, and it's going to get wherever it's going because everybody cares about it so much. And I think there's enough people in key places to get that to happen, but let's start building in from the sides too, and making sure that if something happens in those spots, that person moves on. There's somebody else ready to come in and continue that progress.
Okay. It's kind of short.
Okay, I'll make shorter questions. Shorter answers.
Mayor, what tools and techniques do you use to keep all sectors of the organization, staff, boards, council, informed on important community issues on a timely basis?
You as council members really hate surprises, don't you? That's never a good thing to have surprises come that way, and so obviously you're going to be my first priority when things come up. We're going to talk about hopefully those one-on-one drives around the community. I want to know from each one of you individually what type of communication, how frequently, method of communication is going to be best for you, and then I'll adapt my side to fit your needs with it. With staffing, we're going to have our frequent staff meetings, check-in meetings, one-on-ones with each department head. My role and the part that I really enjoyed throughout my career, the finance stuff, I get math, I can do the finance, that's kind of been a byproduct. The communication is where I really enjoy working, particularly the design of those communications. I stopped being able to draw it like second grade. Like, just art is not my thing. But the design of the communication, whether it be through words or the way it's presented, that's my art. And I get a lot of satisfaction out of that. And so I'm excited to have the opportunity to work with the different boards, with the councils, to make sure that you never have a question about whether or not staff's being transparent with you. Because I will make sure that you are getting what you need, how you ask to get it. And if I give you too much, you just have to dial it back and say, okay, really, I'm good, stop. Call me. So,
Next question, Jackie.
Of all of our audiences, our residents and business owners are undoubtedly the most critical. So, how would you ensure they are receiving the real message from City Hall and staying involved as participating partners in our local government? Once you've told us what has worked for you in other things, what would you recommend for us to change things?
I'm going to take that question a bit in reverse, if that's okay. So going back to those roundtables, I think that really helps because each of those groups, business, community, faith-based, they all have their own audiences they're going back to. And if you can get the opinion leaders in the community to understand they're getting the real story, then those that go to them for opinions will adopt that same perception there. Now doing that, I need the first part of the question over again. I'm sorry.
So, our residents and business owners being most critical.
Okay.
How would you ensure that they are receiving the real message from City Hall and being involved at the same time as participating partners with our local government?
Okay. So I've taught my staff the same thing. When I present to council, there are 4 audiences, and all of those have to be in your mind at the same time when you're presenting to council. The first one is the council itself. The second one is staff that are listening. The third one is the community that's listening, and the fourth one is the press that's listening to the meeting. I made a practice to build good relationships with the press wherever I am. I want them to come in. I want them to talk with me. I do interviews with them. And that process really helps make sure that the story, that really what's going on is what's communicated. Going back to that uncertainty. When people have a difference between maybe what's going on and what they think is going on, and there's worry there, that's when you start to get reporting on other things that deviate from that real story. And so those are the approaches I take with it, is make sure that when we are talking, all 4 of those are in the back of your mind.
Hey, Brenda.
Finding solutions to impactful community and internal organizational issues can be difficult. There is often conflict around the desired outcome, the way you get there, or even the definition of the problem. Tell us a time you faced such a dilemma during your municipal career, and walk us through the problem-solving steps you used or the strategies you employed to get done.
That's like a paragraph long, isn't it? That's a good question. Just give it to me one more time. Sorry to.
Basically, what we're looking for is ways you solve the problem where there was either a conflict in the desired outcome, the way to get to the outcome, or even the definition of the problem itself, and how do you resolve that conflict?
Yeah, so there was a situation in Lindsay where there's a Friday night market. That was a big deal in the city. And it's like 110 degrees during the summer, but everybody goes to the Friday night market, middle of summer. That's when we hold it. I understand, way too hot. But there was concern over how the chamber was running that market. There was concern about the power the chamber had accumulated in the community, and what to do with this Friday night market. The council was kind of split on the approach to take with it. There were going to be political consequences of changing things because of how powerful the chamber was. And really identifying, is it really a problem? Is it just a perceived problem? Is there something we can do to help the chamber overcome some of the internal struggles they're having to make this whole thing better for the community and more cost-effective and more of a benefit to the city itself, because it's becoming a real financial drain on the community. So that started with talking with the chamber and talking with other individuals, particularly vendors that participated in the Friday night market. And talked with staff that had to provide the different services to the market, and talking with the council members that had brought up the concern. And as we had those conversations, they were at first discreet ones because there were too many bad feelings between all the parties to start with. Once we were able to get all the different inputs, start to look through those and identify what are the real issues here, and we go back to the groups and bring up, here are the different issues. The conclusion we came back to is, all right, we need to address all of these. A good way to do that is going to be through an RFP process for the entity that's going to run the Friday night market. That will allow the chamber to come back and adapt what they've been doing once they heard our concerns, and other organizations to come in to offer their solution to running the market. And being able to bring all those together through that RFP process, the request for proposal process, really helped us overcome that challenge. In the end, we did select a different individual to run the market, but at least address all the concerns, identified the actual the problem, articulated it in the RFP, and been given the community a way to solve their own problem.
Thank you.
Okay, Don Bowers, question number 16.
Okay. When you reviewed our budget, what did you see, and what might you be willing to tell us about what is time for next year's budget?
So the first part that I saw there is I really appreciate how clearly and how educational the first part of the budget was. When I first got to grad school and started dealing with more public budgets, I didn't like feeling dumb looking at them because they're so different than what a business budget may be like. I just come through business school. I didn't like that feeling of not understanding. It made me really uncomfortable. And so I appreciate budgets that you look at that take that approach from the reader's side. And the first part of the budget really does go through and explains, this is what this is, this is what this is, this is what the history is behind this. These are the goals and objectives for each of the departments, and lays it out in really simple terms to help the community understand what's going on, what it all means together. Then when we get down into the financial section, there were parts that concerned me. I didn't like the burn rate on the cash and general fund. That made me really nervous to see one in the budget, it's a $500,000, but then you've got the ARP money in there, or the ARPA money in there that maybe shouldn't be, so it's a really $900,000 deficit in the general fund for the year. That's too much. We need to see what's going on with that. And then with the brownfield concern, seeing that negative fund balance there, I dealt with negative fund balances in Lindsay. I don't like those. That's not a good place to be. And so having questions with staff, getting to understand, okay, what exactly is this? My concern with brownfield has been alleviated there. General fund, there's some concerns with that. And the OPEB concerns, the unfunded liability is a concern. And in Sanger right now, tomorrow morning I have a call with Standard & Poor's to finalize the credit rating for a bond there to do a pension obligation bond. Those, from what I understand, are not an option right now for the city here, but it's going to save them about $5.5 million over 20 years. So there's different ways to approach those. I need more time going through it and talking with Mrs. Sarman about that. But those are some concerns that I saw in there. And as far as the budget goes, that's staff's like big project. Guess what we did for the last 6 months? It's a thing. I want council to be able to really dive into that from the very beginning, through community outreach, through other sessions, through workshops. So we'll give that input and direction and make that something that goes along with that same feeling of inevitability, that we're solid, we're going in the right direction. This is something you can be proud of.
Okay, Trees, 17.
What background do you have in zoning and planning concepts? And can you describe a project, process, or ordinance change in which you worked on or are familiar with that had a substantial impact on your community?
Sure. So I only had one planning class in grad school. But since then, so in senior, part of my role as the city manager, and even before that time, because our city manager was also the planning director, was to get involved with the planning side. We had had an assistant planner that had left the community, and so now we need to outsource because we couldn't find somebody to fill that spot right away. And so my role then became working with that firm to manage the planning side. And so we would have weekly meetings where we go through every project in the books, talking about the zoning for it, talking about what the next steps were. For adjusting the zoning or adapting it, there were two things. One, we needed to update our downtown area to have a central commercial district added to the community. The community had passed recreational cannabis, and they wanted to have a dispensary. We had to change the process or change the structure or zoning to allow for that. So I worked on that project. And then the second one is the auxiliary dwelling units can become a pretty big thing in California. They're by right now, but our ordinance wasn't up to date for that. And so we had to go through the process of getting the ordinance set so those could be by right, and we got rid of the inhibitors for it. That's on my waiting to see how that plays out. We're huge housing crisis out there, and just anybody can throw up that accessory dwelling as long as it's less than 50% of the main house's square footage. You can go for it. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Walk us through a process improvement project you led or partnered in that achieved an improvement in service or a saving of time and resources. And what prompted the review? What did you hope to achieve? And what steps did you employ? And what was the outcome? I'd repeat that if you need.
I think you've got it. So, just out of curiosity, anybody a fan of the Princess Bride movie? Okay, so Dread Pirate Roberts. It comes around, I promise. It's connected. So the Dread Pirate Roberts ship was named Patagonia. Okay, when I was at Muni Services, when we bought by a firm, the new CEO, his last name was Roberts. Okay, and I was part of a team that was supposed to convert this 19 terabyte data warehouse of all tax information for California, essentially, into something that a community could use. And we were always quite certain that the Dread Pirate Roberts was going to kill one of us in the morning, right? And so we needed some way to name our project after that movie, and so we were Project Patagonia. We never told him that's what it was, but our own internal joke was it Project Patagonia because maybe we'll survive to the morning. That process, though, was one that dealt with a lot of process improvement there. It was taking every department we had in the company and trying to connect their needs to client needs in cities and to build this interface that would help them do that, which required, one, understand the client's needs, understand our own internal processes, and then we had to figure out how the technology was going to work. The lead on it had been our corporate attorney that loved technology, so he got moved over, and I was pulled into it because we could translate for everybody else in the organization what's going on. It was a multi-year project. It was not uncommon for me to work until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning on it. But in the end, we had a product that our clients could then pull up online and see, give me a parcel. All right, what's the sales tax on that? What's the property tax on that? What does this mean for me? What is my forecast like? What major businesses have changed in the community? What's that economic base on a monthly basis for the community? So it was a huge time savings in the end once we're able to identify those. But each step along the way, let's define the problem, let's look at solutions, let's come back around, we go in little sprints. Okay, this week we'll work on this, come back, how to go, okay, fix it, go on with this one. Meanwhile, I still had my VP job to do at the same time. So it was a...
Princess Bride.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Yeah.
John, question number 19, we have 6 more to go through, so
I'll make my comments shorter.
Regional cooperation and partnership efforts that you've been championing in the past. While you tell us about these endeavors, can you highlight how you brought people together and measured the success with your agreements?
All right, so answering this one more straightforward, more quickly, I talked about the housing earlier. The organization Self-Help Enterprises, Self-Help Enterprises is the organization to bring in that housing. When they did, they had to invest additional funds in the community. So we wanted a transit center in Lindsay. And part of my job was to coordinate with our county and our county transportation commission and Self-Help Enterprises in the community to get this to happen, which also involved purchasing a property that had an old packing plant on it. It was about to fall over at some point. So we're also getting rid of blight and bringing that transit center, dealing with combining funds from all these different organizations to help pay for it, because the city certainly didn't have any money, but the others did. So we got to convince them to use theirs for it. It was a good project.
Okay. Tell me a story, short story about an employee you worked with. I'm most proud of, and what they're doing today. Somebody that you mentored.
Sure.
And where they went, you know.
All right, so I had a role at Muni Services for a short time as a client relations manager, and I needed to pick the next individual to come in and take my place because I was moving on to some other things in the organization. And I spent a lot of time at home thinking about it, and a particular name kept coming to mind. I'd seen an employee, but I didn't know a lot of the employee's background. But that's when I felt confident was the one that was supposed to come in and take that role over. So I brought it up, said, she's the one I want. Said, offered it to her. She said, okay. I came over, and from that time, a lot of training in the different tools that she would need. I encouraged her in her education. She's since finished that. She's running that department now on her own. She's been able to train a lot of other employees. The cities recognize her. They go to her with questions now. And it has been a great thing to look back on and see how she has really excelled from that. And I'm glad I listened to that kind of little voice saying, hey, that's the one that you should bring over for it. And I'm just really proud of the work that she's done. Irene Reynolds is her name. She is just killing it there. She's doing great.
Thank you.
John Smith.
Tell us your experience in public meetings and labor negotiations.
I was sent into my first negotiations with instruction, you're the finance guy, you just answer the finance questions. Okay, I can do that. And I go in. The two people that we were paying to come in as consultants to do the negotiation sat across from the employees and left the seat across from the union rep open for me. I'm like, wait a second, I'm supposed to answer questions here. And so I sat down, started the process with them, and I learned some really important things. It goes back to needing to be heard. There were a lot of strains between staff and management in the organization at the time, and it came down in a lot of ways to boots and T-shirts. I won't go into a long story about why, but that was a big deal. And when I finally realized that, I just told them, you can have boots, you can have T-shirts, everything calmed down, and we were able to go through the negotiations. As soon as I had that one done, it was time to do police negotiations. And by then, I just got rid of the team that was supposed to help because they weren't helping, and I just did the negotiations on my own. We got the police one done. Right now in Sanger, I'm sitting in with our fire department negotiations, and I do all the budget background for all of the others. We have 5 groups in Sanger that we negotiate with. I had 2 in Lindsay. So it's been an area I wasn't expecting, but it's one that when you actually pay attention and hear what's going on, you can get to a good solution for it.
Okay. How do you keep the right people, right seat on top?
By paying attention.
How you recruited and retained.
Okay, so.
But you did just kind of give us an example.
Yeah, paying attention, really, you've got to keep a pulse on how your staff are doing. Building the organization to be one that's desired. In my thought process, if you have an organization that other organizations are trying to steal employees from, you're doing something right. You want your staff to be ones that others want to come because it shows that you are growing them and developing them. You don't want that mass exodus all at once, but you do want your employees to feel like they're growing. And so that's part of that recruitment process. Again, I want connections with not just the high schools, but universities. Education is a huge thing in Michigan, something we're really looking forward to as a family. And I want connections there. I want them looking as us as an outlet for their graduates and kind of making those, kind of preloading that front end of candidates for when we have positions open.
What is the most important skill or talent a manager can have when it comes to council-manager relationships? Can you tell us about a time when you had to rely on that skill to build or improve relationships?
Yeah. So going in reverse order again, I use this skill every time I'm in front of council. All of you have shown a desire to be where you are. You're doing it for reasons that matter to you and matter to the people that voted for you to be here. My role is to help you be successful with that. And by making sure you always have the information that you need, that you get a straight story from me, and that I am listening for ways to improve what's going on, like those videos and the other things, because it reflects well on council that their community is going in a good direction. That's, I think, the primary thing there. Is that I have to be an advocate for council to staff, just like I'm an advocate for staff to council and to the community.
Thank you. Okay, Don Bowers, question number 24.
Okay. What tools or techniques can we expect you to introduce to ensure the council is well prepared to make decisions?
So I've made adjustments to some of my staff reports in the past. Staff reports tend to have, here's a background, here's the discussion. I like to introduce kind of a question and answer process into those staff reports, where I'm anticipating the different questions that council may have, and actually write them in there. What does this mean? What would happen if this? And then have a discussion follow that question and answer form going forward. In part because it helps council really dissect what they're reading instead of this huge block of text. It's all background, whatever it may be. And it helps the community digest what they're reading. as well, because it's coming from their perspective. Again, those same 4 groups who are always communicating and writing for. And so that's one that I would start with, those communications. And I would need to do additional evaluations of other ones that need to come in. But I love the communication side of it. That's a part that is really, really essential.
Okay, last question. Trees.
How will you handle it if it appears the council or an individual elected official is moving down the path with unintended consequences or financial or legal liabilities? Better yet, if you have faced this situation before, tell me what happened.
Okay. Is this during an open council meeting, or is this just in general? Because the answer would be different.
Either one.
Okay. So if it's separate, well, back up. Let's imagine it's an open council meeting. My role, besides no surprises, is that I never want the councilman to be embarrassed. Okay? And they may be going down a road that they simply don't understand, that that's not a road, or don't see the consequences of it. And so I will ask some questions to potentially redirect or put the brakes on that process. I had an example recently where I did have a council member that was starting to go that direction. And as a staff member, it's not really appropriate for me to chime in. But at this point, I can say, would you like some thoughts on that? And it was a way that, in one, made a situation where saying no really wasn't a good option. And saying yes would at least allow me to put the brakes on it before it went somewhere they didn't want it to go. And so by doing that and then giving some explanation or kind of redirecting, we're able to avoid that situation. That doesn't mean every time I ask any of you if you want some thoughts that I'm insinuating something. In that circumstance, it's what came to mind and what worked.
Okay. First off, Brad, I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
What questions do you have for us? Make sure that we're a good fit for you.
Oh, thank you.
Quick.
Yeah, and I will. Is there anything that you have wanted to know from me, or that might be a concern for you with me coming from California, that I can address for you before we wrap up?
Hey, personally, I looked at your resume. I've read your resume, all the information for all of my background. I feel pretty comfortable and pretty straightforward with it. Your conclusion, what you really want to accomplish by coming here to be city manager. So I really don't have any questions about my resume. I think you've been pretty forthcoming.
Okay, thank you. And then maybe one final one. The idea of doing the ride-alongs, is that something that the council would be interested in doing?
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, whoever you select, I really recommend it because it gives them so much information about it. And so I'm sure I've had a lot of questions. My brain's kind of spent now. But thank you all for the opportunities. I hope that the answers have come across the way I've intended them to come across. And appreciate the opportunity to interview with you. It's been a real pleasure. And knowing there's nothing else that you could need from me, and knowing you'd be willing to have that communication, I'm confident that we could work through whatever comes up. So, right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Better hang in there. You guys are champs today.
You keep yelling, I'm so sorry.
Tim?
Hi.
Or,
He's,
no, been doing.
yeah, are you gonna want these back?
On whose choice?
Let's go.
I don't know. I would imagine, yes, it's not, once again, it council meeting, it's public information. So it's now FOIA-able, anyone that wants it can send it, even a question.
Kathy, you've done a good job.
You want me, yeah, so I was up to 70%. All right. I'll have a call. Yeah. We'll have a cook.
You're hilarious.
Was I better behaved?
I think it's even recorded.
I love it.
I haven't met it yet.
You do. No, you don't. You do. Oh, yeah, you better.
I'm a wreck today.
You are all right. How are you? No. What? Not anywhere in City Hall. Not one. I know. That's my preference. Staying in my lane.
Okay.
Something needs to change. We'll talk about it. Okay.
Let's go back to this question. We have to do this. City Hall. Yeah. I was thinking of truth.
Oh, okay.
That's fine.
Looking for anything?
Yeah, that's it. If you gotta go there.
All right.
I do not, right?
Yeah. That's still over here. Barnes there, Barnett, not Barnett, and they sold the house. Sold house. So this house and that house. That house. Yeah. So that one, that house. The barn was build house, that's by the person. So they sold all of it. This one came in. Came to born rather than their yeah. So we are two thousand.
So when they had chicken discussion,
That part of this so this way is all RR. Our participants have. We could.
Mr. Rezegi, did you just jump in on?
Yeah, I just
Okay.
because my battery's dead, I had to.
Oh.
I mean, you plug in here.
Oh, we have a power source right here, Tree Up and Lawrence is in. You need it?
Yeah, I stole the, now.
Okay, all right.
Oh, yeah. We can get that.
yes, okay.
Come right across our property.
I said, of course, that's kind of like this.
Oh, sure. The house is starting with ours. We now have 400 feet. Yeah.
Well, you having fun yet?
We just showed some, January, we just showed some school. Gives us another access.
And,
We have a landmark. We had maybe 40 feet of frontage.
I'm not supposed to say this.
Anyway, not straight back.
You're at the back.
Yeah.
Because you did not know. Having had the horses. Like,
Yeah.
Hey, just get my blood going. Oh, yeah, that's right, we're still live.
Yeah, you guys are live and people can see.
Yeah, I was just doing jumping jacks. We're live. Get my blood flowing again. Nothing inappropriate. Look for the camera, man. That's what teachers do, right? Us teachers, like,
Middle chat, okay. Let's do the jumping chat down here. I have a it's someone who chatters. No, and it's just the brain there. I already hate that I started the recruit.
Oh.
And I drank water. And, you know, at the end, so anybody that missed it after.
The newspaper.
Trying not to yawn.
Yeah, we're done it.
He's ready, you want? Like air circulation. Yeah, I was just doing.
That's a young guy?
I told her to stop for here. I know, I'm like, oh, I forgot I was
Ha.
I can't say anything.
Oh,
Me?
We didn't touch.
I didn't touch anything. I don't touch anything.
No, wait, it is. No, it's not.
I'll hit return. It's on.
okay, perfect.
AV.
Thank you. We're very young there. Okay, ready?
Is it off? Wait.
It's back on. Oh, God.
Good.
I pulled it down to see what the percentage was left on it.
Turn the camera a little bit more.
It's 100%. Which way do you want it?
Hold on, let me position myself.
There's so much of the TV in the video.
And the same.
It almost has to be like, is that better?
I can't see it.
What if you move it?
What's the problem with it?
I don't know. I can see it.
It's okay. It's not too bad.
Well, it's just that they were off in the corner. It wasn't so much.
Oh, it depends on what you.
Now you're perfect.
Yeah,
Look at that, you're
I'm not a candidate, sorry. I don't know what good this is gonna do yet. Seeing me is not helping. Do you see all the gray hair that shows on the back of my head and why you don't want me in this job?
I am not. I'd love to answer the questions. I don't want the job, but I'd love to be able to answer the questions. You didn't ask me tough questions when you hired me.
Yeah, I know.
That's because you're interim.
Yeah.
You didn't want the job.
Figured you were ready. No matter how bad he is, we can live with it for a few years.
We're ready to ask you the question. Pull up a chair.
Well, if that's the way you want to take it, then that's fine.
Well, I know what the contract says too, which is that at any meeting, that would be my last day. So. You didn't have, it was low risk for you folks.
When's your last day?
Whenever you tell me.
Is that up to me?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's up to you, plural.
Oh, as a group. Oh, as a group.
He doesn't get that much say.
We need some water. Al.
Just how much in the refrigerator? I'll find it. Oh, you found it.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I was worried about it.
You had it?
Well,
We can't have that.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kim Wolf.
welcome.
Well, how you doing?
Oh,
Shaking hands or not shaking hands in the air.
Waving.
Waving, that works for me.
And,
Tim, I like your tie.
Thank you. My wife got it for me for Father's Day.
aw.
Nope.
Saxon, Michigan Wolverine-ish.
Michigan Wolverines, yes it is.
Well, Tim, welcome. I'm Dave Thompson, Mayor of City Hastings.
Be here.
We're gonna start off, we're gonna have several questions for you. We're gonna allot at least 60 minutes to get to know you and for you to get to know us.
Super.
So we will each ask you a series of questions. Any council member may have follow-up questions, so we can start on the first one. So why do you want to be Aging's next city manager? And what unique background, skills, or experience do you have that will make you successful?
So thank you for having me here today. This is an exciting opportunity to be considered for. The city of Hastings is located in a very good position for me from a family standpoint. My in-laws are from the Kalamazoo area. So this area of the state is attractive geographically. So that satisfies the personal reasons in the home life box. But professionally, where I'm at in my career is I'm looking for new challenges, new opportunities to use the skill sets I've developed over the last 17 years in Lake Isabella. We're, from an organizational standpoint, pretty capped out at where we're going to be with services and projects and those type of things for the foreseeable future. So for me, it's more about not being complacent in my professional life and continuing to look for challenges and opportunities that would make me a better manager and a better overall professional, I think.
So the first person is going to ask you for the second person, first councilman. John Reski, he's our second ward councilman. He'll start off with the question.
Yes. From your resume, it appears that you have a career developed over time. What you are most proud of?
Certainly. The two that come to my mind right away are the work we did to address what we locally called unbuildable lots. Lake Isabella largely is well and septic. We do have one area that does have a municipal water system and one area that has its own private community sewer system. But for the bulk of our residents, it's a well and septic situation. 5 of our 17 subdivisions had restrictions placed on them when they were originally platted in the 1960s and 70s that limit the number of available systems on site, which for us as an organization proved to be very problematic as we got into the 2000s, because here's all this vacant property, yet it still demands the roads to service the houses built around them, the snow plowing, all those types of infrastructure demands still exist, even though it was such a low density development at that point in time. Prior to my arrival, the focus had always been on, you just have to build a sewer that solves all your problems. Well, our community has overwhelmingly said, we don't want to build a sewer. You can imagine why. But, if you could figure out a different way to solve this problem, we'd be okay with that. So we ended up working with the Central Michigan District Health Department, the Isabella County Board of Public Works, and the DEQ at the time, Eagle now, and came up with different scenarios that address the conditions in each of these 5 areas. So 2 of them, they were able to go ahead and get permits right away based on the testing that we were able to do with them. Another one, we worked out a very unique lot swapping scenario involving property we own to take basically areas where there might be problems and open up areas where there weren't. And the other one, we actually went to the state, and the state has been trying to update the sanitation code for many, many years in our state, and it always gets pushed back by the legislature. We said, well, what if we created our own little local criteria for these 2 subdivisions that was that sanitation code that you've been trying to get pushed through for the last 15 years? And you could use us as an example of why this works and how it benefits to hopefully get that move forward in Lansing. And so that's eventually what we worked out with them, is we have our own set of criteria for these 2 plats that allows people to develop using newer technology. Septic systems have come a long way in 60 years, so it's very environmentally safe. It's a low-cost option for our residents, and it addresses our issue of having vacant property that basically was no tax base. So that's the first one. The second one is, when I got to Lake Isabella, you have to appreciate, we incorporated as a community in 1998. I came on board in 2004. The first 6 years of our existence were not very productive. There's a lot of infighting. There was an effort to disincorporate the village. The village that I inherited was housed in a 16 by 18 square foot office. That was it. We had no internal nuts and bolts to run an organization, to be an organization. So we've built this organization up over my time, built our own village hall. We've paved 20 plus miles of our streets. We have a 26-mile street network. And done all this on an insanely low millage rate. So that's what I'm proud of, is just the collective work at Lake Isabella to build basically a competent local unit of government from the ground up.
Al Jarvis. Al is our first ward councilman. All right. That's right. Welcome. I've been a council for 9 years. As a matter of fact, last night we watched Dr. Paul. Isn't that great? Our neighbor is.
We see Doc Pohl, we see Charles at, as he is affectionately called, at Meyer at least once a month. We see his wife there.
He doesn't charge people. So all that's what he does.
Yeah.
We'll leave it at that.
Yep. Doc Pohl's a great guy.
What are you willing to do to be part of our community?
Well, most importantly would be where you live. We would like to live in the city. I found living in Lake Isabella has made myself far more available and visible and connected to residents. When I first started there, I lived in Mount Pleasant and moved into Lake Isabella. So living in the community is one. I have 2 school-age kids, and that is an amazing way to stay connected with people through school, through extracurricular activities. And we also have, we're active members of our church back home. So there's lots of things that we do as a family that would, I think, lend itself very well here to being connected and involved in the community.
Thank you. Okay. Next we have Don Smith. Don is our third ward.
Mayor, welcome, Tim. Thanks for taking the opportunity.
Thank you for having me.
My question for you is, if offered this position, what would the first 3 months, 90 days look like for you?
Yeah, so the first 3 months of any new job are really a lot about relationship building. What I believe the city manager role is above anything else is someone who builds and manages relationships effectively. The council, the staff, and the community. There are 3 different levels that go into doing that effectively. I have to be a manager for this group. I have to be a leader for the staff, but I also have to be engaged and connected to the community and getting to know not just the various stakeholders, but also those who might not ever consider themselves a stakeholder and say, well, what do you like in the community? What do you think is the strong point, or what do you think needs to be fixed around here? Just being out and visible and connected in the community, that's a time-consuming process if you want to do it right and not superficially. Getting to know the staff is a big thing, but also looking much deeper into the finances of the organization. Those are the areas that would be high on my list early on in my first 3 months.
Okay, next we have Jackie McLean. Jackie is our 4th ward council member.
Hi, welcome. Tell us about a poor professional decision you made, or about a time you may have failed as a leader. This could include a time when you were fired or asked to resign. What did you learn from the experience, and how did that shape you as the manager or leader that you are today?
So I've never been fired or asked to resign. If I want to think about probably I don't want to say a poor decision, but a decision that I wish I would have fought harder on is something that we're currently facing, and that is a biblical infestation of gypsy moths. They have devastated areas of our community, and we knew about it last year. I went to the council. They didn't seem terribly concerned about it. I went back this spring and said, here are the areas where we are seeing a large amount of nests, and this is where we're going to have epic problems this year. And they said, no, this is not something that we want to push. We don't want to fund this. And part of the problem was the finances of it. It was just too much of a cost for us to just pick up out of budget. But I have received more calls in the last month and a half about what are you going to do about moths than I have about anything else in my career. And I wish I would have pushed harder to do something. We put it out there that, there's not a community-wide spraying program in Isabella County. The economics aren't there for us to do it at $39 an acre for a 5 square mile community. Here are the things you can do as a homeowner to help fight that off. And it's also regretful that, we put all this out in our newsletter and we still get all these calls, which speaks to the fact that we need to think about a different medium to communicate with as well. But that's probably the one that I've not been the pleased with myself.
That's interesting.
But they do in Isabella County spray.
No, one township does. We do not have a countywide spray program for any type of pest.
part of this question was a quote professional. I want to know, because I saw your resume, and you said you used to get councilman recreation.
I was.
You the guy that set that speed trap up there?
No, I'm not.
See that?
The funny thing about my hometown is, just to the east, before you get to Wheeler, a gentleman got pulled over 30 years ago, and for the greater part of my life, there was a big sign in his front yard: avoid the Breckenridge speed trap, go this way around the village. So, flow through the village.
Okay, next up will be Brenda McNasty. She's our second ward council member.
Welcome. Appreciate you coming down. When we call on people who have worked with you over the years, what will they tell us about you? Tell us one word or phrase that an employee, a close peer might use that your bosses or elected officials may not.
I'd say team player, that is what they would describe me as. I have always tried to be a leader as part of the team. I'm not someone that is very authoritarian in how we dictate work and do things. We contract a lot of our services out, going back to the fact that when we incorporated in 1998, you're expected to be somewhat of a functioning municipality the day after you incorporate, yet you have no fund balance, no equipment, no facilities whatsoever, but you're thrown out of the nest to function. So the way we had to function was to go down the contracted services route. So doing it that way has given me, I think, a different management style than a lot of other people, where I appreciate the relationships we have with our private sector partners, because they do provide us a tremendous service, and it's something that my residents depend on and need. So I've always tried to be very understanding of what their needs are, very understanding of what their demands are as well, and getting that balance right so that my citizens get their services met, but also not putting that provider in a place where they don't want to work for us any longer. So.
I have one follow-up. Talking about all this privatization you're doing, that's something you think about being here?
No.
We do a lot of it.
Exactly, yeah. And for us, it was the only card in the deck that we could play, quite frankly. You don't have a fund balance to go and buy equipment. You've got to rely on private partners to do that. You've got to look to your existing service providers to build relationships with, to do recycling, to do fire, to do policing with, just because you can't just come from day one and do all of this without any type of fund to start with. So.
Next up, Don Bowers. Don Bowers is the youngest member of our board.
I'm the old rebel.
29?
He's our third ward council member.
Welcome to Hastings. When hiring a new department director to join and strengthen your staff, what personal characteristics or attributes are you looking for and why?
Most importantly to me is, are they able to function in a team environment? Can they function in a team environment? I don't believe in silos. I don't think they are an effective way, especially in a mid-sized community like Hastings, to try and run a department. You need to work well within your senior leadership team in terms of, are there ways that, if this department is doing one thing, is that going to impact another department? You don't want to create islands within that organization. So for me, the most important thing is this someone that can get along in a team and can accept criticism and give constructive advice in a way that doesn't negatively impact the relationships they have with their coworkers?
Thank you.
Okay, Trace Hoffman-Bowen. Trace is our first ward council member.
What do your team meetings look like?
Our team meetings are relatively short and concise due to the fact that we have a very small staff. So we meet typically about every other week at this point in time. And just to keep everybody on the same page, here's the things that we need to get focused on the next couple of weeks. Here's what's coming up around the curve. Is there any supply issues we need to get addressed, anything like that? That's about it for us, quite frankly.
I got a problem. We don't have a lot of directors, 4 or 5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not a huge.
Sure.
How many do you have?
I have one direct report right now, it's a full-time employee. Everything else is outsourced or part-time employee, so. I have one, full-time direct report. The others are either, contractors or part-time staff that we work with. So, that's why for us, it's not necessarily a team meeting concept is one that we have to do every week. You know, the Monday morning, 9 a.m., stereotypical thing. For us, it's a lot more of who's going to make this call to the vendor or the contractor and make sure that we're on the same page and how that communication is carried through so everybody knows in the loop that so-and-so's coming on Wednesday to grade roads. We need this guy here on Tuesday to brine, you know, or vice versa. So stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
Jim Carey, Jim is our fourth ward council member.
Tim, thank you for showing up. Are you more of a leader or a manager? And tell us how that descriptor informs the kind of administrator you are.
Sure. You know, in this line of work, you do have to have a little bit of both. You have to be obviously a manager for this board, this group. You do need to be a leader, though, for your staff. The best way that I have found to do that, though, is to be very humble and in a servant-oriented way in how I go about my service. I take personal pride in being able to run every item of equipment that we have in our organization, from plow truck to backhoe to whatever. And I do that to build not just rapport with our employees and our contractors, but it also it's just something that I firmly believe in, that if something needed to get done and there was nobody else in the organization available to do it, it still needs to get done, if that makes sense. So I've plowed streets, I've run a backhoe, I've done a lot of those things just because at the end of the day, I was the only one at that time available to do something that had to get done. So.
John Risgate, question number 10.
Can you describe your personal code of values or ethics standards? Tell us about the time you were confronted with an ethical challenge and had to rely on your standards as executive. How did you handle the situation? And would you do it differently now than you did back then?
So from an ethical standpoint, you know, I've been I'm a Bible-believing Christian, you know, and I adhere to, you know, what I think is an appropriate conduct to maintain across all areas of your life, whether it's personal or professional. I try to treat people with respect. I try to value other people. And I hold myself to a standard that I do believe that I would need to held accountable to at a later date and time, to say that appropriately. In my own professional life, thinking of any type of ethical situation, you know, we've not encountered a lot of those scenarios in Lake Isabella. But I can think back to a time when I was a council member in Breckenridge, and I voted on something in a certain way that I knew was not the right way to vote, and I regretted it, but I did it for, I think, purely political reasons. It was an issue with our pension fund. It was to give our employees a better retirement package than what the rest of the council wanted to do. And from an ethical standpoint, it involved a vote that would put the fire chief in a position that I didn't think was appropriate in terms of where he could serve in the organization, but I felt it was the right thing to do locally. And that's the one vote I made in 4 years I've always regretted, because I knew it should have voted the other way, but I did it that way because he was my friend and I felt that was important at the time. So.
Good answer. So next is Al. Question number 12.
Okay, we've been working diligently on putting together a new master plan. Getting consensus on implementation and strategies and timelines would be the next logical step. Walk us through a time when you needed to build consensus around complex community goals or issues. What strategies or processes do you use to get the best results?
Sure. We're doing that actually right now. We are about to adopt our first ever community parks and recreation master plan. And for us, we've never dabbled into that realm of services because we have a large property owners association, our community, that has maintained the limited parks we do have in the lake and kept it private. What we've finally got the community to buy into after years of having these conversations is that we are selling ourselves short by not being involved from the village's standpoint, because as a public entity, we are eligible for grants that a private entity is not. So if you want bike trails, if you want walking trails, if you want all these other amenities, you're not going to get that through a private HOA that you pay $200 a year for. You're going to need to go through us and do community improvement type bond project where we can go out and get grants through the trust fund. We've had overwhelming positive support through the process we've engaged in this last year, which was surprising due to COVID. You know, people, you know, didn't want to get engaged, and a lot of the feedback I heard from colleagues was very negative during the time, but we've had a very positive response. We did a community survey and had 300 people take it out of a community of 2,000, so that's a good sample size for us. We did an open house end of May and had like 60 people show up in person. Like the week that you're told, hey, you know, you can start going without mask if you want to. And it's like watching people come in that hadn't come to those things in a year. It was an interesting experience. Everyone coming in like, do I need to wear this? Can I take it off? You know, the feedback's been very good. It's been very positive, and it's affirmed a lot of the internal things that we've realized from our discussions with people about. These are the needs that the community has. These are the wants that they have. This has been validated through that process. So now we're able to move forward to the next step and hopefully make these a reality in 2022.
Now, have you written minutes yourself?
Yes, I have. Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's it.
Okay. From what you've learned about us, what do you think the priority should be the next 3 years? What should we as a city be tackling? How would you introduce those ideas to the council?
Mm-hmm.
And what processes would you follow to move those ideas and projects forward?
Certainly. The biggest one, and it's one I'm just going to throw out there, I don't know if anybody else has touched on the topic, but there is a considerable unfunded liability in both your pension and your OPEB plans that will put a considerable strain on your budget in the next few years that will certainly impact your ability to implement your Parks and Rec plan, your bike plan. These are things that need to get addressed and worked through constructively with your labor partners, because you can't realistically think you're going to implement these if 1 out of every 3 of your tax dollars is going to these legacy obligations, which is where you're at. And that's a serious issue that does have to get addressed. Otherwise, none of these plans, and they are good plans, are going to get fulfilled.
How would you bring those to
Oh.
council?
I think I just did. Yeah.
What are some of the methodologies?
Sure. You know, that's a huge issue that you can't solve within the scope of management rights. You have to do it with a process that involves the council, but also your representatives from labor as well. So it would be a robust process that I would expect participation from this board. I would expect participation from the labor unions on to say, look, this is where we're at as an organization. How can we make this a manageable thing as opposed to what I see 3 years down the road in terms of our payments and, you know, 7-figure contributions every year to your legacy costs, because that is going to certainly be something that would impact streets, impact arts and culture, impact everything you want to do. So it's not just getting the involvement, but it's also making people sure they understand the complexity of the problem and why this is something that does need to get addressed now before it snowballs into something that is truly catastrophic. Because I do think you still have time to resolve it. Those days are getting shorter. So.
One question on that.
What tools and techniques you use to keep all sections of the working organization, staff, boards, council, informed on important community issues on a timely basis?
Good old mass email. Everybody gets the same emails, everybody's in the same loop in terms of here's what's going on in the organization. We made a conscious effort years ago that every of our main boards, Planning Commission, ZBA, Council, Liaison, all of the minutes from the other organizations are going into those packets. We also structured ourselves that we have representatives from different boards serving on other boards. So we have a council member on Planning Commission, we have a council member on ZBA, we have a Planning Commission member on ZBA, we have other people involved in liaison. So we've tried to get enough irons in the fire so that everybody's talking about what's going on. In addition to the emails, in addition to, the regular reports at meetings that I do, that's primarily what we do.
Of all of our audiences, our residents and business owners are undoubtedly the most critical. How do you ensure they are receiving the real message from City Hall and staying involved as participating partners in our local government? Once you've told us what has worked for you in other places, what would you recommend?
Sure. I do not hold a lot of stock anymore in print newsletters. I think the medium has changed in how people want to receive information, how they digest information. While that's certainly still important for some, the majority of people, I think, get their information in shorter snippets online through either Facebook, unfortunately Nextdoor, and other social media apps like that. So you do have to be engaged in social media. And you have to be deliberate in how you communicate. I think you also need to be deliberate in how you present information on your website as well. And do things in a way that they can be directed back to a website or to, whatever you're doing to get more information. I also am a believer that you need to invest in video capabilities for your organization in terms of if you're trying to get a message out, a 60-second video is probably going to be more impactful for a lot of people than making them read a page of text. And play it, they don't have to read it, it's something that they can keep on in the background. It fits more with, I think, the way we as Americans digest our media today. We have found, and it was, somewhat of a pushback initially, that our biggest community investment or community engagement outlet is still Facebook. I can get more connections made with a $100 Facebook ad advertising a community survey than I can if I mail 3,000 newsletters out to people. That's just the reality of the world we live in. So, yeah.
Finding solutions to impactful community and internal organizational issues can be difficult. There's often conflict around the desired outcome, the way you get there, or even the definition of the problem. Tell us a time you faced during your municipal career and walk us through the problem-solving steps you used or the strategies you employed to get beyond it.
Sure. I'm sure most of you remember the fun economic reality of 2008. We as a community, going back to our large POA, they are, by the letter of the law, the entity charged with the maintenance of our dam that creates the lake. They went through a complete turnover on their board. It was an orchestrated event for the sole purpose of doing drawdowns for the lake. We can manipulate the lake level of our lake. And we as an organization were not opposed to this. But what we were concerned about was they hadn't done any of the engineering updates to make sure that the gate on the dam was going to be able to handle this. Coming out of 2008, this is early 2009, we went to them in private and said, look, a large chunk of our community has just had most of their net equity wiped out in the housing bubble. This is not the time to play fast and loose with the thing that creates the lake that ties to the property value of their home. Can you give them some assurances that this is going to be safe? And they pretty much told us to go pound sand, for lack of a better word. So we got engaged in the process very reluctantly, got the state involved in contesting their permits, the whole time communicating with them and the public that we are not opposed to doing a drawdown for the management of the lake. We have these concerns here, and if we can get these addressed, we will happily get out of everybody's way. But you also, as an organization, don't represent every riparian owner in our community, so we do have a voice at this table. And so what we ended up doing through meetings with them and through community involvement is we proposed and largely funded a reserve gate on our dam. So there was a gate on this side of a wall. We put a gate on this side of the wall so that, God forbid, this one that's been there since '68 failed, we had something in place that could control the lake on the other side of it. And after that, you know, things went the way that they wanted. The lake got drawn down. We still do have some residual personality issues from that conflict, but those have largely gone away over time.
Are you part of, your lake feed?
So we are on the Chippewa.
In the Chippewa?
Chippewa folds, feeds into the Tittawassee. So we started Barrington, you come through Lake Isabella, you go through Mount Pleasant, and by Midland, the Pine River, which comes through Alma and St. Louis, connects there, and then that flows into the Tittawassee in Midland. So, yep.
So the dam, after what happened in Wixom and Sanford, will probably be a little more open-minded to protecting those properties.
You know, we are in, you know, we took our experience out of that episode in 2008. One of the things that we intentionally did after that is we didn't want to get into a situation where information could be used as a weapon or essentially a denial. So every document that we could get about our dam, every inspection, we've made publicly available on our website for anyone to go and look at it anytime they want, because we didn't want to get into a scenario 10 years down the road when all these key players were gone and get back to a he said, she said, well, no, this is what this can do. Everything's right there, preserved for posterity on the internet. You can go and you can look at it. We also were very intentional with our drain commissioner and got a project done that did $435,000 worth of maintenance and improvements to that structure coming out of those issues in 2008. Again, to go back to our community and say, you know, your dam is safe, your dam is well maintained. You know, we have invested stakeholders, the village, the association, the county. You know, we aren't going to have, God forbid, the issues that we had downstream.
So the village owns the dam?
No, the POA owns the dam.
Okay, thank you.
John Bauer, number 16.
Oh, you are? Just a moment. I'm lost. If you are selected, what kind of a time frame would you have to come here?
That's not the question on that.
Okay. What background do you have with zoning? That's not mine.
That one.
Budget. I didn't mark it right. Sorry. Are you ready?
I'm ready to go, sir.
I'll get it in a minute. When you reviewed our budget, what did you see, and what might you be talking to us about when it's time for this year's budget adjustment? And what can we expect to have from you in next year's budget?
Yeah, I think I've touched on that a little bit already, and that was the repeated MERS on every fund and department. It's something that needs to be thought through and talked about and caught up on. It looked like you did a change in your OPEB plan a couple of years ago that shrunk that liability from about $14 to $9 million in your retiree health care, but you're looking at $9 million on each side of the coin that's unfunded, and you know, corrective action plan with Treasury certainly on the OPEB. So those are things that would certainly need to be thought through in the budget process. Is there ways to catch that up to get us out of the corrective action plan? Those would be high on my list, because you don't want those things hanging over the organization. You want to be able to operate the way you want to operate.
sound like that's a real problem.
Well, you know,
Okay?
I think it might be.
Okay. I'm just a bit
Mm-hmm.
back the street there. How are you gonna go about convincing us to do that?
Convincing you or the community?
Yeah.
Well, you've got a job here. How are you gonna do it?
So as your manager, the question I would ask you as an elected official is it a saleable policy for your community to go back to them, to your board and say, every dollar you give us in property taxes, 33 cents goes to pay for retiree benefits and health care? Is that an attainable solution that we have as a community?
As long as it wasn't forever. We want to solve this problem.
Exactly. But that's where you're at today. And growing. Yeah. So these things that we want to do as a community, the bikes, continue the beautiful artwork downtown, build on the master plan to make it affordable for low-income housing, you've got to deal with this now because you're not going to be able to attract, starter homes, which is one of the things in your master plan, which is something that is desperately needed, if they don't have that economic benefit of also having affordable city services. If you give them an affordable housing solution, but not an affordable utility solution, you've not solved the problem. You've just created, a bigger problem, in my opinion, because now you've got issues where you think you've solved it, but you really haven't. So doing these in a way that doesn't place a higher tax demand on the community is where the real work is, in my opinion.
You wouldn't be scared to hammer on us to just go, you really need to take care of this.
No, I mean, there's an array of options that you would need to consider. Some are less palatable for elected officials than others, like special assessment to fund police. You went down that road, you can levy up to 2 mills for a special assessment to fund public safety operations. Well, now you can divert general fund money for your pension liabilities because you can fund police partially through a 1 mil special assessment or a 2 mil special assessment. It'll create, $180,000 based on your taxable value. It's not a lot of money, but it'll nibble away at a 7-figure pension benefit.
Okay. What background do you have with zoning and planning concepts, and can you describe a project, a process, or ordinance change in which you worked or are familiar with that has had substantial impact on your community?
So I am an AICP certified planner. I'm our zoning administrator. I've authored our last 3 master plans. The one in 2014 won the APA National Small Town Plan of the Year Award. I wrote our zoning ordinance. So this is an area where I'm very much in my wheelhouse. The one that probably had the most impact on us as a community was this last year, where we have become more permissive over time in what we allow in terms of accessory structures. We've looked at data from the American Mosaic through Expedient that tells you what your lifestyle clusters are in your community for your residents. Who's moving in, what type of lifestyle, do they have campers, RVs, are they empty nesters, those type of things. And but we're in a market where we've got a lot of people that are my age, that have toys, and they need places to put them. So we really think we should allow people to build accessory buildings. Well, we did this, and we had one neighborhood in particular that was not pleased with that change. They were not pleased with a development that we allowed to go in because they didn't feel it fit the character of the neighborhood. And the character of the neighborhood is a tough one to deal with from a zoning standpoint because it is a subjective standard. You have to deal in very black and white terms in terms of what you do and do not allow. So we went through several meetings last year to update our ordinance, and there was one neighborhood in particular where they came out consistently throughout the upfront part of the process to complain, and then when it got time to actually get into crafting a document, they stopped showing up. But it was a tough issue because it represented what we are going through as a community, where our council at least understands we are demographically changing. We are getting younger. We are getting a lot more, starter homes, younger families than we used to 20 years ago. We have more residents under the age of 18 than over 65, for one thing. When we tell people that, they're like, no, you're a retirement community. I'm like, no, we're not. We are a bedroom community. We've got tons of kids. We're changing in who we are. In getting those two groups on the same page as to what their community wants to look like is a little bit challenging at times.
Thank you.
Tim, walk us through a process improvement project you led or partnered in that achieved an improvement in service or a savings of time and resources. And what prompted review, or what did you hope to achieve? What steps did you employ, and what was the outcome?
So one of the big ones that we did, when I came to Lake Isabella, we primarily had a lot of gravel roads. Almost all of our side streets were dirt roads. And we had initially started to do paving through resident-initiated special assessment. You want your street paved, get a petition, get your neighbors to sign it, we'll do it. After a couple of years of that, people just said, we just really want our street paved, we don't want to deal with this. So I said, all right, we'll flip the script. We'll propose the project, we'll send you all an opt-out. If half the people on your street opt out, we won't do it. If they don't, we will. And here's what it's going to cost. Here's what it's going to save us as an organization. Because with 18 miles of local streets, we get, $110,000 a year from MDOT to maintain that. After you get done plowing it, there's not a lot left over to do anything else. So we went back to them and said, look, we can't continue to grade all these and brine all these and ditch all these and do all these things if we've got to deal with it in a gravel world. Let's pave them. They'll free us up from that maintenance obligation so we can do the other things around them in terms of the signage, the drainage, all those other things. And this was 2007, so it was right before the financial realities changed for the world, but we were able to do it for like $1,000 a resident for a home, and then we paid 14 miles a street for. Wow. Yeah. So.
That was just blacktop, that wasn't curb.
No, just blacktop. Yep, just blacktop. So. But we did it, and it instantly changed the character in the neighborhood because people could go out and they could bike and they could jog and they could do all these other things that they just weren't going to do on a dirt road. And now they have to worry about dust and stones getting in their yard for their mower. It completely changed the character in our neighborhoods to something far more suburban than rural. And it certainly helped us be more marketable in a real estate standpoint over those tough years, 2008 to 2014, because you weren't just moving out to the country, you were moving out somewhere that had low taxes and good services and had paved roads, and we got natural gas and we got high-speed internet. It's like you were getting a suburban lifestyle at a low cost. So.
Now, I'm saying, your internet up there,
Oh, no. So.
But I know up there, there's areas where you get dead zone.
No, we, so when I started, we had dial-up. It was enjoyable to try and work.
We all have dial-up.
But we didn't have a separate phone line for it either. So, it's like, could you call the village office or not? We might be trying to check email this time. We worked with a couple of local companies and got the radio internet first. Then we worked with Frontier and got DSL. Then we finally persuaded Charter and got cable. And now we are actually in a cooperative for our power company. So we don't have consumers, we don't have DT, we're with Homeworks Tri-County. We are currently, they're currently doing in our community a fiber to the home build out. So, yeah, we have abundance of internet options for people at this point in time. One if you got pulled over, one if you didn't. Yeah.
Verizon worked or the other.
Yeah.
But anyhow, thank you. John Risky, what intergovernmental regional cooperation or partnership efforts have you championed in the past? While you were doing these endeavors, highlight how you brought people together, and how you measured the success of your agreement.
So both when I was in Breckenridge as an elected official and at Lake Isabella, I championed curbside recycling. And in Breckenridge, I built up a relationship with the then director of the Mid-Michigan Waste Management Authority out of Saginaw County. Saginaw County was what I used as a model for us, and that all of their townships, all of their municipalities collectively bid all of their waste contracts together. We were in the first township out of Saginaw County and Gratiot County. But, is there anything that would prevent us from joining in with you guys? And they went back and said, no, actually, there's not. I'm like, let's do that. And I went back to our council, back to our management, said, well, we're paying X amount right now for curbside garbage. That's it. We don't have recycling. We can get all of this and recycling and yard waste collection for less than we're paying now. This should be pretty easy to sell. And it was. In Isabella County, we worked with the county and several of the other what we would call out townships, and got a 2% grant from the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe to fund an out-county recycling collection. So we do curbside every other week in the village now. We also had a depot put in our DPW building so people can take it over there to drop off at any time. And those were wildly popular and happy. We do it for $15 a year for recycling per household through this agreement. So.
Tell me a story about an employee you worked with, whom you are most proud of, that you mentored, and where do they now?
He is retired now.
That's good.
He didn't retire from us, but it was a gentleman that had retired from a law enforcement agency due to an injury he had while on duty. And it's the extent of what I can say for those reasons. But he came to work for us and did code enforcement. He did DPW work. And through the relationship we had with him, we helped him personally deal with that transition in his life, provided, just the support that he needed coming out of a career in law enforcement. You can certainly feel like you've lost your identity if that's not what you do anymore. He ended up being able to go back into law enforcement as a school liaison officer several years down the road after working from us, and finally retired out of that role last year. So it was very rewarding from us because, here's this guy that, had left his career on terms that he didn't dictate, and, he was able to reconnect, re-identify himself in terms of his abilities in his profession, and, has had a successful life since then.
Tim, can you tell us about your experience with public unions?
Yeah. So I will certainly be the first to admit that it is not something that we have to deal with at Lake Isabella. It's been since I was a council member in Breckenridge that I had to deal with unions. So that was 17 years ago. We had a police union at the time, and I was involved in our contract negotiation from the village end with them. It was a small union. It wasn't contentious by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm not one that sees labor in an oppositional role. I believe that they are vital to the success of any organization. I don't get on board with bashing unions because it's not, I think, something that's helpful or productive.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What do you think is important to consider before going?
I think one of the things that you have to do is to set the groundwork so everybody understands what the field is. And you do that through building the relationships up with clear communication beforehand and letting them have every ounce of financial information available to you as well. They can't come to the table with unrealistic expectations. So that's why when you talk about your legacy issues, you have to involve them from the start, because they are absolutely part of the solution that the community is going to have to figure out. Because you can't go into that negotiation if you're seeing one world and they're seeing a different world. You've got to lay that framework so you all understand what field you're playing on and what the realities are.
How to keep the right people in the right seat on the bus. Give us a big example of how you have recruited and retained talent.
Yes, I will tell you that recruiting talent in this day and age is incredibly difficult. I'm not sure if you've noticed, every place has a help wanted sign. And as an organization, you have to balance that from the standpoint of, you can't just fill a position to have it filled. Sometimes it's better to have nobody in a role than somebody, just because somebody's the only one that wants to do it. But you do that as an organization through having a culture that people can recruit for you as well. So if you've got an opening, and you know what, this is a really good place to work. You know, so when you come up in an interview, someone says, you know, why do you want to work for the city of Hastings? I have a friend that works here, and they speak really well of the organization. They say, you know, you're very, you know, family focused, you're good with time off, you encourage professional development, you foster that within your organization so that the organization can essentially recruit itself. We've not had major issues in filling positions in our organization, but we do invest in our staff. You know, we make the performance review not just about what you've done, but where you want to go personally and professionally. Are there ways that we can help you with certifications or training or credentials that help you professionally, but also reward you personally, that you've knocked this off and you're with the things you want to do in your life? So that's my approach.
Thank you.
What is the most important skill or talent a manager can have when it comes to council-manager relationships? Can you tell us about a time when you had to rely on that skill to build or improve relationships?
Listening is probably the most important. For many, many years, I had the privilege of working with the same group of council members who hired me. And up until like 2 years ago, I would say I still had 4 of my 7 council members that had hired me 15 years prior still on the council. So we had a rapport that was a lot more, I think, social, just based on the relationships that we've had over the years, so that we could certainly be more relaxed with each other. As we've changed as an organization, I've certainly been more inclined to remind our new members that this is the council manager form of government. This is not the village manager running a meeting. This is me facilitating, me providing you with the information, me answering your questions, and hopefully giving you the information materials you need to make a decision on the policies that you want to implement for the organization.
Thank you.
I have a
John Bowers, you're up next.
I have a question
Question number
first.
24. You have a question first?
Yeah. What should we expect from the city manager?
You should expect someone who is professional, who is dedicated to his or her community, and someone that has the relationship skills that is not going to alienate members, not just of your organization, but of your community. The city manager is one of the faces of the organization, one of the main ones, along with the mayor, and I think the chief of police are probably the 3 main faces of any municipality. City council would be up there as well, but these are the 3 entities that, as an organization, you want to make sure best represent your goals and what you feel what your organization stands for. You know, the City of Hastings on your logo has, you know, remembering the past and progressing with the future, basically like that. So being able to appreciate the heritage of your community, being able to understand that, learn it, you know, understand why that's important and how that plays out with, you know, where you want to go as an organization, so that you don't do something that is so outside of what the norms are for your community that it just upsets the apple cart.
Thank you. Now, on to my question. What tools or techniques can we expect you to introduce to ensure the council's well prepared to make the best possible decisions?
Sure. So one of the things I think is important in this role is having built the relationships up and have the lines of communication to understand what individual council members have concerns on or may need in terms of information for them to be comfortable making a decision. So that goes not just to the processes that are followed internally to get something to the table, but also anything before it gets to you guys in terms of residual questions you may have or concerns that may come up. I did spend 4 years as an elected official, so that's always been one of the things that has directed me in how I prepare and present things to the council. Is it's done with a mindset of, if I was in that role, what questions would I have? What would I want to have answered? And what is the worst case scenario and why, you know, we need to do this or not need to do this?
Thank you.
Last but not least, the last question is trees.
How will you handle it if it appears the council or an individual elected official is moving down a path with unintended consequences or financial or legal liabilities? Better yet, if you faced this situation before, tell me what happened.
Sure. When it comes to the conduct of the elected officials, this is not a cop-out, but the duty to police that conduct is yours. And there's ways to do that in private. There's ways to have those conversations in private. You know, we had a scenario the last couple of years that we had to deal with. It wasn't major. It wasn't, you know, the end of the world, but we had council members going to the planning commission and engaging in public comment and saying, well, you know, this is my opinion on this matter. And we finally had to have the unpleasant conversations like, this is inappropriate. This is why it's inappropriate. And we understand that you're elected, but you're elected to be on this board. You appoint people on that board, and that board sends stuff back to you. You don't need to go to their meeting and give your opinion on every item of business that's coming up. That's counterproductive at this point in time. And it wasn't being done with any ill intent, and most of the planning commission members did not have a problem with it. But it was an issue of making them understand that as an outsider looking in, if you were to go to this meeting and you've got a village council member coming and saying, this is your opinion on what you're deciding, that's still going to come back to me as a council member, why do you even bother with planning commission at that point in time? You've already made up your mind. So.
Any follow-up on that? Well, Tim, I want to thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me.
What questions do you have for us, so you can be sure you're good fit for us?
You know, I have two, and it's one I'd like each of you to kind of respond with 1 or 2 words. But first is, what do you think the biggest strength of Hastings is as a community?
We're a very collaborative organization, body, community. Very collaborative.
I'd say we're a family.
I think as a whole, we have pretty high moral values.
Okay.
I think the people are very vested. Those things are important to them because of that.
For the most part, it's a very giving community. We have one of the greatest communities. We have some of the greatest people here. Volunteers, we have anything that they can. I mean, not everybody, but for the majority, we have a lot of great people here that want to make our community the best place there is for our kids to live.
feedback on what Tom said.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, my comment follows that, what he just said, really well. And I agree with what everybody else said, but it's the excitement about the community. And that's what he just demonstrated. So.
Everybody knows I'm excited, I love
Well,
it.
yeah, but yeah.
My town, right?
There's a lot of excitement, whether it's in the businesses or in the residents.
Mhm.
People just, really embrace the community, and embrace what we do.
Very fortunate here. We really are. Who's not?
What are they talking about?
You're still interviewing a guy?
Oh, they're still interviewing?
Apparently. That's fine.
Yeah. We are back live, people.
So, I didn't extend the teacher.
Boy, you got a touchy spot, buddy.
This is why I'd never work out here.
Yeah, a couple of them. Covering city manager.
So, we're gonna start deliberation.
I just want another couple minutes of your time, just because you probably haven't seen me enough and you'll miss me when I'm gone. What we're gonna do for the next however long it takes is try to get you to 2 motions. First is move to, make a conditional offer. You've seen these motions before. Make a conditional offer to someone for the position of city manager. The second motion is to appoint the city attorney and the mayor as the negotiation committee to begin negotiations with that named person. Any employment contract, however, comes back to the full council for consideration. It's getting to that point that takes the time. I'm going to suggest one thing to start you off and then give you a couple of options to sort of help you get to that consensus place. And then the mayor's going to run that discussion unless you all make him crazy, he throws his hands up in the air, and then I'll come back. But the first thing I would suggest you do to sort of bridge what you've done all afternoon and begin this deliberation is to just go around the table and share with each other how you felt the day went. How did the questions work? What did you find out? How did the people respond? Were you okay? Did the process work the way you wanted to? Just sort of bridge the gap between listening and then moving into talking and deciding, to sort of switch your brain around. Once you do that and sort of listen to each other, you'll get a little bit of a handle on the things that, Don thought were important during the day versus what Brenda thought were important during the day. Then I think you want to start getting to the meat of the discussion. There are 2 ways you can do that, because debating about all 5 of those people and how they meet your ideals is kind of tough. So there are 2 directions you can take, one from the bottom and one from the top. Sometimes it's easiest to go around the table and say, if I had to eliminate 2 people, even though I think they're wonderful folks, I might choose this person and this person to eliminate. And sort of work around and see if you can get down to maybe 3 people to talk about. Or you can do it the other way around. I'd like to keep these 3 people in and sort of get to a smaller group to talk about. And then you can go back again, Mr. Mayor, around the table and let people say, I want to keep these, I like those 3 because, boom, 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 right? I don't think it's necessary that we spend, if you're going to do it the other way, if you're going to back into it and talk about eliminating people, I don't know that you need to say, this is why. Just maybe these 2 people didn't fit as well as the other 3. So there are kind of 2 ways to look at it. I didn't give you a lot of forewarning, so you could decide which way works best for you.
It's easier for you because you've been through this enough time.
Yeah.
But wouldn't it be better to be on the positive side? I'd rather go with the positive.
Who you want to keep?
Eliminate.
I think that
Number 5.
I think that makes a great deal of sense. But I think you might want to talk about, just go around the table, just see how everybody's sitting, what the temperature of the room is, and then maybe you can say, I'd like to keep these 3 people in the list. And then go around and talk about why those 3. Does that sound?
Yeah, sure. So we'll let you start out first, John, seeing you're over that end.
Questions were fantastic. I think we all did a great job today. I think we had some great candidates here. It's gonna be a tough decision for us all to narrow them down. But I think I got mine narrowed down to 3, so with the questions that we have, and I'm pretty sure most of us have our 3 favorites. And I think we're gonna get through this, and between all of us, we're gonna pick out a great city manager. We got 5 of them to choose from.
I'm just guessing on that. I don't know where your thumb is, but, I agree with everything John said. It was good when I read about them, how my attitude changed in those days, and based on their profile. I have a top 2. I could come up with a third if necessary, but I have a top 2 that I could live with, and go from there. But majority rule.
So, what you guys said. Build on the way of things, hope everybody's saying that. I know that we looked over everybody's resumes when we chose our top 5 to come down here and be interviewed. So in part of this exercise, we see how well they interviewed with us. So I try to not look at their resumes and their experience, right? I try to focus on how well do they listen to our questions, how do they respond to the room, how do they answer our questions, right? And then are they talking about the right content, right? So that's really what I was focused on. And so some key things stuck out to me about obviously every question that we individually ask is going to stick out to us because we ask it and we're completely involved in the question. So those were important to us. I'm sure they were important to you guys individually. But I really focused on how they conducted themselves in their interview with us. And I also picked out my top 3 as well. So and I'm hoping that in the process it goes, we all name our top 3. And then if it's pretty close, we have 2, we can talk about them, right? And the pros of them. And I think staying positive, what Al said is really important. And then if we're getting really close to consensus, then we can go through the motion. But that's how I found it. On the interview. Thank you.
I agree with it. But unlike them, I went through the resumes, all this written material we had on 5 candidates, probably 5 times. And I really look forward to today and see how they present themselves, you know. I look to see if somebody is real sure of themselves. You know, I think we have some candidates that were, I think we have a few that weren't. Maybe they just don't interview well. I too have picked my top 3. Top 3 as I picked, they don't totally meet everything that's in our ideal candidate, but I think we've got one in that out of the 3 that I think will do a great job for us, and we'll move on the process.
Sure, I agree with all of you. I have my top 3. I also have my first pick. So I'm going to pass it on to Brenda because I'm willing to get there quickly.
But one thing I noticed the most about almost every one of them was when they first came in, they weren't comfortable. They weren't very, I think only one of them came in and was like, okay, I'm here, let's go, kind of thing. But every one of them also got so much better throughout the whole process. They felt more comfortable, they were more relaxed, so, I mean, that's one thing I noticed about all of them. You start out with one and you go, oh, that person's great, and then you get the next one and you go, oh, well, that person's great. And so I was going through a lot of that. So I think it's a lot. I don't think we can go wrong with anybody here, but yeah, I did kind of rank a couple too that stood out to me more than the others. But I could throw another third one in there too. But for the most part, I had 2 that stood out. So that I felt were most would fit most within our organization, based on how they answered the questions, what their interests were, how they would approach different things that we have going on. So, basically the way I narrowed it down was, really, to know that they're qualified, it was how well I felt that they would fit.
Keyword.
Yep.
Yep.
We're looking for a partner. I want to get comfortable with them. I got two. And I think the city really has some problems that need to really be addressed. I mean, it's easy to be easy, but you got to have somebody who's going to have a backbone here. So I've got two. I feel comfortable.
Trace?
I don't want to be mean. I don't want to tell anybody no. I wish we could afford all of them.
What?
Why not? I mean,
Together though.
yeah, I don't know.
All in charge.
I've got mine narrowed down to 3. I think it went well. I don't know, I agree with everybody else.
Anyone?
I said I have narrowed it down to 3,
So did I.
and I think we did a good job.
Do you have any comment, Don, other than?
No, if you want to talk about individuals, yeah, I can, but I think the 3 that I've got in mind are people that could do the job and would get along with people also. And I think that's gotta be important.
What do you think about one of the things we were asked? What do you think about the process we went through? What about the process we've gone through today? What do you think about what we've been doing for the last so many hours? You think it's well deserved that we do it, get it right by going to the municipal league and having them do this search for us?
Yeah.
Okay. John, why don't you give us your 3 picks?
Well,
Do we want to, Kathy, do you want him to tell us why?
However you want, sure.
I like, really, the 3 that I picked projected well. They communicated well. You ask them a question and the answers just flow. So 3 I picked was Susan Montenegro, Sarah Kale, and Tim Wolf. Basically, I think all of them had somewhat the same skills, with the exception of, I'm a little leery about Tim Wolf not having ran a administration as big as ours. He's only got 1 staff member, where we've got quite a few more employees. It's quite a big organization. I mean, his answers were perfect. I'm just a little worried and doubtful about whether he can run the entire portion of an organization with 5. The other 2 that I had picked, I have no doubt that they can run the organization. They've already shown that in some of the things they've done.
Who'd be other Jane, John?
Monte,
I'll tell you.
yeah, Susan and Sarah Kale. With Sarah Kale, and Tim Wolf.
I got Tim Wolf and I got Sarah as my top 2. They're close. Sarah seemed a little more nervous than Tim. Tim was a little more comfortable with himself. I don't know if the smaller community would make that big a difference. I've been for 8 years talking about OPEB and the pension plan. And, the one thing I liked about Tim is you guys got to do something. And I know that we're talking about the next meeting, but this, we had some of these people come to us and we just kind of let it go. And it's something 3 years from now, when I'm not on the board, we got to have something done to get this problem solved. So that's the main thing there. So I just, Sarah or Tim, I feel very comfortable.
Mr. Chad?
Yes, sir. For me, it was Sarah, then Tim, then Susan. They all answered the question about priorities of the unfunded liabilities, every one of them.
What were they again?
Sarah, then Tim, Wolf, then Susan. And so they all answered that question. I was really impressed with how Sarah was clear and concise and to the point. And with, I mean, not having, I think that she could be a rock star in a few years in our city. I think Tim has a lot of experience. He does get comfortable, just like Al said. And Susan also has a lot of, any one of those would be great in the position. But I was also thinking about longevity and, you know, just how I felt in this interview. If I would look back at the resumes, I might think about that differently, but I'm only thinking about what we conducted today and how they represented themselves today. That's all.
Well, I have Sarah, I have Tim Wolf, and I have Sue Montenegro. What impressed me about Susan Montenegro, she has qualifications, she has experience. I didn't find anything wrong about any of her answers. I think she'd be a good fit. Sarah doesn't have the experience that maybe Susan's got, but I agree with what Don said. I think she's kind of an up-and-coming star. I think she's the kind of person that if we offer the job to her, she'd be here a long time. Tim Wolf, you know, I don't think it matters. He came from a small community. He's got big city experience. You know, he represents the municipal league at hearings with the state. You know, he's quite invested in his community. He has some projects up there at Lake Isabella, not on the same scale, but he found a way to do them. I think he'd be a good fit. What I liked about him, he was the guy that he came right out and said, hey, the problem you have is your unfunded liability. You need to do something with it. And I think we need that. I think we need to have somebody that's going to push us, make the right decision on what we do as far as, you know, and I totally agree with him. If we don't get something done with unfunded liability, we might as well get rid of everything else we want to do. You know, your master plan, your parks master plan, any kind of road plan. I'm not trying to, I'm not Chicken Little, I'm not trying to say the sky's falling, but the thing we need to do right now, in the last, including Greg, the two city managers, Jerry and Greg, have both trying to get something done. Greg's going to be working on this, on the unfunded liability. So I think it's something you really need to go for. But those are my three choices. It's going to be hard for me to pick out of those three. I went through all the stuff that required an ideal candidate, and every one of them beats most of that stuff, you know. That's what
So my top three choices were also the same as John and the mayor and Susan Montenegro, Tim Wolf, and Sarah Hale.
In that order?
No, not in that order. Do you need me to say them?
we'll get to that.
So, as I did not look at resumes either, Donnie. I focused on how they interacted with us, keywords that they said. So, I tried to also take into consideration this whole day about what Kathy had said previously about the things that we were keywords. Don't try to dictate everything that they say. So the things that I want to see out of a city manager, which I feel like all of you do too, keywords like Michigan Municipal League, MEDC, brownfield. When they say those things, I feel like they're familiar with those things, and I want them to be familiar with those entities. Because when they are, they work collaboratively with them, they're familiar with them, they have the contacts with them. And I think being a city manager, you need to have those contacts with those organizations. That helps make you successful. Redevelopment Rights Community. let's see, mindful of people's perceptions, and those types of phrases and keywords are the things that stuck out to me, to which I chose my top three. However, the top one that I chose used most of that language the whole entire time they talked. So, that being said, I'll pass it on to Brett.
Well, I deviated a little bit. I picked Susan and Sarah both. I did not pick Tim. I picked Brett Harmon instead. One of the reasons I did not, the main reason I did not pick Tim first, well, there were several reasons, but one, yes, he mentioned OPEB, but he was singularly focused on OPEB. Had no other comments regarding other issues within the organization. He has little to no union experience at all, yet he referred to the fact that when it came to OPEB, we had to bring the union to the table, but he has no experience on what that even means. And I felt that was a little bit not fitting with our whole organization, because of what we have to deal with the police is, then we got the DPS union as well. Dealing with them, I think you have to come from a different mindset, and I'm not sure that he has that mindset in an organization that has no union. So I didn't feel comfortable with that. Brett, on the other hand, he also mentioned OPEB as one of our big things. He mentioned the way he would approach the team building and dealing with issues out in the community, things like roundtables, newer thinking, whereas Tim was even reluctant to deal with social media. He was kind of, he approached, the comments that he made approached it from the standpoint of, well, you have to use social media now. So it wasn't like, hey, this is a great opportunity. It was, okay, we'll do it if we have to. It's the way I saw it, and what his answer was. So it's like, again, in a small community, that works really well. And, in our environment, we need to embrace that more. And then, another thing that Brett did that I really liked was, where is it here? The first one gave very specific examples. He gave examples. And the one thing that is a little bit of a drawback is from both him and the other out-of-stater, his lack of knowledge of Michigan laws. But I think that is easily overcome. Another one of his biggest concerns was the burn rate on the general fund, which nobody else seemed to notice in dealing with the budget. But he also admitted the fact that he needed to learn why. So he wasn't just assuming that just because he saw it, that it needed to stop or that we shouldn't be doing it. So he just needed to understand why. And that was when he felt on a number of issues. So I thought he should be in the running for the finals.
Kathy, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Thank you. Thank you. You've done a real good job. I got three of them: Tim, Brett, and Susan. They all had real good. She was a nice local girl. I like Susan. Tim, boy, he's right at you. Maybe that'd be something good for us. I'd have to get comfortable with that. That's my. What would you like about Brett? Brett? real compassionate. He has a real compassionate side that just, I think that would be good in that job too. I wouldn't put him at the very top though.
Grease.
Okay, so I narrowed it down to 3. I had picked Susan, Sarah, and Tim. I picked Susan because she touched a lot about relationship building, listening, communication, talking about role clarification. She has the maturity level. I feel like she's got the experience. I looked at Sarah and felt like she has a lot of energy. She's useful. She feels like the sky's the limit. But also looked at potential standard operating procedures, which I love. So if somebody gets hit by a bus, which is my favorite thing to say at work, then someone can just come right on in. At work, they don't let me drive the bus anymore because they're afraid I'm going to run them over. And with Tim, I felt like he was not the normal everyday. He can look outside the box. I have not many resources to work with, and I come from a background of not having many resources to work with in my organizations that I've worked for, and you can do a lot with a little. And so I feel like he would push us to really think outside of the box when it comes to our budget and what can we do with less. So those are kind of the 3 that I picked.
Howard.
Well, I like Susan also, and Richard Downey, which nobody else likes. But I like Susan because, again, I agree with most of you people that have her on your list, is that she answered the question, she's got some experience, and I think that she will be here until she retires. So that's how I feel about her. What bothers me a little bit about being abrasive, otherwise, that, and I agree with down there that no negotiating experience, and I'm afraid if we did get into one, that we might stalemate.
So you've got 2 choices.
Yeah, that's all I think.
So maybe the next thing we got to do is see this. I assume, well, I thought at first we were going to have 2 that we were nobody can pick. It'd be easy to say, let's take them off the list. So tell me the 2 that you want off the list, John. No reason or anything.
All 5.
Yep.
Don't get me wrong, I did like the other girl too, but she's young, and I just don't much think, didn't feel she had enough experience yet.
Okay. I'm going to tell you that.
Button down.
Okay.
I don't know, I mean, I can pick who everybody wants off after they get put on, but, I would want, Richard off and Tim.
Sarah and Richard.
Sarah and Richard off?
Yep.
Ready? Richard and Brett.
And who?
Brett.
Mine is Montego and Downey, that's what I looked at. Nobody else seems to like Mr. Downey.
You want Susan off?
Who do you want off the list?
Who do I want? Well, I want those 2 on.
Right.
Okay, but
You
who
want
that you want off the
Well,
list?
there's 3 then that's off.
No, just give us 2.
You can.
Okay, I gotta give 2 off?
Yep.
Okay, it's Wolf and Kale.
Okay, so we have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We want, Richard off. 2, 4, 6, we want Brett off. 2 that want Tim off. 2 that want Sarah off.
And nobody wanted to take Susan off.